nights are empty, missing you every day. I wish that you'd come back to me. It was every weekend, bringing me nothing but joy. I need to get my life on track.
I want the LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, many, very feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight.
Recharged, all and for spring split. Euphoria, I can start to feel it. It's time, LEC's gonna give me what I want. I wanna watch PGL and Ready Check 2. I wanna vote on Twitter and talk about who threw. I wanna flame on Reddit and tweet how I always knew.
I want the LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, many, very feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight.
Now here comes the new year, new teams and players too. Now here comes the new year, lost some but that's alright. Now here comes the new year, we're getting ready for a long fight.
I want the LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, very, very feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight. I want the LEC back. I want the LEC back in my life. I want the LEC back. I want the LEC back tonight.
Heavy is the head that the crown seats soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in a renegade beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions.
Heavy is the head that the crown seats soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, like they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgons. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realised all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now I through skeleton keys and door kicks, treading with means and caution. Man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking.
Yeah. I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah, yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. prepared. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when it never gave you hope? Really left you in a cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow. Get it together, whatever the weather, and carry that tribulation to the throne. Heavy is the head, crown she's soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Shoes are meant to break, but the crowd is full. Money on my head, cause I'm lawless. Shaking on my leg, walking down this road. I know the late, ain't the same, ain't no debate. Cause shoes are meant to break, but the crowd is full.
said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
No, it's fine, Matt. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna.
And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
Hola a todos y bienvenidos para la última día del road trip de Movistar Koi. We're back for the last day here in Madrid, and what a weekend it's been. We got some bangers, we got some drama, we got some players fined on stage after what happened yesterday. It's been great so far, guys.
We got a lot of drama.
Yeah.
I think drama. That's the name of the game for me. And yesterday it was an incredible best of 3 because of the drama that just accompanied all of it. And the fact that the games also delivered on top. Oof.
It was insane. I had such a fun time casting that series, but I've also had such a fun time here the entire weekend.
Yeah.
It has been an absolute blast. The crowd has been wonderful. The fans have been great. The opportunities to kind of just explore around this area has been fantastic as well. So honestly, great weekend overall.
La Marea Azul. We're going to talk about all the fan bases that we've seen a bit later and what the fans have been up to as well. But first things first, it is the last day of the regular season here.
It's
already.
mad.
It's mad. Yeah, we got the 6 teams. We knew that already coming into this weekend. It was mostly going to be about who could make top 4. And where do we stand now at the last day of regular season, Jack? What
we still
are we
have
looking
some
at
questions to be answered, like can KC get that first place? And can G2 lock top 2? As you said, Rob, I mean, KC, if they win 2-0 today, right, then they lock that first place. And if they lose only 1 game, then they're locked into second.
And same, I mean, MCOI try to see if they can sneak up into that top 4 spot, overtake Navi in that regard as well would be a massive win for them. Getting that second life in the playoffs is so important, but it's not exactly the easiest of opponents because apparently G2 decided this weekend they're going to wake up. They're going to play their game.
They're back in the arena. Playoffs are around the corner. So yeah, it's G2 in top form yet again.
Yeah, I mean, G2 might not be the first team in the regular season, but I think there's no doubt among many minds that G2 is the best team right now. So it's a tough opposition for MCOI, but it would be a great way to end off this road trip for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And at the end of the day, the first seed, so either KC or Vitality will choose who they want to play in the first round of playoffs, and from the third and fourth seed, and we will air the playoff schedule at the end of the day in PGL, so stay tuned for this. But before that, 2 more best of 3s ahead of us, and I want to look back at what we've seen in Madrid so far. What have been the highlights for you?
I mean, for me, it was the Caliste moment yesterday. The standing up, shushing MCOI, and then
it's
Jojo
so
Pure.
unlike him.
It is, but then also Jojo clapping back as well. Like, it was insane, but there was so many cool moments over the course of this weekend.
I mean, Mirwin as well on the Shyvana, the flanks he was finding, and just how impactful Mirwin was in general in that series. I really liked him, but then Caliste on this Ashe was just so phenomenal. He was so aggressive, kept clicking forward. He finds the pentakill as well. You can hear the voice comms, and it's just Yahoo just screaming penta, 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 penta. So it's cool that they were all hyping him up. And then, I mean, the cherry on top, he shushes the crowd.
The aura at the end of that move, the whole thing, the fact that his teammates have been stealing his pentas over and over and over again, and that it happened during that series, especially against MCOI.
Yeah, going back to Mirwin, I mean, I just love that we kind of see Mirwin coming back into form. He played the Shyvana, played the Zeri, and that he's willing to pull out more things like he used to. Really nice to see.
Yeah, and I think as well for G2, great to see them back in form. I think they look absolutely spectacular, and important for me, the bot lane. I think Hansam and Abrav have stepped up massively. It is such a joy watching what these two are able to achieve. It feels like everyone is kicking up now into playoffs, and I'm just excited to get into it.
And we got some great moments on the Rift and off the Rift as well for the fans. A proposal yesterday in the arena. That was absolutely cute.
Love is in the air.
Love is in the air. You know what? Sometimes you meet your soulmate on League of Legends, and yeah, this is how it happens. That was really cute.
It was so lovely. And I mean, though, you can see how much it means both to share that with everyone that's here, but also like, just it's such a cool moment. Like, you kind of see these in the movies, but to actually see it live is mad.
As well. Yeah. He didn't have to do this, but yeah, you're gonna remember this for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
And you didn't even have to pay for a photographer. They're already set up.
That's the thing. And you're going to have the footage and everything. It was on stream. Beautiful moments. Another cool moment was from my Caps interview that I did yesterday. I love the cardboard cutouts from the players. I don't know how they did it, but Caps was actually really accurate.
True. It's one-to-one representation.
Yeah.
And BB as well. No?
And BB as well. BB as well. I mean, as Caps said it is mini Nar, so hopefully we get the Mega Nar version of BB later on. But I do like the fact that the fans stay creative every time throughout every event, and the fact that we had 4 teams and all 4 fan bases were represented here.
Yeah, I mean, the fans really do make it. I mean, you've got every single team had a squad that was here representing them. They were cheering like absolutely crazy. There was instruments, there was signs, there was cutouts, there was whatever thing they could get their hands on to celebrate and show their passion.
Aww.
And I mean, at the end of the day, it's the fans that make it, right? So being able to share that experience with them here has just been brilliant.
And this is what the road trips is going to be about, honestly. And it comes alive, especially in moments like this when you have an entire arena cheering for MKOI and those 20 KC fans that were just right here, but that were loud as hell and celebrating at the end of the day, of course, a beautiful moment for their teams. I love road trips.
For sure, yeah. I mean, the drums, the trumpets, everything, the vibe is just completely different, and it's so nice.
It's also just so nice to see some of the faces as well.
Yeah.
Like, it's some of the KC crew we see at the studio in Berlin, you see at the road shows. Like, it's always nice that you get to see this community grow over the course of all these different events.
It's a whole family, and it's really nice to see that the fans travel throughout across Europe to cheer for their team. It's been great. What's been great also is following up the team stories that we've had, and at the beginning of the weekend, we had some hot takes. I think it's the time to see how some of them aged.
Yeah.
Good
There were
or
some
not.
good ones.
Yeah.
And some not so
And
good
some
ones.
more milk-esque
Yeah.
ages going on.
Let's see which one I have one under here.
I kind of want to start with...
I think that's my one, is it? Yeah, that's my one. Okay.
Hysterics. Well, that aged like milk.
Well, he literally, before it even got to the end of the weekend, was like, I actually mean top 5. Which just means he's average.
Yeah, top 5 is not really like a flex at that point. It's just like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, you're middle of the pack.
And they locked 6, so he's not even right on that. What did you have?
I mean, this was
This is my
Rome's.
one, yeah,
What do you
which
think?
is
Do you think
the
it's
other
one
way,
A?
but it's
the other way around.
are too one-dimensional. I think this aged a little bit like milk, to be honest. Yeah, I think we got to see a lot more flexibility from them. I think the Kazakhs pick from Yike looked a lot stronger this weekend as well than it did in the Fnatic series. So honestly, I think it's Audi. It's
What about this? All the best players are from an A.
I mean, I don't know.
I don't think so anymore.
I'd say some of our best players are from NA. Then it's like just facts. Because Lucio and Jojo are incredible. But I mean, Caps right now is playing really good. Skewmon is playing insane. I mean, even on KC, like Kalist for me was, I mean, the standout player yesterday, not exactly Bucio. So, nah, I don't agree with it right now.
Is Jojo Pyun the best player in the league?
I mean, the Akali was crazy, but it's kind of like...
I think he actually might have held on to it,
The thing
to be
is,
honest.
Akali was crazy, but the other two games, he was like
we can hold on to this one.
I think the other two games, he was just fine.
We got to get one right as well. If everything aged poorly, we're terrible. Oh, no!
I came in with this weekend, and I agree that it was not the hottest take that someone could make. It's actually quite mild, but I may have nailed that one.
It's going well.
I think the Hansama is the most underrated player in the league. So
That's
still,
true.
Still
That's
valid.
true.
Yes. Yeah.
And Skewmon seems to agree. You know what? Just like
they
Reddit.
were supposed to be hot. You know, if they were accurate every time, they wouldn't be hot.
If you don't take any risks, then well, what's the point here? But anyway, earlier Shox got up with some of our players actually in the arena for some extra activities. Let's check it out.
Hello, hola, welcome to the last day of the road trip. We are going to play some games with KC and with GX, so let's do it. Hello, I'm here with Kalist and with Yike, and they're gonna play some air hockey. Can you do 2 things at the same time?
Yeah, kinda, yeah.
Okay. Whoa! How was the weekend? Oh, no, you can't.
Yeah, it's fine, it's just too good. My weekend is pretty fine, to be honest. Even though with the loss against G2, I'm pretty happy.
Did you watch the moment back yesterday of you standing up?
Yeah, I watched a bit. Felt kinda happy. Wait, sorry. Was a pretty good moment. I like the penta, I like the games. Was pretty fun. Good environment.
I'm here with Isma and Jackie's, and we're gonna box. So basically what I want you to do is imagine that the ball is like MKOI, G2, KC. Is that gonna work?
KC. KC, yeah.
KC?
I mean, we need to win somewhere, so it has to be KC,
Yeah. Do you know if you're getting a fine?
I have no idea, I hope not.
No, I hope so too.
Actually, I'm imagining Karzi. Never mind, I take it back. I want to... Karzi.
Karzi?
I want to knock out Karzi.
Okay, Karzi, this for you. I think that's pretty good. I don't know. Hey, Yike.
What's up?
Can you do 2 things at the same time?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Is this game harder or easier than beating MKOI?
For me, it's harder right now.
The jungle pathing of that puck is crazy. weekend been?
Amazing. It's been so fun. I mean, only the G today was a bit a bit sad. But
That never happened.
yeah, it didn't happen.
But are you maybe gonna get revenge on them in the playoffs?
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm gonna destroy them.
Destroy them.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, cool.
Humanoid.
Humanoid. Okay. I see what's going on here. Oh.
I beat myself. Super. Super.
Okay, super. Bam.
So bad. I do it too early.
But you're better than last time.
Yeah, I improved, but still. Patrick.
Okay. Whoa.
I beat again.
Even
Patrick got the
better.
biggest hit. Okay, improving, but still not good enough.
Okay, final check, 17-13. Yike, how do you feel about the victory?
The usual. Me against Kalist. That's usually the games.
Yeah.
All the mini games I usually win.
Yeah.
It's fine, Kalist. It's fine.
Today, last chance at victory. What can we expect?
I mean, hopefully more fight than the last two best of.
Yeah.
We will try to do better because it was, like, I mean, it was really, really bad, you know. So we'll try to do better. Hopefully we can take the win and we'll give everything.
I heard something if we win at least one game, Vitality are first place. So as far as I know, Karzik put us in playoffs, so I'm gonna have to return the favor and beat KC even today. So.
Nice. It's a little bit obsessed, I think, but yeah, here we go.
I saw him naked on Twitter. I saw him naked on Twitter, so I'm full obsessed now.
Okay.
I need that. Oh, I can't say. I can't.
Shake hands, please.
Again.
Nice. Very nice. Good luck today.
Everybody saw Karzi naked on Twitter, I guess. That's what he does. Yeah, check out the video. But that's not the point. You know what? I'm thrown off completely. I was about to set the stage for this game. Anyway, the series we're gonna have today. If KC wins 2-0, they will lock in first. If KC wins 2-1, they will lock in second, and that's what matters here. Now, how much do we think that they can bring this one cleanly, especially given the fact that GX has been a bit bad?
The question is just truly how much of a fan is Jackie's of Carson here.
Yeah.
Because all he needs to do is win one game.
Yeah.
Win one game and he secures first place for Vitality. And he seemed pretty obsessed.
Yeah, but KC are kind of good. It kind of seems a little tough to get it done, so I don't know. It feels a little hard, but as you can see, Giant X win, Vitality first place.
I mean, Isma was saying it like more fights maybe. The thing is, on day one, they were fighting too much. On day two, they were not fighting enough. So let's try and meet in the middle. Yeah, maybe for them.
Just play
And
good, I
for
think.
now, I think we have Jackie's downstairs with Shocks to check in ahead of the series. So let's send it over to her. Aww.
Espero que sí, pero Jackie's, it's been a rough weekend, but today you've got KC. So how are you feeling about that?
I mean, for us, for standings wise, we don't really move anymore, right? So we are gonna fight for the pride of our fans, I guess, and to make the Czech boys from Vitality #1, and that's what we are going in.
So you really want to help Vitality? I'm surprised.
I mean, just the Czech version, just the Czech people. The rest, I don't care.
I see. Anyways, you said it already. La Marea Azul is over there. They've been here the whole weekend, so come on, give them some hope, give them some fighting words.
I mean, the first two games were not the best from us, right? But today is time to avenge ourselves, to be fair, for the weekend and MCOI for yesterday. So I hope we will show good games, and I mean, we will stomp KC. I still believe in ourselves.
Let's go, come on, guys. Y ahora Mellado y Boy, que están listos, pero vamos.
Hola, buenas tardes, Madrid, ¿cómo estamos? Hoy cerramos la última jornada de la fase regular y un fin de semana mágico aquí en el Madrid Arena delante de nuestro público, y lo hacemos con un Giants Carminecor espectacular.
Brutal, va a ser un partido brutal. Hoy Mellado se decide cómo queda la clasificación y cuáles son los cruces que vamos a tener en playoffs. Como primer plato de la tarde, otro España-Francia, y solo uno podrá hacerse con la victoria hoy.
Quieren ganar por primera vez en presencial al equipo francés. Hoy juegan siendo 6 gracias al apoyo de todos vosotros. Fuerte aplauso desde Málaga, Joyas. En la doble, como jungla, Isma. En la vida, Yaques. Deja de carry. No. Como supo. Y como entrenador, papá, André Guillotto. Y enfrente, un equipo que quiere cerrar la fase regular siendo los campeones del split. Ruido Madrid para Carmine Corp. En la top lane, Canon. En la jungla, en la mine, Yaku. Como de carry, Caliste. Como support, Bucio. Y de entrenador, Reaper. Todo listo, todo preparado para la penúltima serie de este fin de semana World. Ruido Madrid para el Carmine Corp contra Yayas.
The last series of the split for these two teams as KC and Giantex will meet up on the stage here in Madrid. We have this best of three and then MKOI versus G2 to round out the regular season. And although our top six is decided and Giantex are also locked in 6th place, for KC a huge series on their hands to see if they can get that first place spot and then with it the right to choose out of which team in 3rd or 4th they want to play.
And GX they're looking for anything at this point.
Yep.
It's been a rough weekend. Currently 0-4. If they get a single game win, even if they lose the series, they secure 1st place for Vitality. But if they win the series, well then, we have an interesting top 4 situation on our hands.
That we do, that we do. Giantex will start off in that lower bracket come playoffs in a couple of weeks' time. For KC, a disappointing loss to MKOI, disappointing loss to G2 on day 1, and then a great win versus MKOI yesterday in what was it, massive grudge match, I think, even more so than we expected it to be, and these two teams very likely to meet up again come playoffs. That is MKOI and KC.
That's the really interesting thing, right? Because if you assume that in the lower bracket, assuming things go as expected, assuming, let's say, G2 find their 3-0 weekend, and assuming that KC win this series today, KOI would be pushed down into the lower bracket.
That is true.
And then it really comes down to, is there a good chance that they would rematch later on? And based on previous splits, I would say yes. There is a pretty high chance that they will rematch. So it's going to be an exciting one for sure. We're setting up for a really fun best of 5 playoffs. That's going to be starting in 2 weeks' time. We get a week break next week in anticipation of the playoffs starting in 2 weeks' time. But yeah, let's jump straight into the draft as the bans come through thick and fast.
If you're thinking about what to do with your week off, RQ Sydney is happening next weekend, so you can give that Riftbound action a little bit of a watch. I highly recommend. See the new Unleashed cards as we are unleashed into draft ready.
That we are.
Ash and Bard banned away by Giant X. Casey chose second pick. Giant X chose blue side, and we're going to see the Vi and the Oriana. Yeah.
Casey usually do choose the red side
when they get the option, but they were given the option of first or like which one did they want, and they decided they wanted first or second pick.
Yes.
So they picked the second pick. Yes. If KC are given the option of side selection, they will often go towards the red side. So what are our bans, Vedi? Well, Giant X got rid of Bard, the Ash, and the Jarvan. We have the Oriana, Vi, and Rumble taken away by KC.
Yeah, Var's first pick already coming through from GX. Remember, this is a flex pick. Can be played in both top lane and in AD carry. A champion that we haven't actually, we've only seen once from Lot so far during the regular season. I don't actually remember that game, so I'm not going to hold any judgment as of so far. The Aurora Instalock coming through.
So it was the game where he went like 0-6-0, had
I
0
do remember
KDA,
that game. Yeah, no, I do remember that game actually. Yep, no, it wasn't a great one. Yeah, the Pantheon
a
is
little
something
bit of judgment.
Yeah, a little bit.
A smidge.
Just a smidge.
A bit of seasoning judgment
somewhat,
there.
yep.
Okay.
Pantheon is something we've been seeing KC prioritize a ton. The side lane threat that it does have, the early game impact it can have. The day one was a bit of a stinker from Yike overall. Not the best performance we've seen from him, but then he did bounce back pretty massively in yesterday's best of 3. The Nocturne response from Isma with the Rise as well. This is something we've seen multiple times. Very much a side lane attack angle. The skirmishing power of Nocturne is much stronger than that of Pantheon, so you can set up for early invades, you can look to fight early. The one thing I'm looking when always playing Nocturne is someone that can dive alongside him. I think Rakan is a good example, Ambessa is another one, Renekton to a degree can also follow up. Nautilus is also solid.
Yeah. Usually banned out in the first phase, wasn't banned out here.
That's true.
I would like a Nautilus alongside it. I think one of Giant X's key weaknesses is when they get to mid-late game, Isma's just by himself saying, okay, how do I actually do anything on this Nocturne? They're so often neutered in their ability to have too much pressure, and with the Lulu being picked up by KC, they'll immediately ban away the Nautilus. Dive buddy, but also very good into enchanters generally.
Well, let's see what the remaining bans are now. GX, they probably want to limit the bot lane pool, yeah, so this does heavily suggest that the Varus is going to go into the bottom lane. Poke Varus is the direction that I'm kind of anticipating. Sivir is something they need to consider. I think that Caitlyn has proven to me not to be quite the same hyper carry as some of the others. If you contrast her to something like a Sivir, like a Jinx, for example, even though we've not seen a ton of Jinx in the meta, I do think that if they want to remove hyper carry options, Sivir to me makes the most sense. Especially from Kalist.
Yeah, totally agree with you. I think that would be immediately what jumps up in my mind as a Giant X player here. It's like, we ban out the Sivir, we ban out the Inara, 2 great Lulu combos, great call on that, Betty. I like the Elise ban as well. Like, Jun is so good at being aggressive in the bottom lane, and Elise and Nautilus, 2 champions that can just really demolish a Lulu if she ever is caught out of position. And the fact that Busio will want to be stepping up in this lane as well to add his ranged damage to the damage of whatever AD carry is picked, getting rid of 2 of the strongest pick tools for the support of Giant X makes a lot of sense.
I do worry, though, for Lot, because Kana's going to get counterpick.
Yeah.
Ooh, Zeri. So this is something we've been seeing a little bit more during the regular season. I imagine it's going bot lane, guys,
yeah,
not top lane.
This is not top Zeri.
This is not top lane Zeri. It is going to be the hyper carry. And if Lot does go for his most played of the regular season, if he goes for the Renekton, then I can see something nasty coming out from Kana. Is it going to be Kana's? Nah. Is it going to be Kana's Vayne? Is it going to be Kana basically looking to carry from the top lane? That's the vibe I'm getting.
Would you ever flex the Aurora mid and just look for something else? Flex the Aurora top and then look for something else
It
in the mid
depends on
lane.
the matchup.
Yep.
If it's Renekton, I probably wouldn't.
Because Anivia's still open, right? You could just do the Anivia. You have relatively low range if it's Renekton, Nocturne, Ryze, Nico. Anivia, I feel like that's pretty solid in the mid lane into the Ryze and into the composition generally.
I feel, though, that they're more likely, based on how Kana plays, they're more likely to just slam a Gnar here.
Yeah,
it gives them a little bit more team
entirely.
fight value. They just want a little bit more utility, someone on the front line. But as I mentioned, I did mention the Vayne as a possibility.
I will say Busio always hovers the Vayne. So the hover of the Vayne doesn't imply that it's going to go in. And it actually looks like it is going to be Anivia locked in for KC, Venny.
Wow, and you're just really smart, Medic. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. And you didn't even cheat. That's the most annoying thing. You didn't cheat. That's the really annoying. That's the thing that bugs me. Like, because if you cheated, I would have been like, okay, respect.
Well, yeah, but I also like doing it as cheating. Like, sometimes
that's crazy.
Sometimes on the LEC we have a monitor that is linked up with the observers that is a couple of seconds quicker. So sometimes we see a pick before we're meant to see it. On a road trip, we do not have that. And so we talked about, can we cheat here? And it's like, no, you can't. And now Medi's just really pissed that I predicted the Aurora.
Fair enough. Good prediction, Medic.
Thanks, man.
Great prediction. You are right.
I'm actually really proud of myself at this
Make the same points you made earlier. Why is Anivia a good pick here, Medic?
Well, because you're playing into multiple melee. Anivia is always good to Ryze in the lane anyway, because he's very short ranged and pretty easy to catch out with a Flash Frost. You can also use your Crystallize to position him further forward, and he doesn't have a dash, so it makes it easier for the Nocturne to gank. For the Pantheon to gank. And then alongside it, you're playing into multiple melees. Aurora into Renekton is a matchup I don't know too well, but you were saying it's kind of okay for the Aurora
I mean, it is
generally?
still winning, absolutely. Yeah. It's more so that Renekton now has a ton of Merc Treads values into double AP, and you can just generally build a lot of HP, which against burst mages, you just kind of lose value and threat. So, yeah, it'll still be winning for Kana, absolutely. Lot is not going to have a fun time. You can very much count on that. But Lot will also have some kill threat. So if Kana misplays or makes a mistake, he could be in a lot of danger. But based on what we've seen from Kana overall this split, I think the conversation for all the split has pretty much been Kana versus Nako, who's the best top laner in the league. I think based on what we've seen, Nako probably just ekes out, but it's still very close between the two.
I think over this weekend, Kana has fallen a little bit lower in my estimations. I would say Nako definitely ekes out. It's still close-ish, like we're talking about percentage points here, right? We're not talking about a 20% difference between the two, but I don't think Kana has shown me as much this weekend as I'd like.
You can't really, I think it's those two unequivocally in the league, I think based on the regular season. So
if you base it only on this week, I think Broken Blade has a statement to be made. I think his week has been very good, right? But it's a 7-week long regular season, he hasn't been good for the rest of it, right? If Serex was here, he'd be telling you a lot. This is obviously.
Well, this is lots of opportunity to shine. Because right now, GX is playing for Pride. They are locked in that 6th place spot. And we heard it from Jackie's earlier in Ready Check, where basically he's fighting for Vitality right now. Because if they can take a game off KC, even if they lose the series, Vitality will in fact lock 1st place. So GX trying to do their brothers-in-arms proud by seeing if they can get a big upset win against KC. Even just a game is all they need. Yeah,
for KC, if they do get that 2-0, they will get that 1st place, and it gives you selection between the 3rd and the 4th seeds going into our playoffs. Currently, G2 is going to be one of them. The question is the other one Mkoy or Na'Vi? And I'm going to say, no matter which the other one is, on G2's current form, you're picking the other one, right? If you are 1st place. I don't think we'll see KC or Vitality deciding that they want to face up against G2 in a couple of weeks' time. Isma here pathing down towards the bottom side, matched by Yike, who is also pathing in this direction. Isma is 1 camp ahead, and slightly quicker clear on the Nocturne because of that AoE that you get from your passive. Can't remember what it's called, Umbral Slash or something, probably.
Yeah, something like that. I think so. It's Nocturne's passive.
Yeah, exactly, right?
That's what it is in my brain. Surprisingly, Isma not going for any cheeky invades, something that we usually see him do a lot, specifically in this matchup. Instead, he's just going for his full clear path and towards that bot side of the rift, choosing to kill his Krugs before his red buff, so they already start to respawn, so they can continue to cycle his camps. So again, he can get to that level 6 faster. Going for an early base, recognizing that without Prime on the bot side of the map, he instead needs to go for that top crab, so he's just going to go for that early back and not even consider trying to contest. So just great respect being shown by him.
And now if Yike decides that he wants to try and get a double crab by just walking up through the mid lane, he's going to be a longsword and a Ruby Crystal down. Nocturne skirmishes really well as Busio falls to 100 HP. and has to flash away from the piercing arrow. Noah and Jun finding some damage on the enemy Lulu there. It does look like KC just want to push out, but burning the flash is a pretty sizable advantage for them now, especially with that heal down as well.
Yeah, nice poke coming through from both Jun and Noah. It does put Busio now pretty great risk. Ooh, the wave actually quite nicely placed. I think he managed to get the slow push pushing towards the GX bottom side, which is a very nice thing to see. We'll see how things transpire, as it looks like Callista's just going to stick around for that extra wave anyway. Isma now making his way into top. He's going to run into Yike.
Yeah, Isma will know that Yike is in the area, because there's nowhere else really for Yike to be at this point, right? Yike has done his full clear. He's reset. He's come out towards his Krugs. Isma knows he didn't start Razorbeaks, because the Razorbeaks would have spawned when he was there. So Isma just walks in to make sure that Yike can't easily gank Lot, who had fallen low on the Renegade in the top lane. Jun and Busio around mid right now as the Tangle Barbs do go down on Yahoo. Second time we've seen him on this Anivia pick throughout his career, and see how effective he can be. I do like it into this draft. I think it gives you a lot of power, especially when you are looking at so many short-range champions on the other side.
Well, the only exception to that being Varus, right? And
exactly, yeah.
We did talk about the poke Varus expectation, and after seeing a draft like this from KC, it makes a ton of sense. Again, though, I do have some concerns for this Nocturne pick specifically. I think pairing it alongside Nico is just fantastic. I don't know if you remember this, but Nico mid lane with Nocturne jungle was very common as a gank in mids.
Yeah, who with the crystallized flash over from Isma, looking for that fear tab. The Tangle Barbs goes wide, flash away from Jun as Yike was landing that shield vault, but no further follow-up from either side. Summoners exchanged.
So a bit of a scrap happening in the middle lane. Yike wants to now contest these Raptors. He has the mana advantage with Busio by his side. Remember, no flash on Busio though.
No flash on Jun either. Jackie's going to step up with that spell flux. Callista's worked his way all the way from the bottom lane to come across. And in the end, the smite will go over to Yike.
Easy, secure. No smite available now, though, with the crab respawning. He should have it back in time, though. Yeah, the 15 second. He was already very close to that second stack either way. So, yeah, there it is, already back off cooldown. Not a big problem for him. But, yeah, just a lot of trading, a lot of early focus on the farm. In terms of the scaling, I mean, yeah, I do prefer Casey's comp overall. I think Zeri with the Lulu is a nice combination, the hyper carry threat. We saw it from Ice earlier on.
With the Yumi.
Yeah, how scary he made that game in the late game. After the changes to Zeri, she definitely seems like she still has very much of that late game threat. The funniest thing to me was they were like, we want to take some of the power away from her ult so that she's not like a burst AD carry anymore. And then I still see her ult like take off your HP in the late game. And like, okay, fair enough. But yes, still a very frightening AD carry to go up against once we reach a certain point. Meanwhile, Isma fishing for enemy camps to steal, recognizing that Yike is very much on that bot crab and likely going to start the dragon soon.
Yeah, just needs to get as much off the map as possible while he knows that he can't play around bot side, right? He needs that level 6, he's about halfway towards it. Yike has already got 6 because he was able to secure that scuttle crab. Alongside that, you get the subsequent bonuses, right? The enemy jungler doesn't have camp spawning, so they have to go and try and find something to get to that level 6. That means you can set up around the dragon, your bot lane has to back away, already getting pushed in as well by Callista and Busio. Noah is going down that lethality route, the poke Varus that we've talked about, and it makes the most sense in this composition. You talked about it a little bit already, Betty, as Isma here will want to take away both these Krugs, and including their little baby Krugs, I guess. It's a full Krug massacre.
Is he not more like a plant?
He's a rock.
Yeah, but in the sense that if you break off a piece of the bark,
Grand Starfall, Dominus out from Lot, but already down to 200 HP, has to flash away with the paranoia. Isma gets the fear down, and with the spear going out as well, Isma just secures first blood. I think Yike thought that he had a little bit more damage than that, but the paranoia blocking any sight of Lot meant that he couldn't get it down. Lightning burst coming out from Callista, Busio's already dead. Jun only level 5, lands the blooming burst. Callista gets one in response, but Noah answers 2 for 1 on the bot side, a kill on the top side. Giant X have come to play here on Sunday.
My biggest frustration with GX watching them play yesterday was that they were just getting hand-gapped in lane. They were mechanically not able to compete, but today they've looked to level up, finding 2v2 kills on the bottom side of the map, outplaying a gank coming through from Yike. Fantastic stuff from the GX squad. An early ultimate being invested from Lot, getting that extra HP to flash away to safety. One of the biggest strengths of Nocturne in this early game is just his ability to just raw out stat you. He finds a nice skirmish. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, Nice poke comes through from the bottom side. An early ultimate here from Noah. Then followed up with the root. They just get so much damage. The 3 stacks, instant one-shot. Noah doesn't get the last hit, but that's fine because they realize in the extended skirmish, even though the flash comes through from Kalist, it's not enough to get away to safety. And GX, the fans elated after a good start here.
Yeah, really solid start for GX. They've had such a turbulent time this split, starting off incredibly well. They went 4-0, and then since then have yet to pick up a series. Their level of the competition leveled up. The caliber of opponents they were playing began to set near the top of the table rather than the bottom. And the question is for Giant X, can they stop this losing streak? Because of the last 9 games, they've lost 8 of them.
Yeah, I mean, they are the gatekeepers of the LEC right now. You can see that their level is very similar to that of Na'Vi based on their results. But if they can get even a game against KC, hell, if they get a series, that would be very impressive. And it would change the expectations of them coming into playoffs. Yep. They are a team that you can't afford to underestimate, and they do have the potential. But GX, the big frustration I have with them is they've been able to find leads before. It's what happens in the mid-game, that approach to team fighting, and often when they... Oh, hang on a minute.
Chain of Corruption out. Polymorph coming down as well. Tangle Barbs is Boostio! This guy hasn't woken up, Betty!
Doesn't flash away, doesn't have level 6. GX find themselves another 2 versus 2 kill. And GX with a 1.6k gold lead, just short of 10 minutes into the game. They're starting game 1 off strong.
And KC banned to make this not happen. They banned out the Nautilus. They banned out those engage tools on the bottom side, and then Jun's like, well, Nico's still available. Nico should be dodgeable by a Lulu. You should be able to get in a position where the Tangle Barbs aren't going to catch you, but now with the Chain of Corruption there for the follow-up, it is becoming a world of hurt for that Lulu. Lot under a little bit of pressure as Yike looks for the spear to stop the recall. He can still go for the gank after this wave pushes in. Lot does have the dominus. Could step up past the tower aggro here just to make sure the wave's cleared out, because the wave took so long to get in and they don't know where Isma is, and that paranoia is a looming threat. Yike calls off the dive.
Now they know where he is.
Yeah.
Now they know. Spotted on that ward, he gets pinged out quite quickly. We're yet to see the paranoia used, but I'd love to see it invested.
We did see it on the top lane skirmish.
You're right. My apologies. He did use it to get involved in that fight, absolutely. Let's see if he can now use it proactively rather than reactively to make stuff happen. It looks like bot lane's going to be the focus.
Okay, so Boostio just hit 6. Wild Growth could be the decider. Pop Blossom in, Polymorph as well, and now Jackie's on the flank. The Wild Growth keeping Kalist alive for a second for Jackie's to secure the kill. TP out. This is a massive investment by KC. This is desperation more than anything else. KC, TP, and Kana maybe just going to go clear the wave, but no, he's running back towards the top side.
Well, they have... Well, I was going to say they matched the numbers, so maybe they could consider contesting the Dragon, but everyone's just going to back away. They thought that they could punish. Bit of a split call here, it feels like, from KC. But another advantage gained for GX. And the play is simple. Attack the side lanes, utilize Rise, utilize Nocturne. The setup on the gank is clean. Jun, most importantly, doesn't take the tower aggro. Noah does initially, and then it's Jackie's that cleans up the pick on the backside onto Kalist. They deny a decent amount of farm from him, and then the TP comes through. Too late, though. And KC cannot respond.
Yeah, the only argument I can see for the TP is if you think Yehu's walking up and going to crystallize that funnel point, right? He's going to put a wall down there, and then you TP, and you're in the middle of all the 4 players when you come in with that Aurora, but...
GX should now just force Dragon.
I 100% agree with you, Betty.
Yeah,
100%. GX, 2k ahead now, 12 minutes into the game. Go for the Drake, stop any possible stacking from KC. And the places where usually you'd see a lead for Carmine Corp early on in the game are bleeding. 700 gold lead for this Poke Varus, who has already got his bot lane quest completed. 900 now because of the quest. 700 lead for Jun, who has a rocket belt. It is going to become so hard for KC to escape the Nico's advances later on in this game.
Wow. So, with that... The comp diff still hasn't changed, right?
That is true.
It's important to remember that KC do still have a good comp into basically what GX have drafted. The goal difference is sizable, but it's not insurmountable. And the responsibility falls on GX to continue to push the advantage forward.
Very true.
And inherently, that is the criticism that we've given to GX before, is their inability to capitalize on these advantages. So let's see if they can change that today. Let's see if they can push this lead beyond what they've been able to do. Jackies making the rotation up towards the top lane. They want this matchup with the Rise into the Aurora. It's a little bit more comfortable. Meanwhile, if they can keep the Anivia playing into the AD carries, it's the one situation where the Anivia can't guarantee get that push. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Renekton, I mean, no matter where Renekton goes, he's going to be a little bit sad. So Lot's just going to have to do his best to play that weak side and get what farm that he can.
Which he has done a good job of so far.
No, absolutely.
Avoided the dives from Yike, was able to participate in that skirmish without dying, is within a couple of waves of minions. It's still a little bit of extra gold for Kana, but Lot has done a good job overall. Jackies, though, needs to be careful. Realm Warp, Shield Bolt there for the stun. And Jackies overextends on a side lane. KC get the shutdown onto Kana.
Yeah, honestly, a bit of a silly misplay there from Jackies. Like, one quick look at the minimap and you can realize that most of KC is missing on the map. Yeah. He should have played with a little bit more respect. He sat right in the middle of the lane. Yike did have to invest his flash to prevent the Realm Walk from coming through, but KC gets another kill on the board. And that gold swing already, like remember, it was 2.6k, now dropped dramatically to 1.9, but GX getting good damage down onto that bot tier 1. Enemy jungle, ooh, Yike, nice smite comes through from him.
Lands the Q smite across the wall. Always hard to play into a Pantheon. He does have that little bit of extra execution, and now with the TP coming in behind, who's going to join the fray? No TP on the Rise and no way out for Lot. A sad Croc with the flash. Might even escape. Callista's trying to collapse on him, but Noah here to shepherd his Crocodile away. Grand Starfall. This is going to be deep from Yike. Sliced in, dice out from Lot. Manages to walk away, and another spear coming out of the Pantheon isn't going to find its mark.
I like this TP from KC, but they just couldn't lock Lot down. Really well executed. GX, their response was simply, okay, well, if Anivia's going to TP on flankers, let's just attack the flank. Yep. They dive onto Yehu, force his flash out early, so that flank threat now disappears. But they get good damage down onto Lot, so they think to themselves, we can chase this. We can actually make sure at the very least we get a kill after our TP investment. But he's able to play that beautifully. Has the flash available, gets away to safety. Now Callist within kill range.
Still has flash and cleanse, so a Chain of Corruption wouldn't be immediate death, but would be a very suspicious situation for him to remain in. Jun looking for a flank here, gets the Scryer's Bloom, but is just going to back away, and it is one of the problems for the Zeri, clearing out the wave easily, shorter range than the Varus with that piercing arrow, but does now have the static shift.
Wow, GX, I mean, the gold lead has dropped a little bit. These towers, though, getting low, as Isma now going to start off the Herald. This should be used to open up that mid-tier 1 to allow for GX to start threatening the enemy jungle. But I like what I'm seeing so far from GX. We're entering the mid-game, and as we get to this next dragon, we'll see how they navigate the team fights, because with the advantage that they do have, they should feel pretty strong coming into this next fight. Remember that Zeri, not really online until I would say like 2, closer to 3 items. Yeah. With Lulu, you do get a little bit accelerated, but Busio not going for the traditional like hyper carry Ardent Sensor, instead wants to provide that utility, does have the Mikhails to help get Callist out of any dangerous situation should that CC connect.
It makes so much sense with how much CC there is on the enemy team. Like, there's not a single member of Giant X who cannot crowd control that Zeri. You've got Pop Blossom, you've got Tangle Barbs, Chain of Corruption, Rune Prison, Paranoia, Into the Fear, and then you have the Ruthless Predator from the Renekton. So one cleanse is not enough, Maddie. You've got to be watching yourself daily if you're going to escape that CC chain. As Callist now just matching up in the mid lane again. KC managed to slow this game down effectively. The Rift Herald, as you say, the most likely next point of contest in terms of putting it down in mid lane to open yourself up for the Drake, but also to open up that mid lane and allow Jun more safety as he pushes into the enemy jungle like this.
Okay, so we find a moment of tranquility ahead of the dragon in 20 seconds. Herald going to be dropped in mid. Should be enough to...
tower as well? Oh, red buff.
Yeah, because you can see the Aurora a little bit cautious at the threat of a dive. Yike is in position to ulti towards top lane should a skirmish transpire, but KC, as a reaction to that, have now conceded control over the bot side. Vision should be cleared out here. Noah, gonna get that push on the mid wave as well as that tower gets lower and lower, and now all this vision is gonna be cleared out. There is one ward on the bot side tri-brush on both sides of the map.
It's a free Drake for Giant X. As you say, like, the move towards the top side means that Giant X get vision control, but also we saw Kana just TPing up to top. Like, KC have given this one up, and Drake, patience runs out. Isma was just standing in the pit. Lot's going to be able to take a tower out of this as well, because Yehu has to back away, knowing that he is undermanned on this side. Yike tried to go into the blue side jungle of Giant X to steal some camps away, but I don't think he found anything waiting for him. So so wasn't able to sneak away any of those jungle monsters.
Well, yeah, Yike just spent a lot of time hovering, to be honest, just sitting in the topside jungle. Meanwhile, GX get 2 towers, they get the dragon. Scuttle Crab going to be secured as well. Fantastic spot for GX to be in. A calm, patient game coming through from them. KC mainly looking to stall, waiting for that mistake to come through from GX. We've already seen KC's team fighting and their ability to come back into the game. Kalist yesterday was the talk of the town after his performance. A man that really stepped up to get the edge against Koi. We'll see if he can do that again today.
His first ever KC pentakill in this arena against
in Tier 1, because he has had them in Tier 2.
Not KC main, I guess. Although KC main was KC main at the time. Grand Starfall coming out. Noah's has to flash away. The risk of a shield vault into a CC chain was too much for him.
Yeah, I think the flash was a little unnecessary, to be honest, but he's playing it safe. Does mean that KC now have an easier target come the next team fight. Jackie's, though, going to secure that final ladder tower, and GX with full control over the early game. Couple skirmishes went their way. The laning phase just better for GX, and now they're in a prime position to take game 1 of the series. The question comes back always, though, to can they do it?
Yeah.
Because GX have been able to find leads before, and the criticism of them is just their coordination in the late game team fights is where things fall apart. Ismail will pick a target, he'll be too deep, he'll be isolated from his backline, Noah will be isolated, and so on and so forth. And so right now they're playing around their pressure well. They've gone push in mid, they're fishing for vision in the enemy jungle. Jun is alone, but he feels pretty safe with the Nocturne at his back. And with no major objective to play for right now, it's just the pushing game. I like this shadowing coming through from Jackie.
I like this from Giant X, because often they do tend to fail to accelerate in the mid-game. Using Jackie's in a position like this to just jump in with Lot makes sense, but Jackie's there just walk forwards, and Lot got caught underneath the tower, so smart in practice, smart in theory, not in practice there for Giant X,
I just think it was too deep. Like, I get the idea, but you could tell that Jackie's was not prepared to commit the round warp specifically because it would have been too much of a commitment. Nice idea from GX. If they find that pick, they can start threatening this bot tier 2. But at the end of the day, all they've done is Renekton has now lost his flash, which he won't have available for the next dragon. And remember, KC don't have to fight the next dragon. They're quite happy to sit back, continue to scale up. Now the Anivia has the second mana item completed. Rod of Ages is going to be fully stacked very soon. So KC's quite happy to chill, continue to scale. They know they're going to get stronger as the game continues. The fact that they're pretty good into the composition that GX have drafted for hasn't suddenly changed. And so we'll see.
So I understand it's hard sometimes against good teams to find a window to really punish when you're far ahead, right? Good teams will just stand back, they won't give you those opportunities. Jackie's has to ghost away here. We've seen 2 summoners burnt on that bot side, and both of them being Giant X who've had the lead. How do you do it as Giant X? How do you actually like begin using the fact you are 3,000 gold as a team ahead?
Well, so you have 2 options. So if you look at the minimap right now on the top side, you can see that it's just littered with blue wards. Okay, so this serves 2 purposes. Number 1, it's to cover for Lot to allow him to push the wave in deeper, and number 2 is to set up picks. So Yike right now clearing out this vision. They know that the vision's there. They're looking to clear it out. This could be a moment where you'd be setting up a trap and you just try and kill Yike. He feels pretty safe right now clearing out this vision because his laners are pushing back out. But effectively, if you just look at the minimap, he's alone. And so this is one way. If you kill him, that's an easy Baron start, right? At the very least, you can force a TP. You can start to force stuff, right? Option number 2 is you do the shadow lane strat because they do have such an effective side lane strategy. Notice Kana in the top lane already basing. He chooses not to push past that lane because he recognizes the threat of a side lane collapse is very real with both the Rise and a Nocturne. So that's option number 2. Option number 3 is Baron Force. So the goal of the Baron is not to actually complete the Baron. It is number 1 to get a TP out, or number 2 to force your opponents into fighting you so that you can then get a favorable fight. Maybe you already have the Renekton sneaking in deep into the enemy jungle to create a flank, but you basically create this pocket of vision that's in your favor. You force them into a situation where they're uncomfortable. They have to spend resources in order to really get any position. Then once those resources are spent, you can back away, or you can find an angle to fight. Right now, GX, they're not really doing anything. They're just kind of farming, they're kind of trading, which is the best case scenario for KC. And GX have kind of tunneled on this idea of we need to play for Dragon, but KC don't actually care because Infinity Edge is now done for the Zeri. 2 items finished for Yehu. Kana, he should be very... Yeah, there it is. The Shadow Flame now finished. So the gold difference, it's gained for GX because they're stealing away camps. They are finding advantages. They're slowly pushing out that farm. And it's just green at the bottom of your screen, right? But in terms of the item differences...
Yeah, everyone's on a 2
It's just... It's like a half component advantage for GX. So it's not that much... Something that the LPL often does very well is in situations like this, let's say... Oh, hang on.
Room prison onto Kana. Paranoia there for the follow-up between worlds. Goes Kana in a way, he dashes. It's a Drake play.
Yeah,
right?
but this is bad because now they don't have it for the dragon. Which, okay, they did trade ultimates with Kana, which is a good thing. They now need to, in this position, leverage the poke that comes through from Noah. But I feel like KC's going to force this.
Yeah, Yike walking forward. Noah gets the chain of corruption down, piercing out Mikhail's away. Kana looking for that flank, TP'd in for the extra shield. Lot is separated from his team, as is Noah, who has to flash, and now Giant X are in an effective 3v5. They'll start to back away towards the bottom side. Dominus popped by Lot, but no way in for him. Lightning crash out of Kalist, flash away from Jackie's. Another bit of poke, the tangle barbs. Jackie's needs to open up, is the only real damage here. Noah and Lot cannot be found. It's a realm of out from Giant X because their support is already dead. Giant X, after using the paranoia, were just split apart by KC, and Noah might not survive yet. Grand Starfall out. Noah has no flash, has no life. KC just dismantle Giant X at the Drake.
The coordination just isn't there for GX. They cannot find an angle into this fight. They thought that they had found a pick onto Kana, but he is not the centerpiece of this draft. Yehu is. So keep your eyes on what Yehu is doing in this. His positioning is so important because of how well he, first of all, isolates Noah. Noah's not grouped up with the team, forces him back, but also he prevents the Nocturne flank. So while the rest of KC is capitalizing on the 3, keep your eyes again on Yehu. He's zoning the Renekton away. The Renekton cannot find any way into this fight. And then Noah walks up and he gets walled off. So even though this engage looks fantastic for Jun, Lot isn't involved in the fight. Noah isn't involved in the fight. And then GX have to retreat. Yehu single-handedly made that fight so easy for KC, and it all comes back to your key point in the draft, Medic, which is how do they play into this Anivia? They are too short range. It is too easy for the Anivia to kite them through. I mean, simply fantastic play from Yehu.
Yeah. Incredible stuff from Yehu there. Didn't pick up any of the kills, but definitely did the lion's share of the work, as we see the paranoia diving onto the backline. Busio falls low, chain of corruption gonna land as well, but there we go, between worlds and into the afterlife. Go 2 of Giant X. Isma sure to follow suit here. Chased out by the Flash Frost and the Frostbite, and Yehu gets his first of the game. It's an ace for KC, and nothing that Giant X can do.
It feels like a tale as old as time. Like, Isma ulting onto his support, like, I've seen it so many times. It is an issue that continues to plague GX. Like, such an overcommitment. They think that the idea is, oh, the Renekton can come in from the flank, but Isma's now committed everything, and now they're out of juice. Jackie's has no resources left. Jun doesn't even get a chance to ult, and now Lot arrives to his own demise. KC stay as a group. They provide good peel. Kalist is under no threat of anyone. Yehu continues to zone and control, and KC find an ace against GX.
I think Yehu often overshadowed by some of the larger players on that team. This game, he has been sublime. Waited in a control-warded bush there as Lot walked around to the back of his team because it meant that Noah would then step up. Yehu walks in, Flash Frost stun. Noah has no recourse to answer. Third is the word right now for KC, and they are plucking Giant X to pieces. And now KC have a 4,000 goal lead ready.
I mean, it's a frustrating story for GX because, like, you can see the potential in them so many times, but it's that same hurdle every single time. When it gets to these mid-game team fights, the coordination just isn't there. The strategy, the approach, things just fall apart. And KC, like, it feels like they just have a better understanding of what their responsibilities are. You know, Yehu doesn't overcommit. He knows exactly what he needs to do. And as long as he's zoning out GX, then it becomes impossible for them to play. So now at the Baron buff, GX set their sights on being the aggressors. 3 items finished for Kalist. He is now a problem that GX have to find a way to deal with, on top of the fact that Yehu's making it impossible for them to even get in range.
Yeah, I just don't really know how Giant X get back into it. You're looking at a great Jun engage, but we've seen that Yehu can just block off the rest of the team. Lot trying to walk between both the lanes here. Kana can just jump across the veil and dash away from Isma. Jackie's is answering Yahoo towards the top side. Sure, like it's relatively neutral up there, but the rest of the map is falling to pieces as KC get above 6K ahead, and how the tides have turned against Giant X. Their fan base here a lot quieter than they were earlier on in this game. Kind of going to dash forward, looks for the weirding, lot just slices away. And now with a push from Yahoo, a paranoia from Isma, like, sure, you turned off the lights, but
I mean, I think he used it as an escape tactic. He realized that he was getting collapsed on, and so he had to ult away to safety. The paranoia affecting himself. Jackie's now taking a ton of damage as the wall blocks off his escape.
Yahoo, Flash Frost, Glacial Storm as well, another Frostbite. Yahoo just standing at the edge of this. Double cannon minions coming in as well for KC as Giant X have no way back in this push at least. The Baron buff is going to expire in 30 seconds time. It looks like KC are just going to set up their resets and get back to base with that empowered recall. Next Drake in 20 seconds, but KC got the last one, so Giant X aren't even on soul point. And it feels like that scaling you talked about so much, Vedi, is really rearing its head.
Yeah, beautiful vision as well from KC. The entire jungle littered up from top to bot. Kana, don't think he has much kill threat here on Jackie's.
He did get the Seraphs.
Yeah, he doesn't have, he has the ultimate available, but he realizes he's TP'd ahead of his teammates, so a little bit too early and it would be too much of an overcommitment. Kallis now level 16. Remember how far behind he was in the 1v1. Now, prime position to be the carry, should his team require it. To be honest, though, KC has such an advantage that he probably doesn't need to do much for the rest of this game. Dragon going to be secured, and I imagine that KC will take it slow until the next Baron spawns and then look to close this game out.
It's a small option of trying to collapse onto Lot. There's a control ward here for him to recall on, and you can see Yahoo on his way up. Lot will begin to back away. A couple of pings coming out onto Isma as well. I think that's more just to say, hey, Yahoo, perhaps don't go for an all-in against the Croc. Instead, just go and collect the wave at the tower. Yahoo does have his TP if the fight begins, but it's very much Giant X who have to force the pace of the game now if they want to find a way back into it, because, as you say, KC can just wait for 2.5 minutes.
Forgive me for my ignorance, but is Frozen Heart common as a second item on Nico these days?
Yes, there is a thing with your clone where your clone can apply Frozen Heart.
I see. That makes sense, yeah, okay.
At least there was.
Yeah.
It's one of those, maybe it was changed, but I'm pretty sure it hasn't been, because otherwise why would he build Frozen Heart?
That interaction makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, Paranoia onto Bucio, but he's still got both the summoners and doesn't need just the heal to get away. Still has the flash of that piercing arrow, was really at a threat to his life.
Well, they have a numbers advantage, but there's no Baron to threaten right now. There's nothing really to force. A pick attempted, but doesn't quite come through. KC continues to push through these waves, and KC looking strong now, looking to close game 1 out.
Yeah, and for Giant X, like, we said they needed to force something, try and make something happen on the map, but that play unfortunately not working for them, and Bucio is the squishiest player, like.
They have simply been outscaled, and so GX, the only way they're going to turn this game around is basically relying on a mistake.
Jackie's crystallized Flash Frost has to be flashed away from TP behind now, as Giant X look for perhaps a play. Tangle Barbs available for Jun, and immediately into the Bollywood Buller. A great pop blossom on the 4, but no one can walk past the blue wall! KC set up the triple for Kalist. Ismo and Noah are able to walk out. Noah's going to TP. Yeah, who tried to flash with the Flash Frost, but couldn't land the flash squared onto Noah before he TPs out. But you have to feel that's it. That's the game done. Isma getting chased out by Yike. 30 seconds on anyone else meaningful for Giant X.
A valiant effort from Jun. A nice ulti, but the response was simply too strong. The Nocturne ultimate now going to be used in the 1v1.
Yeah, he gets the fear out with Paranoia. Weirding into twofold. Hex Kana needs another auto. Or at least another Q. Couldn't get there in time, but Noah's now forced back to the fountain. Isma hasn't got a chance to base, and the Nexus towers are the target for KC. For Giant X, it was a good start until it wasn't for KC. Business as usual after the 25-minute mark. They'll end it in 30 with a 10,000 gold lead.
KC with one more win, a 2-0 victory would secure them in first place at the end of the spring split regular season. They would have choice of their opposition going into playoffs. GX, they're going to have to bounce back to see if they can find a game this weekend, because right now they're at 0-5 on the verge of going 0-6.
Yeah, as we said, they have lost 9 of the last 10 games they've played. 9 of the last 10 after going 4-0 in series. They have been on a downward trend, and they are locked in 6th in our playoffs race. They'll be in that bottom side of the bracket without the luxury of double elimination. We're going to hear in just a moment from Yike, who is standing by, I believe, with Afia.
Start, good ending. Tell me about the beginning and about how you turned it.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of messed up both top and bot, right? We both died at the same time, and the early game was very hard for us. But I knew that we have good, like, strong resilience, so I knew we would come back. And yeah, it's just good that we played the game kind of well.
Yeah, but listen, yesterday you beat MKOI, now you're beating GX. They might not get a win. Like, do you have no mercy?
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for them. I don't want it to go 0-6, but I want to get first place, so we need to win this gun.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. You can go. Back to you.
GX, the same history, the same mistakes, over and over and over again, but KC is just too strong, guys. It doesn't matter if they're at home, it doesn't matter if they're in enemy territory. Stage is just their playground here, and yeah, they dismantle GX in the later stages of the game yet again. But before we talk about the game, I saw on social media that Jack Spectra was ranting.
Okay. So Kalist played really well.
What was
right?
it?
It was a tough early game for Kalist, but he played really well. And I love Kalist, okay? But the build sucks. The build really sucks. Static Shiv on Seri. If you're a solo queue player going in playing Seri right now, if you buy Static first, you have a 45% chance of winning the game. If you go Stormracer, you have a 52% chance of winning the game. That's insane. But why? Okay? So Static Shiv, if you look what it gives a lot of AP. Seri, she has decent AP scalings, but it doesn't really matter that much. The big thing is that Static Shiv now is all about on hits, right? So if you're playing Kai'Sa, it procs the passive. If you're playing Varus, it procs the W. Nice! Where's the Seri on hits? There's no on hits. There's no on hits to be had, and it does 70 damage to the wave, so it does no wave clear. It's absolutely useless. And then he goes Infinity Edge second, which is like Infinity Edge. You want to have crit, so that Infinity Edge does more damage because it makes your crits do more damage. But Static Shiv doesn't give any crit, and it's just so bad. But then he gets enough items and gold that doesn't matter at the end, but it's still so bad, please.
But it does look nice because it's very blue. It works with the rest of them, you know?
I mean, it's electric. That's the
It fits
whole
with
meme.
the rest of the arena, yeah. Are you more mad because he won with Static Shiv or because he won with Zeri? Because you're the resident Zeri hater as well.
The thing is,
from what I
Seri is just really
remember.
weak. Seri is really weak, and she's getting buffed next patch. So I think next patch, Seri in competitive is going to be a real... It was a good pick this game because they banned Yunar and they banned Sivir. I could talk about this all day. But
I love it.
They needed an ADC with mobility, so that's why they had to go Seri. So I didn't mind the Seri pick in this game. But
You do
in
mind,
general,
Why don't we just bring up the draft? I was going to
there's
say,
the
because
draft.
we can actually, we can go through it. Because, like, as you were saying, I think it is a good spot for it.
I think it's a good spot for the Seri. I want to talk about the draft because I'm pretty critical of Giant X's draft here.
All right.
I really don't understand how KC can kind of get 3 winning lanes. Like, bot lane ended up being winning for Varus and Nico, and it's a nice lane for them. But the fact that KC picked Aurora first, yet Aurora still ends up being a good pick into the Renegade in top just doesn't make any sense to me. I feel like Giant X should always be able to get a pick on 5 that is good into either Aurora or whatever they counterpick so that they don't get counterpicked on both mid and top, which makes their whole draft feel kind of wonky, and you could see how it played out later on.
Yeah, and also I think that they just didn't really have the opportunity to try and play through what was their strengths of, hey, we want to try and play for strong 1-3-1 with this style of composition where we want the Nocturne to protect the Rise, to protect the Renekton, but when you have losing lanes, you don't just get to have freedom on the sides. Now, because the way the early game went, they did end up in that position, but realistically, this was kind of by luck rather than by organization.
Yeah, but even then, it was not enough. And for me, it just reminded... Sorry, I'm just tilted here, but like it just reminds me of what we saw on day 1 for GX. The fact that they get the ball running in the early game, and then it comes to team fights, and you have champions who want to do different things. You have players who want to do different things. And when I look at the Drake fight, the one that KC managed to turn, you have Lutz and you have Noah on one side. None of them can get in. And after a lot of time, in the end, it's KC getting the best of this fight.
I mean, it's Giant X that has full position, and it looked really nice for them. I really like how they're playing the start, but Noah gets super isolated, has to flash out. So now, even though Jun finds a stellar engage, as you said, Lore, Noah's in no man's land over the wall. Lot is zoned by Yahoo, so he can't get in. So no matter this huge Nico ult, Nobody can follow.
Just hello darkness,
No
my old
friends.
friend in the corner, just sitting there like, I'll be there in a second, guys. You're doing a great job. But unfortunately, they weren't. This was kind of the start of the end for Giant X, where they keep trying to take these fights, but they just don't have the tools. Even here, Isma jumping on towards Busio. Busio gets to escape. Callista's then basically completely untouched. And those tools that you have to try and like put pressure onto the KC backline aren't working in tandem, aren't picking the right targets, and because Isma goes in, then Lot has to go in later, so they're just dealing with them one by one as they go in.
And the story of Giant X for me is that this team can never have all players perform well at the same time. It's either Noah and Jun plays really well, or it's Jackie's and Isma, but at the same time, it never happens.
It's a really nice coin to flick, though, you know?
That's true.
I doubt that Giroto sees it the same way. It's kind of my issue here.
No, he's
We
like, okay,
knew-
next game, now Jackie's and Isma, you guys gonna perform?
Yeah, it's like, let's roll the dice, guys, and see what happens. But we knew that this one was not going to be easy, though, for them.
Yeah, but I do think it's also a bit more of a team
Yeah.
issue as well, because they got the lead in the early stages and then they opted in towards the team fights. But the way they tried to use these leads wasn't particularly strong either. Like, I picked out a clip here to try and roll it, as you can see, like, so in this, at the start, they have push across multiple lanes, but instead of actually using it like, oh, we're going to slowly push waves to try and work together, they just all randomly push the waves at all points in time. Jackie just walks mid to clear a wave, and in fact, Casey had so much time here to actually set up. They started fishing for a pick in the banana bush on Jackie's roaming because they couldn't get any waves to play at the same time at any point. And they had Nocturne on the top side just watching Pantheon and Lulu clear out waves. Like, there's no reason that they should all be pushing waves at the same time and not able to over-index into one side, be able to use these advantages. It felt like Giant X didn't know how to try and execute on this composition.
I love it. You get a crash out, and you get a crash out, and you get to crash out as well on Twitch as well. But honestly, thinking about KC and the fact that they're on the verge of maybe locking first here in regular season, this is what they wanted. I just want to know, how strong do you think they are heading into playoffs? Because they were looking great in winter. Do you feel like they've surpassed that now, as they're missing one game?
I don't think so. And the reason is because I see KC fall behind too often in the early game. Like, they are absolute demons in the mid game. Their team fighting is spectacular. The way they play the map is great. And so often they are able to come back from behind. But I'm fed up with them having to come back from behind. I want to see them get leads early. And we have seen what they were able to do yesterday against MKOI, where they can try and get these leads. But here was a comeback game. Against Fnatic was comeback games. Against Shifters was some comeback games. And this is where I kind of get, like, I want to see KC's early game close up, because they are such a good team. They're such a fun team to watch. But until they convincingly start to win out on early games, I can't say definitively they are better than they were in Versus.
I mean, for me, it's about beating G2. They failed to do it here, and even if they end the split as the #1 seed, that loss to G2, for me, sees G2 as the #1, KC as #2. So that's the team that they really need to beat to prove that they're better than they were in winter.
What do we want to see in the next game then? KC choosing blue side. They're going to have the first pick. They will have the first pick, yes.
I mean, I think for KC, a better early game, right?
Yeah.
To really
Yeah,
show that they're superior. And for Giant X, I mean, I think it's just all the
Be
players
on the
playing
same
good.
page.
But, like, all players playing good at the same time, which sounds like duh, but it's like, genuinely, we don't see Noah, Jun, Isma, Jackie's all on at once.
It's impossible. I don't know what it is or why it happens, but I do agree. I think stronger early game for KC. I want to see like Caitlyn Bard. I want to see the Ashe Seraphines. I want to see these bully lanes come out in the bot lane, open up for Busio to roam. That seems to be when KC are strongest.
At least we get good trumpets, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how much
Maybe
you guys can hear.
that's the problem. Giant X
it's
can't hear over the
distracting.
trumpets.
Yeah, I don't know how much you can hear them on stream, but they're absolutely banging here and cheering for GX. Is that going to be enough, though, to take us to game 3, or is KC going to lock in the first place in the standings as they will go 2-0? Let's find out after the break.
Wild Growth could be the decider. Pop Blossom in, Polymorph as well, and now Jackie's on the flank. The Wild Growth keeping Kalista alive for a second for Jackie's to secure the kill. TP out. This is a massive investment by KC.
He's slowed. I have Mikhail's. I have Mikhail's. We want to get Nash. Nice, guys. Come back, guys. Well played, Stillians. Well played, well played.
Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother? Perfection.
Ah, a new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh, that's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can close it.
forward to seeing what Game Changers brings us this year. 29th of May, alongside the 30th and 31st. And if you were thinking of, you know, oh, PoE 2 is dropping a big update that weekend. Second monitor, that's what I'm going to be doing. I have the weekend off. My wife is out of town. It's going to be PoE 2 and Game Changers. I cannot wait. It's going to be so much fun, Betty.
I'm going to move away.
You're welcome to, man. I've done, every time we come in, it's a new game.
I was going to say.
I might get told off for the PoE one. Riftbound, they can't tell me off, dude. Okay.
Okay, well, we're getting ready for game 2 of this best of 3 between GX and KC.
They're putting build guides into the game.
For KC, they are fighting for first place. If they win this next game, they will secure first place, nabbing it away from Vitality. So right now, Vitality are GX's biggest fans, and they are hoping that GX can find an upset win in a single game to allow Vitality to secure that first place spot. Meanwhile, KC, they're looking to close things out right here, right now, make it a fast day for them. Head back to Berlin, primed and ready with that first place spot locked in, ready for playoffs in 2 weeks' time.
Yep, and we will be having that bracket draw for playoffs at the end of the show today, so we will know by whenever the show ends who is playing whom when it comes to those playoffs. I feel like a lot of Vitality fans are going to feel the same pain as people supporting West Ham this afternoon in the football. Unfortunately, sometimes you just can't stop the unstoppable. Betty, that is a joke that I don't think you would get even if I explained it to you. So let's get into draft, shall we?
West Ham's probably bad at football, or they're not bad, and
they're just not great.
Right.
And they're playing up against Arsenal,
right.
And Arsenal winning is, you know, massive for them in the title race. And a lot of people don't want Arsenal to win. I'm ambivalent, I'll be honest.
I see.
Leicester City keep losing, and that makes me sad.
Okay.
And that's all that really matters. Anyway, we're into draft, as it will be coming up on your guys' screen in just a couple of moments' time. KC on the blue side, which they did pick after Giant X decided to be second pick. So a bit of a change for them. As you say, they usually pick the red side when they're given the option. Nautilus and Xinqiao the bands, alongside Rumble and Oriana from Giant X.
No, I recently found out that we've just been saying Xinqiao wrong.
Xinqiao.
But, like, it doesn't matter how, we just can never say it right.
I mean, sure, but, like, a Chinese, Mandarin, or Cantonese, they're both tonal languages.
It's true, yeah.
And we do have tone in English.
It's true.
But not that sort of tone, dude. You can say the same word 4 times in 4 different ways, and they mean entirely different things.
Yeah, it's true. The word for hotel is a very funny one in Mandarin.
Oh, yeah? What is it?
I wish I could remember, but the word itself means like so many different things depending on how you pronounce it. Anyway, none of that is relevant. Let's get into the draft. Nautilus, Xinqiao, Elise band on the side of KC.
You mean Xinqiao, actually.
Yes.
Thank
you for correcting me, thank you. Oriana, Rumble, and Ash on the side of GX. Meanwhile, the Bard going to be that first pick for KC. So GX cannot respond with the Ash Seraphine. They cannot do Caitlyn Bard, which means that Ezreal Nami is the usual response, because AD carry meta is pretty much solved right now. And there's the cheeky hover of the Kazakhs. A very impressive record has come through from Yike so far on that champion. Karma. Well, based on statistics, I know how this game is going to go.
Yeah, it's not the best. It's not the best when you look at it. Karma is locked in there for Giant X.
Was she nerfed? I forget.
I don't think she was touched, dude. You have a look. I was looking at Busio's Bard stats. He's lost twice in the last year on this pick, which is pretty impressive. You have to go, obviously lost to Fnatic, lost to G2 in the Versus playoffs, and then you go all the way back to 2025 LTA North Split 2 playoffs, which is a little bit of a mouthful in terms of how you pronounce it. He lost against Cloud9.
Evo me. U draftu game broj 2, kako volim kad sam tačan i kad sam dobar i na vreme i sve to. Znate kako to ide. Sad još samo ostaje da pogledamo draft, da se presvučem. Malo sam trčao. A to mojim godinama, ljudi, nikako nije dobra ideja. Ali smo stigli da gledamo šta se ovdje događa. Ti si očigledno dobio game broj 1, tako da mislim da tu apsolutno niko nije iznenađen. U gameu 2 će pikovati Ambesu. I šta? Taliju?
But she was already losing before that.
A bez Talija je malo diskutabilan razvoj događaja. Ali vidjet ćemo kakva je situacija. Znam, Mato, kažem ja, ta vremena su iza mene. Znaš, ja davno je bilo kad sam me trčao zadnji put. LeBlanc ban. Zoe za Jackiza, verovatno. Zoe ili Jon. Ali onda moraju da igraju Arambla na topu, a Rumble je banovan. Tako da mislim da nemaju nužno top lanera.
We haven't really seen Ambessa, like, after her changes, the nerf to her ultimate, she's really just disappeared from the meta.
0.7 seconds is just such a long time for these guys.
I mean, yeah, it absolutely is.
0.55 was already dodgeable, and 0.7 seconds on the ult, it's very dodgeable now, right?
Yeah.
So,
for us mere mortals, we didn't notice the difference, but...
Hoću da vidim draft pa da se presučem pa da se onda zabodem i da klikćemo kako treba.
Check out the last time you played Ambessa.
Played against him.
Okay, fair enough.
I can now dodge like an absolute truck.
Fair.
Truck's known for their dodging apparently. It's the make. That's why it's a dodge, you know, a truck or something. I don't know cars. The Scion ban from KC leading to a Jace ban. LeBlanc taken away by Giant X. Let's see where KC decides to go for their final ban. Apparently also on 26.7 they reduced the bonus shield on Karma. So
oh yeah, that is here, and I just completely ignored that line.
Well, because that patch came out during first stand.
Oh, okay.
And so, or like
after now she's bad.
I think she's still solid. I just don't think.
I don't agree.
Well. I think she's fine,
just not that good. I think.
You still get pressure in the lane.
I think we exist in a meta where you just need more CC.
Sure.
And I think
I
there's a
agree
lot
with
of
that
range
entirely.
supports, or you just play more for the high.
Gnad is safe blind.
Is extremely versatile. I think the bard has a bunch of.
Šta smo rekli, Talija?
There's a word there. Use cases. I need to swap the word. So close. Case uses. One of my.
Victor je fajn.
Anyway, yeah, it's been a long week.
Ok, slušamo take. Razlika u kvalitetu Vitality je Giants, sama razlika u kvalitetu Naka i Linkasa. Jackies je bolji od komunida, dobro, no a Jones sigurno je true. To je fair take. To je fair take. What? Ne, usio trola. Idalija.
Don't mind Jax. Yeah, I think it's solid. Yeah, you outscale.
I feel like Jax is miserable into Ezreal, Karma, no?
I mean, but you just gotta have some faith in yourself, dude.
Ok. Nice. Casio je na topu. Odlično. Ok, vidio sam sve što mi treba. Preslačim se. Tu sam na brzaka i gledamo game.
Okay, this will throw you back. Do you remember 2015 MSI?
Not off the top of my head, dude.
Do you remember...
I was still in med school, I'm pretty sure. Man.
I remember Hooney's Cassio top into Dyrus.
Sure. I remember Hooney playing Cassio top. I can't remember it into Dyrus.
Yeah, and he stopped, but I can't remember if Dyrus played Gnar in that matchup.
Okay, now you're just saying I can remember the Cassio
that's honestly,
top.
Yeah, that's legit the last. That is genuinely the last Cassio top I remember, and there has to have been other Cassios between then and now. But that's the one I remember, so that's the one I'm going to lock in. It was really good back in 2015.
We saw one like last week in the LEC.
It was so good back in 2015.
Oh, not top, I guess. Okay, I'm going to look up the last Cassio top.
I mean, our stats behind the scenes will tell us.
No, but I want like a bunch of details about it so I can pull out some stuff. You know,
stats keep giving us fun Karma stats. Like we've moved on, but let's do this one.
Hit it, man.
Last time Jun won on Karma was in LCK versus Gen G.
Yes, so you're playing up against Pays and Delight. And as we know, Kalis Busio much harder opponents today, which is why Jun will lose.
Cassio top was a meta Gnar counter. No, stats. I believe that.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me. Cassio into Gnar makes a ton of sense. I'm interested in the stats.
2019 it was played a bunch, but not into Gnar. It was played into Gnar in the last. Oh, okay. Apart from Rich playing it against Gen G in 2021, the last time I can see a Cassio top in a top region, Betty, it's according to Games of Legends, mid-season invitational 2015, Cassio top into Nars.
Yeah.
But the one before that, after that, was Tholdrin. Played it for AHQ versus Besiktas, or the other way around.
Well, there you go.
We had it twice in EU LCS Spring 2015.
Bro, the stats literally just hit you with last Casio top in LEC was Adam 2024.
I'm specifically talking about into NAR.
Oh, into NAR.
Casio into NAR specifically.
Okay, fair enough.
Pa ljudi moji, ajmo da vidimo šta se događa u Game broj 2, da li Casey može da stompa nakon što su u jako dobri poziciji da uzmu prvo mesto, tako da to je poprilično nice. Ja, znaš šta je, da, pitanje, mislim da će teško uzeti Francuze. Iskreno mislim da baš teško uzimaju Francuze, jer mislim da neće Francuzi jeftino da se otarase svojih igrača. Tako da mislim da si ga Mato dosta dobro ubrao, mislim da nema šanse, Francuzi imaju para. Tako da mislim kogod da preforma kod Francuza, mislim da to neće da Mislim da su oni, ne prodaju se toliko lako. Pa mislim čist primjer vam je Kalist. Means that she just does a ton of consistent damage, but that Twin Fang early on is a high investment of the mana. So early on she can get a bit of pressure, she can definitely win out on the skirmishes, but the lane becomes a lot more oppressive once she actually has mana that she can use to really start being be threatening in the lane. But as we know, Kana, he likes to play these lane bullies, he likes to play champions that can get him an edge, and he's looking to do the same thing already with a very healthy lead in the 1v1.
Yeah, importantly, the Twin Fangs as well, if it's on a poison target, just give you heal back, and if you kill a unit with it, you get the mana back from it, so you can use it to push out the wave pretty easily. Jackie's very low to Yahoo here in the mid lane. And,
also, like, early Twin Fangs, like, don't really do
Da.
rank 120 bonus.
Pa mislim, kažem, šta je bilo za Kalista fora? Rekli su... Da li je bilo Bibi, čekaj se da se pojavim, da li je bilo Bibi plus Han sama plus neki bolestan buyout? Ja mislim da tako nešto bilo. Ili su nudili Mikija, Bibija, Han samu i fazom bolestan buyout za Kalista. I Casey je rekao, lol, ne. Ono, esi dobar. Ovo, bacim i story. Da bacimo story.
Casey basically have 3 winning lanes right now. Again. So Yai kind of has the pick of the litter. Isma though will pass towards top.
2 points in E.
Samo da bacimo da smo live i to.
Get the mana refunded. So it's not uncommon to max the E first. I've just seen that Q max every now and then. So in any case, we'll see how things transpire. As for now, Kana holds on to about a wave of an advantage in the 1 versus 1. You can see him. So you're seeing his mana bar right now. The cost, like very nice trades coming through from Kana. It's difficult for Lot to approach. Lots of responsibilities dodging away from those Qs to avoid the application of the poison, because it is that poison application that really gives the chunk of the damage.
Ooh, a 2CO roam here from the Bard.
2CO roam.
It's only level 2.
Užasno. Tusio je jedan od najgorih koje sam čuo, neću lagati.
But it would imply that Buso is like level 1 roaming, but the Boo doesn't fit anywhere in there.
What do you mean? He's roaming at 2, he's a 2CO.
Boo roaming, you know what I mean? Like, as opposed
Buso
to
is roaming, therefore he's at level 2, therefore he's 2CO.
Okay, you're missing my point,
If he
but
was
that's
top
okay.
lane,
It's
he'd
alright,
be...
it's all good. You don't get it, it's all good.
No,
Focus
I
on the game, medic. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. Now, I don't expect that to be an objective, but it's an easy tangent.
I do expect it to be an objective.
Okay. I mean, they're not going to start it the second it spawns.
I mean, quite possibly, Betty, but it's still an objective.
It is an objective, you're correct.
Objectively.
What have we said this cast?
Ovo je bilo prvo dobro. Ništa ne pričaju.
We have broken that down a little bit.
Ništa ne pričaju, ja vama da kažem.
Wonder no longer. Just like SK in the split.
O! Dobro. Kaj ste prihvatili, oni bi igrali finale, slažem se, u pravu si. Ali hoću ti kažem da Francuzi su dosta, pogotovo kod njihovih igrača, dosta su ponosni i neće tek tako lako da ih daju. Ne kažem da je to pametno, samo kažem da su oni ti likovi. Što je moj take. Ne kažem da je pametno. I sad smo samo treba da gankuje Kanu, jer Kana nema, da, Kana je mrtav. A to ti je kad baciš flash ult, mislim, unlucky, ali... Kano je odradilo, razumete, na LCK. Uzet ću posle gena.
Very, very nice gang. A good punish on the flashless Casio means that it's an easy play from Lot. Now
Ovo je naočar. Evo se. Dobro, šta da. Otiću posle pauze.
Didn't quite get that first blood, but still happy nonetheless. No teleport on Kana as well means the Lot can push this underneath the tower, maybe even get a plate for himself. And given the case,
Iskreno, kogod svira ovu trubu u publici je GOAT. Uvetio me je vibe ozbiljan.
Punishing Kana's greed earlier on with the flash petrifying gaze, right? Like, he didn't need to do that, was already winning the lane, instead looked for the kill. Couldn't find it. Does land a Noxious Blast onto Lot towards the top side to force Lot to cancel his recall and Noah and Kalist trade here. With the Mystic Shot going wide? No. Is it
Bushio?
Bushio?
Znao sam.
Bushio.
Bushio.
No, but you have to say the pronunciation of Bushio. It would be Bushio.
It's not my joke. I don't have to make it good, man. It's Twitch chat's joke. As once again, Kana is cannibalized by Isma and
Kana igra flash ulti sa Casio i onda dobijaš batine. Big šoker, niko to nije očekivao. Zato u lecu, Kalist je živ. Zato u lecu, kad to uradiš, panišovan si do kraja života. Ili ti 5 minuta koliko ti treba da ti se vrati flash off cooldown.
She has no tools to get away. If she lands the Q, she will get that burst of bonus movement speed, but that's not enough to escape from the Gnar and the Skarner, allowing for GX to find themselves another kill. And on the bot side of the map, they get the barrier and the heal out from Bushio and Kalist. They do
Bushio. I top laner koji se zove Bušiće.
But still, nice trading.
Real.
of GX in the bot lane 2v2. Again, it's a good start for GX. But we have been burnt so many times before.
Absolutely we have.
I'm gonna hold off on any.
Ne, ali mora Bušiće da bude. Možda u džungli.
As of yet, we've got the band in the background doing that for us. There's Jackie's. There who didn't need to flash that, but respects the fact the Emperor's Divide could have.
Jackie Squad igra Mazira ovde. Nećemo sad o tome.
Pincery grip. Because he's a scorpion.
No, okay, that was pincery grip is just a sentence I've never heard before. But I suppose the pincing something is not really a thing. It still grips it with the pincers.
You can pincer something.
Bro, šta je s casterima? Sad znam kako se vi osjećate kad Rale i ja uđemo nekad u rent i pričamo gluposti.
It grips you from multiple angles. But does a grip not simply grip you from multiple angles? If I was to grip a cup handle with my hand, am I not simply coming in from two angles?
I se vi ovako osjećate kad mi na IBL-u pričamo gluposti?
We're gonna need a stat check on that.
Yeah, actually, can we check it?
Yeah, anyway.
Slobodno, imam vremena, nisam zauzet uopšte.
Looking for Noah. Some good damage coming out from Noah after he's picked up that sheen. Doesn't land the next
Wow, baš je lepak.
Yike looking for a flank position here onto
A to je hard cover. A oni prvi ti je soft cover. Klaro, ne mogu da ona si kombinovala hard cover i soft cover.
I just thought of an even better joke. You could have called him Ducio for two.
Ducio?
Yeah, but that makes him sound like a poop. You gotta go through these steps, Manny. This is why as soon as the joke comes to your head, you don't say it. There's a lot of thinking happening behind these eyes.
Deuce is like two.
Yeah, but Deuce is also.
I see.
Yeah, okay.
A little childish, I will admit.
You're the one business with my 2CO line. Isma trying to get across towards the grubs is Yike has been able to take one.
Okej, Isma? Nije stigo da ga cancela. Da je stigo da ga cancela, možda bi mogo flash da mu forsira eventualno. Kevin sienta un fresquito. Kakolat, poros las todos. Hvala, tu sam za vas. Ništa se ne brinite. Ovo mi uopšte nije pisalo ugovor, nego ja to kao da ispoštujem Špance, razumete? Flash ult, dobro. Dobro. Vaj nema damage. Yike ili Yikes. Ajoj, Ezreal kill. Nesrećan razvoj događaja za mladu ekipu KC-a. Gdje smo se? Ole, pa nego. Pa nego. Moj španski bre klačuje kad god treba, nema frke. Čim sam čuo da je u Madridu, bio sam u fazonu gotovo. Duolingo.com i lagana priča. Pa posle, ko smije da kaže da nisam posvećen svom zanatu? Molim, lepo španski sam naučio za današnji prenos. Ovo nije pogodilo, inače samo želim da podelim to s vama. Ima mnogo stvari koje su pogodile, ovo nije jedna od tih mnogo stvari. Zašto nije pogodilo, one ostale stvari su pogodile.
Connects Yehu into the wall, chains CC, then the follow-up with Jackies to create distance between Isma and the KC members, and then the ulti from downtown connects, allowing for Noah to pick himself up a kill as well. 5-0 now the kill score, going the way of GX. The fans elated as they find themselves with another early game lead.
Ali dobri su ovi fanovi Giantsa, iskreno. Mislim, nema ih puno i realno ko navija za Giantse, razumete, ali iskreno respektujem ih. Imaju moje poštovanje. Sim, pomislio bi čovjek da će Giants imati malo više fanova u Madridu, ali ima ih, kao nije da ih nemaš. Isme ulto da zbuni jajka. I onda je smajtovo kao goat. Ne, bullshit, ovog Gnar ulti nije pogodio 100%. 100% nije pogodio Gnar ulti.
Still hold on to a gold lead, so KC was like, you know what, screw it, let's fight. We've still got our first items. We're ready to tumble. The GX, they get the objective, they disengage. Now Yehu drops the combo.
Ako Giants pobedi KC, G2 bi bio prvi. Ako Giants pobedi KC, ja mislim da je Vitality prvi, ali morat ću da proverim još jednom za svaki slučaj. Sad ću ti reći. Sad ćemo da izvučemo statistike. Pa ćemo potvrditi. Tako je, dobro sam rekao. Ako Giantsi pobede, Vitality je prvi. Zašto Vitality ima 8-1, a G2 ima 6-2. Tako da čak i da G2 pobedi zadnji game dana koji igraju protiv koja, imaće 7-2. A Vitality je 8-1. Sad, pošto je KC pobedio ekipu Vitality, ako se ja dobro sećam, jesu. To znači da i ako KC i Vitality budu 8-1, KC će biti prvi pošto imaju međusobnu pobedu. Tako da, prvi može biti samo Vitality i KC. Neko od te dve ekipe. Ne, Vitality je stompovo. Giants igra za Vitality, da. A znaš šta je isto fora? Ja mislim da Giants isto delimično igraju za sebe, zar ne? Ne znam kakvi su oni protiv koja. Izgubili su. Što znači da ne mogu da preteknu koji. Gledam da li može za Giantse nešto se dogodi da im ovo nešto znači, ali ne može. Jer jedino koga Giantsi mogu da stignu je koji, a Giantsi su izgubili od koje u petak. Tako da, za Giants je bukvalno nebitno, oni su 6 pa su 6. Ne, ništa im ne znači. Mada, pobediti KC, da te KC ne bira posle u play-offu, možda bude faktor, nemam pojma. Vitality prvi, iskreno da bude mušice, Rileč je odlučio da bude čale igrice. Znači, no joke. Čuj Rileč, Linkas, my bad. U stvari, a bro, ne znam da li Linkas ili Nak-Nako, možda je čak i Nak-Nako bio bolji. Zar ne? Verovatno je Nak-Nako bio bolji. Sad i ne znam ko je igrao bolje, verovatno Nak-Nako. Da, verovatno je Nak-Nako bio ovaj... Ne, mislio sam, dobro, i Rileč je GOAT. Malo sam se... Ja iskreno fanboyem Rileča cijelu sezonu, a obe ekipe su žute. Ali njega baš fanboyem cijelu sezonu, ali verovatno je Nak-Nako bio... Ne, iskreno mislim da je čak Rileč... Neće G2 da ih prelomi sve u play-offu. To je moj take. Koji jako ne želim da se dogodi. Iskreno. Kao ja jako ne bi volao da G2 pobedi LEC. Nemam ništa protiv G2-a, još jednom. Lično sam navijao za SK zbog Jope. Tako da, kao ne navijam ni za koga nužno mnogo jako, ali bi jako volao da G2 ne pobedi. Želim da neko nov krene da lomi Evropom. Dosta je G2 pobeđivao. Znam, ali ne mislim to tako. Au, čekaj sad. Teško dok traje program, iskreno, pošto... Koji sam ti poslao, ajde. Kakav hejt, ne. Tamo vam posla.
But Yahoo, really the big point of concern right now for GX, a 1.4k individual lead. Busio making the run towards top lane.
Finding hits a couple of minions, and won't be able to find anything more. In case you guys didn't know, by the way, we brought it up on the side. The MCOI road trip's happening this weekend. You can show up.
Pa nemam puno iskreno.
If you want to buy a ticket right now and show up,
imam 5 komada.
Assuming there's some available, I haven't checked. You're more than welcome to come.
Okay, great.
Ali... Rešit ćemo i to. Mislite, Klara traži da je pošaljem klipove da može da edituje, ja ne mogu da verujem. Niko nikad nije tražio da radi, nikada. To je nevjerovatan razvoj događaja. Klara je u fazonu, želim još posla. Ništa veliko. Jel onda moram streamujem večeras? Što pa, moram napravim klipove. Da odim na Smurfa, igram nekog LEC-a, nešto napravim klipove. Au, nisam glasao za film, to je istina, ajde da glasamo i za film, dok... Ček, stani sad, ne mogu sad za film! Ti će Kana da umre. A tako ti to, Mato, bude kad praviš ekipe. Mora da bude problema. Aj jao, Busio će da umre, neće da umre. Busio je goat. Dobro. Nisam glasao za film, ljudi moji. Šta mislite zašto ja glasam? Imamo sljedeće. Ok, ovi ulti u stvari bio giga dobar. Ok. Znači, Game of Assassins, Pretty Crazy, Eurotrip, Road Trip ili Apex. Ajde. Šta je? Šta, reci? Razumem pa pitam ljude, što da gledam, nemam pojma. Nisam pametan, iskreno. Scary movie maraton. A mislim da to mora bude neki specijal. To moramo organizovati neko druženje, ono, da uzemo dan. Kad izađe nov Scary movie, ne znam ali izašao, nije još. Kad izađe nov, idemo kod Regija, ali sviđa mi se kako šta god se događa idemo kod Regija. I onda tamo uzemo 6 kila kokica, što je vjerojatno baš puno. I onda stavi onaj projektor tamo i onda imamo full screening Scary movie-a svih delova odjednom. Jako je bitno da je kod Regija. Što je krucijalna situacija je da je Regi domaćin. Vidi, nije problem, donećemo mi sve što treba. Nije nikakav problem. Mislim da Regi ima projektor i to je GG. Šta? Pa dobro, nema veze, uzit ćemo, ima neko projektor. Imamo neko platno, ma ne moramo, na fasadu ćemo da puknemo, šta? O! Dobar Kana. Ode Noa. Miso poison ismi, ne vidim, jeste, nije. Nebitno je, sad će Gnar da ignoruje. Čekajte, stanite sad. Ajde, Caster, he's doing a lot of damage, možete vi to. Ne, nema veze. Bacaju fore, bar da bacaju dobre kao ja, ono moje a lot of damage je baš super. Keshan ima para. Bro, ti si zubar! Šta ja? Šta ja? Evo tamo pored Pionira parkira neki auto, šta je ono? Neki Audi, ono, RS trojka, razumeš? 27. godište piše zubna ordinacija. Gdje si ti video Castera sa RS trojkom? Pa nigde, brate. Mi jedva za punta sklopimo, razumeš? Ha, čoveč. Odakle Casteru, brate? Nemamo mi. To pa, ja kažem lepo, brate. Ne znam ja gdje si ti video Castera u Lambu, pa to se nigde ne događa. To se nigde ne događa. Ali nema veze, ja ću da najavim film, to je, zato sam jedno dobro. A, te mušice, to sad, to sad, to ti je privremeno, razumeš? Realno vidi, za za neku godinu ti nas voziš u lampu. Ti si taj. Ti si taj. A ja taman za nekoliko godina ću biti u godinama da ti meni središ zube. To je play. Tako da ja imam ja cijel long term plan, znaš, to je... Sreće, već sam pri late game-u, tako da ne moram nešto dugo da planiram. I Kalist je mrtav, a Giantsi što najjače ne bude ništa u goldu, iako je 10-5. Ja sam što više siguran da za neku godinu ti voziš 6 puta bolje od tome. I ja navijam za tebe, to je najlepše od svega. Ja navijam za tebe jako. Duši, ja generalno volim da se radujem za druge ljude. Neću zaboraviti nikad, to sam baš pričao kad sam bio klinac u srednjoj školi. Razumete, ja i Kremenko zajedno išli. I 18 godina kad sam napunio moj drugar iz srednje škole, roditelji mu uzeli Opel Astru G, ona limuzina, crvena boja. Bro, ja sam dan danas srećan kad se toga setim. Koliko sam bio srećan za njega, vama ne mogu opišem. U to vreme to mi je bio dream car. Opel Astra G, još kao neka polukožica unutra nešto. O, lep ulti, baš lep ulti. Znači, bukvalno sjećam se dan kad je dobio taj auto, ja najsrećniji ikada. Jedno da se tako malo vozio, mi bili srećni i bilo lepo. Stastiju Klar upravo izgovorila, ono, bacila 2 spela iz Harry Pottera. Meni treba on neki Houdini, hoćem iskreno. Verujem, a to navijam za tebe. Mislim, namišljam da li imam nekog da ti preporučim, ali mislim da nemam, braci, mislim da nemam. Da imam, a to rado bi ti pomogao. Ali kao realno nemamo suporta za reprezentaciju, a ne za scrim, pogotovo što mislim da naše ljude verovatno ne bi trebao da juriš. Iskreno, sviđa mi se ideja Game of Assassins. Iskreno mi se sviđa ideja Game of Assassins, zašto je baš film koji se meni sviđa.
Yeti needs to be cautious here. Ishtar's impact looking for the chase. The Arcane Storm's going to stop that channel into a gravity field, but the flash upheaval. Yeti does still have flash. Isma, when is the impale going to be held for? Yeti trying to dash away. KC has Lucio here. Kenning is trying double-tempered fate. And Yeti holds on to his summoner and is bailed out by Bucio.
To je play. Ne znam, Kevine, ne verujem. Ne verujem da će live-a biti večeras, ali nemam pojma, ko će ga znati. Imaš ga, mato. Poslan ti link, Laro. Sve se rešava, i koraci, i kardio, i...
Yike is guarding it with his health bar, and he takes a little chip away of that. The list very low against Jackie. Jackie's low on mana again, though. Unable to pick up a blue buff recently, but his build I do like. He went for the Nash's Tooth first.
Tako da vidjet ćemo. Kevine, svako se film gleda, ne znam za koji da glasam, a što najjače Game of Assassins se baš sviđa, tako da za to ću morati da glasam iskreno. Mislim da je to play.
Does give you the ability to close the gap a little bit more.
Well, that Baron's going to wear off. GX got one tower. Maybe they got bot. I did miss when the tier 2 actually fell.
Yeah.
But not the greatest Baron power play.
1.5k off it.
Right now, GX should be focusing on the soul. And we come back to this question of who really outscales in this situation. I think it's a bit of a tough one. I would argue that there's not the greatest amount of lockdown for Noah.
Ne znam na šta misliš, samo zvuči smiješno. Iskreno, neću lagati kaj da navijam za Giants ovaj game, da bude 1-1. Danas su mi potrebni koraci. Vidiš, što je najjače, i From i Supernatural planiram da gledam. Tako da mislim da neki maratoni nisu nužno loša ideja, samo zavisi koji dan i kad sam kući i sve to. Ali ja volim, mislim, meni je ideja maratona super. Iskreno. Mislim, Squid Game isto kad smo gledali, meni je to bilo bomba. Tako da ja sam u fazonu što se tiče maratona... Kada smo mi završili The Boys? Ovo što je out. Zato pitam da smo završili... A? Čekaj, dok smo stigli? Ja mislim da smo mi poprilično... Tako je, znači završili smo to što je izašlo do sad. I sad je izašlo ovo novo sa... To ti kažem, znači završili smo do The Boysa ovog novog. Ali meni se sviđa ideja maratona s Patreonima, iskreno. Meni je to u stvari super ideja. Ili eventualno možemo da podelimo potencijalno u 2 dana ili nešto, ne znam. Ne znam koliko dugo traje. Da. Samo ne znam koliko traje cijela 5. sezona The Boysa i koliko traje 4. Lost. A? To je 10 sati. Dobro, to ne možemo jednom danu. Mislim, možemo u teoriji. U teoriji možemo u jednom danu da pogledamo to. Casey needs 2-0. Oh, what the fuck, scam. Znači, ipak je win-lose cijelo bitan. No dobro, ako je 10 epizoda, računa 11 sati. Ja računat ćemo morati napravimo, mislim da gledamo u maraton, pola sata bar za velika jedna pauza za hranu i treba će ljudima još 10-15 kroz dan, tako da, jako lepo. To je bilo baš clean. Tako da mislim da svakako treba vremena. To ne znam, nemam pojma, ne znam šta je najcrnije od svega. Najrandom situacija, uhvatila me neka groznica, mi se mnogo igra Diablo. Znači ne znam šta, specifično Diablo mi se igra. I kao scrollao sam malo Twitterom i svi nešto mnogo hvale ovu ekspanziju što je izašla faza juče preključe da je kao mnogo dobra najjača ikada. I ne znam zašto mi se toliko igra Diablo da ramišljam da ga skinem, samo da ga isličem 2-3 dana da mi bude bolje. Gde si, idemo, drago me te vidim i u chatu. The Boys 8 epizoda. Pa dobro, 8 epizoda po sat vremena i sat vremena pauze. Možda i jače čak, zavisi koliko ljudi bude gledalo, to je fora. From je, to će biti cool isto. Mada mislim da From finalna sezona zvanično ili... Pošto imam osjećaj From da završe zadnju epizodu sa pitanjem. Radi ih na Dark malo. Ne želim da završim Dark. Ima samo 3 sezone, ali. Dobro. Skarner. Da li smo stvarno klaro došli blizu, pošto... What je you damage. Ja i kako letio lot ga šota, inače. Nije, kaže Kevin. Šta, nije finalna epizoda Losta? Onda neću gledam Lost dok ne završi skroz. A nikad ga neće završiti. Froma sezona. Lost, From. Ja kažem Losta, ti kažeš sezona. Pašću s ove trake. Da, ništa, onda From ne gledamo, fuck that. Realno će završiti sezonu Froma sa još 6 novih pitanja. Ja ne znam kako smo mi završili Supernatural, što je dobar, ali kao... Ne znam, čampić. Ali Supernatural je legitimno kod koliko sezona. Počet ću mangu da čitam klaro s desne na levo. Ali jako interesantno. Malo... Aha, to da. Fore je što meni treba nešto da mogu da gledam, a da se Klara ne uvredi što gledam bez nje. Jer obično pogledam jednu epizodu nečega pred spavanje. I onda ne mogu gledam dobre serije filmove, jer to ću rađe s Klarom da gledam. I onda tako nabadam random anime koji mi zvuči interesantni. Lot je fajn. Možda su mogli da go liniju, ali dolazi pojačanje. I onda sam razmišljao šta da gledam, koji anime, Baki me nešto malo smorio, stao sam s tim, trebam da završim i to. I ne znam šta mi bi, znam da su ljudi pričali da je, kad je solo leveling high bio, da je Shangri-La baš dobar. Jajk je mrtav samo. I bio sam u fazonu, rekao, ajde da probam Shangri-La Frontier, pogledao sam 3 epizode i za sad mi je baš bomba. Baš mi je simpatičan anime, iskreno.
Still forces them away, and it's 2 Baron buffs down. So the response from KC was fantastic. They basically force GX into a very awkward situation, because the moment that the bases come through, then they TP, then they attack. They've guaranteed a numbers advantage here. Yes, Yike does fall, but they know that the fight is going to go their way. They do lose that top inhibitor, but they get themselves 2 kills. They force
The boys gledam s Klarom isto. The boys isto gledam s Klarom. I ne znam, tako nabadam random anime. Hteo sam da gledam Plunderer isto, to je, ih ima puno anima koje treba gledati. Samo što je fora što, znači, jako malo animea ima, da imaju tipa 2-3 sezone, da krenu, da imaju sredinu i da se završi i da budeš u fazonu super što sam ovo gledao. Ne. Znači, ili kreneš, Kevine Pavnović te bukvalno, ili kreneš da gledaš anime koji ima 754 epizode i samo se pogubiš, jer ima 754 epizode, ili 2 sezone po 12 epizode i nije gotov. Nema zlatne sredine. Kao bukvalno nema zlatne sredine. Da pogledaš neki anime da ima ono, ne znam, 50-ak, 60-ak epizoda, bude cool, završi si kao je super, pogledao sam ga. Kaos. Znaš šta je to? Zadnje što sam gledao taj trip i to je bilo 12 epizoda Juni Taisen. I baš mi je bio super anime. Kao, hoće se ko Death Note da gledam, u smislu kao krenulo je, završilo se i kao okej, brate, gotovo je. Ko ima povezana nužno s prvom na dosta načina. I to je to. Takav anime mi treba, a mislim da toga baš i nema. Lot će da umre ovdje, zašto ulete u mini formi, ju. Dobro, da, ali Attack on Titan sam gledao. Sad ćemo da vidimo sa solom da li Giantsi mogu išta, malo su... No, ne sme ništa da promašio je sve. Pogledajte top. Ne znam da li vidite na minimapi top. Pogledajte kripove. Ako ulete u no shota... Jer no, ako pogodi WE na Kalista, skida mu pola ovog helta što ima. Da, Noa može da ubije ovdje Kalista, ne znam šta Kalista radi. Noa je ušao u trap. O, bravo! Bravo, Noa, flash u E. Bravo, Ikjahu će da umre ovdje, verovatno, ako stigne Noa. Ok, Noa je sve promašio, može da umre ovdje od Ikjahua, Noa je izintovo žešće. Au, Noa, brate mili! A nemojte! Neću igram. Ne. Pa lik ima 10.000 evra mjesečno da ovako igra Ezreala. Pa ljudi. Bro, lik ima 10 soma za ovaj Ezreal gameplay. Bro, gdje je mojih 10 soma? Gdje je mojih 10 soma za bolje od ovog Ezreal gameplaya? Taman sam ga pohvalio što je bacio flash pa E, što kao je dosta očigledno, ali opet. Au, ne ovako, brate. Teodore, nisam. Daj mi neki TLDR, o čemu se radi. Dobro je što nismo vidjeli replay ovoga, pošto ne znam da bi moje srce moglo da izdrži još jednu rundu ovoga. Dobro, Jajk je smajtovo. Čekaj, Stalin, znači našao si... Umjesto LFL 3 Francuza na supporta našiš jednog Francuza koji ne igra LFL 3. I sad trebaš da naši supporta, kako da kaže, čekaj, ko je ispao? Ne razumijem sad. Znači prvi te ispalio, ti si našao LFL 3 Ne, našao si lika koji ne igra LFL i sad si našao još jednog nakon što si našao tog drugog, bro, that's on you. Zašto si nastavio traješ ako si već našao jednog da igra? Presti je tek. Pričaj si s dvojicom istovremeno. Ne znam, onda reci da je, ne znam šta ti kažem, mrti. Ili best of 5 scream. Svapo ih, neki jedan igra prvi game, drugi igra drugi game. I onda ti kao coach napravi executive decision, razumeš ko će igrati treći, četvrti, peti, ako bude treći, četvrti, peti. I to je to. Neki igraju jedan pa drugi, šta menji. I onako praviš ekipu, tako da i scream je. Šta neki igraju obojice? Sviča ih posle prvog gema neko uleti drugi, onda treći gem ako bude treći, neki ekipa odluči kog supporta bi htjeli da probaju još i to je to. Šta? Taman da i oni vide ekipu i da ekipa vidi njih. Obziš jednom i drugom da imaju dva veoma kvalifikovana kandidata, dva kvalifikovana kandidata i oba će dobiti priliku. Ako neko kaže, a ja neću, ti kažeš ok. Onda je on ispalio, ti nisi ispao loš lik. Za više savjeta, zapratite Shine TV. Hvala puno. Moram da stanem dok pijem u fantu, ispolivaću se ko budala. Sad trenutno pijem 99%, počću 100%. Prvo, Vadiju, ni ne prozivaš. Ja sam rekao kao to je dobra stvar. Što nije dobra stvar kako Noa igra ovog Ezreala, ali nema veze. Golf je goated. Baron za Soma Ipo. Au, WTF, scam. Nije ovo je 2-0. A mislim da Joe ne može da radi ništa. A šta je, Jackies je mrtav svakako. Som Ipo na 900, au. To je scam. To je baš preveliki drop za tako malo vreme. Gde si bio, Horva, nisam pitao, bila neka svadba nešto ili... Neka, treba i to s vremena, mislim, treba ljudima s vremena na vreme, šta znam. Ja to pričam ko da ja, razumeš, se opijam, ali ono. Sada je bio 2200. Čekaj, a čija je to karta, Kevine? Ne bi bilo loša ideja da ono... Ne proda. A svadba, lepo.
He's going to get isolated. The rest of KC coming into collapse. They know that this is the game-winning fight. Jackie's ease in, flashes, gets the ult onto 2.
Yeah, it's huge.
And like it saves the game. Now, the Elder is alive.
I mean, Yahoo and Kalista pushing through mid. They're looking for the win, but this Elder is the target. Temper Fate comes down.
Baseris? Oni moraju da flee... Šta je ovaj smite bio? Dobro, i sad ovi moraju se recallaju nekako. Kana je mrtav. Giantsi mogu se vrate nazad. Lep portal od busija, on ih samo zadržava ovdje i Jajki isto. On neće završi game. Gnar, dobar ult. Minije. Ne, to je to, GG. Giantsi vinaju. Giantsi su vinali game. Ništa, pa dobro, vidi, Horva, ako ništa sreća, pa je danas nedelja, tako da realno gledano, danas ono... Hibernacija, voda i odmor, brati, šta da radiš, realno. Sreća pa danas ne radiš. Nice! 500 kill za Jackiesa i 1-1, dobio sam više koraka što sam i želeo. Tako da, idemo, Giantsi, lagana priča, GG's. Evo ga, brat, ovaj, sa flashom, što vajbuje, brat moj džuska u publici. No, idi tamo intervju, Hello. Da. Evo, brat, vajbuje. Giants fanovi vajbuju. Pauza će biti nešto kratko. A ti si dobio za frenda. Realno pola, vrti. Ne znam, to ima smisla. Uglavnom, pauzica 10-ak, vraćamo se brzo i onda idemo na treći game ove serije gdje imamo da li KC gubi. Mislim, s ovim porazom KC sigurno nije prvi. Sad je već pitanje časti. Tako da, BRB, 8 minuta, imamo intervju, vidimo se nakon pauze.
This year, you know, so it's really happy. And we want more vitality, our friends, you know.
Tell me a little bit about your motivation, because I know Jackie's really wanted to put vitality first. Is that why you played so well, or was it for all these fans?
And honestly, I think it's for fans and us, you know, because we couldn't win like long time, so we wanted to win, like really want to win, you know. Yes. And like it's for fans and like vitality and like whatever, you know. But it's for us personally. Yes.
Of course it's for you. And if you win one more, you beat KC in a best of 3 right here in front of your fans. Come on, give us some hope. What are you gonna do the last game?
I think it's actually possible because first game we almost won 2, you know. So we're gonna just try to our best to win, and I think it can be really good for us too, people play up and fans. So we're gonna try hard to win.
Let's go. Thank you, Noah. You can go ahead.
It has been a long time since GX tasted the sweet, sweet taste of victory here, and they do it in Madrid, in front of their fans, in front of their orchestra, and for the first time against KC as well. What the hell was this game, guys?
What a way to do it as well! Holy, coming down to the outer fight for trade for the base. Callista's trying his best. They're doing anything they can, and barely they're able to hold on.
And they had to fight for it. It was tooth and nail the whole time. It went KC's way, it went Giant X's way, but Giant X, they knew as long as they get the Elder, they could win the game. And KC, they decided to go for the opposite plan, trying to go for the backdoor instead. But when Giant X finally get this Elder, that allows Lot, who's been playing so well this whole game, to actually hold on to the base.
But it's every time this game, Yike goes into a pit, my heart's in my throat. This man has been so good at stealing away objectives, but he did not get a single steal this entire game. Isma was on point with the smites, and it meant that Giant X could just about hold on. Kalist tried everything, but with his accomplice gone and Yahoo, the crime could not be finished.
And I love what you're saying there, Rob, because I think a really big part of Isma's game was the Skarner ultis onto the Vi. He was able to always get that suppression, which allowed for then Yike to not be able to smite, which set his team up for so many success in the Nash fights, in the Elder fight as well. And it was just so pivotal, because we've seen what happens. Yike is able to find the most criminal of steals all the time.
Yeah, contesting Yike in a smite fight is not an easy thing to say, but he managed to do it. And one point that we had ahead of this game was, can they all be online at the same time? Maybe not always in the early game, but it's during the fights when it mattered the most that they actually did. And I want to talk about the draft that they had here, because following up on what we had yesterday, we saw Mirvin trying to play Zeri against Gnar. We had another attempt against Gnar today. It was the Cassiopeia. So talk us through the approach from both teams, and what do you think made the difference here, Jack?
So I think this draft was really cool, because you could clearly see that KC, with the Vayne ban, was setting up for the Gnar blind pick themselves. We've seen Kana play this Vayne into the Gnar, and it's absolutely horrendous for him. But then Giant X recognized, okay, if Jace is out, if Vayne is out, you guys don't have anything good into our Gnar. We'll just blind pick the Gnar ourselves. And then when KC wants to try to go for this more experimental style in the Cassiopeia, it's so much more risk versus what they're normally used to.
And they just didn't have the vision control to enable this. Kana wants to play hyper-aggressive in the lane, but Isma consistently ganked on that top side, made sure Lot was in a good spot to try and carry the game, and he was fantastic then throughout the rest of this. So it really did feel like Giant X, off the back of this draft, understood what was needed. And even then, as we went into the mid-game, they were doing such a good job at finding picks onto KC. It felt like no matter where KC went, they were being found out.
I don't know about this, though, because they got a bit silly here and there, I feel. And to me, it came down to Lot having maybe one of the best game he had in the LEC this year in this split. His 100th LEC game, he made the difference with NAR. We're going to talk about the silliness of GX a bit later, but for me, Lod has been instrumental to this victory.
Yeah, 100%. I think he's been absolutely fantastic. I mean, 100th game, what a performance to have it. And I do think he was such an important part because you get to see all these moments where in the team fights where he's great, but in these moments as well, you can see that playing off of his aggression in those side lanes, it was Giant X who were able to then find these moments to find picks, to find opportunities to catch out KC, and I think that's where it all started to kind of fall apart. Phenomenal early game for Lot that set him up for success, then the picks in the mid game, and then it came back to Lot in those team fights once again. It was just this roller coaster, this carousel of Giant X running over KC.
And I think something you saw this game was the pace. It was really, really high paced. Both teams were going back and forth, getting kills here and there, and I think that's really what Giant X needs. You see Isma, he really thrives in this type of environment, and I think the rest of the Giant X lineup does as well. When they can constantly be proactive, making plays, if Isma can gank whatever lane he wants to, go for the invades and go for the skirmishes later on, that's when they look great, because it's when the game starts to slow down. It's really in KC's favor. So going into game number 3, I think Giant X should double down on this strategy of just playing these really strong laners that we saw in this game with the Gnar, with the Azir, with the Astral Karma, so that you constantly have playmaking potential with Isma, so you can keep the game pace high, because that's how you can actually kind of surprise KC and find these leads.
Do they have the resources to do it though? I'm wondering, because we haven't seen GX in this situation where they're challenged that much, where they're actually able to take the lead that they have until the end. We have been heavily critical of them. The fact that usually the early game is not when things go bad, it's later on. Players being connected on the same screen, playing together. We had this now. Can they do it again? Especially against one of the best teams we have in the league, is my question.
I do think it is a tall ask. Like, if they can take it against KC, though, I think this would be such a statement going in towards playoffs. And I am curious now what that draft is going to look like for Game 3. Because we've seen, like, Jackie's when he's gone into Game 3s like this over the course of the split, like, going towards blind pick Yone's, trying to get a little bit funky in the draft. I'm curious now what the actual, like, individual champion pools of these players now looks like, especially like even for Lot in the top lane. Like the Gnar was a great adaptation in the draft, but do you now have more in the tank?
Especially when KC is gonna have the last pick here in this draft.
That's for sure.
That's
I think
deadly.
Drafting against KC right now is going to be a tough task for Giant X. What I do want to point to though is the interview we just saw from Noah, where it kind of seemed clear to me that beating KC now, it unlocked something in him, a belief that they could actually do it. While before, I think probably when you come into this roadshow and you've already lost your first 2 games, you haven't even won a singular game in any of the matches, you start to feel maybe it's impossible, maybe we can't do it. But winning this game, it proves to them and the rest of the team that they can actually do it. They can build an early game lead and then finish off of that early game lead that we've seen them struggle to do so many times. So I think if there was a time to believe in Giant X, it's now.
From cope to hope, actually, for GX here, and they find their fire in their very last game here in Madrid. They have the orchestra cheering for them. They took down KC for the first time. Let's see if they can do it again in game 3.
Wallop doesn't find the stun. Bucio still tanking. Caretaker Shrine into the heel, into Yike. Landing the bolt breaker is enough for KC to secure that kill on Lots.
Wow, Bucio played that.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
To the last day of the road trip, we are going to play some games with KC and with GX, so let's do it. Hello, I'm here with Kalist and with Yike, and they're gonna play some air hockey. Can you do two things at the same time?
Yeah, kinda, yeah.
Okay. Whoa! How was the weekend? Oh, no, you can't.
Yeah, it's fine, it's just too good. My weekend is pretty fine, to be honest. Even though we lost against G2, I'm pretty happy.
Did you watch the moment back yesterday of you standing up?
Yeah, I watched a bit. Felt kind of happy. Wait, sorry. It was a pretty good moment. I like the penta, I like the games. It was pretty fun. Good environment.
I'm here with Isma and Jackie's, and we're gonna box. So basically, what I want you to do is imagine that the ball is like MKOI, G2, KC. Is that gonna work?
KC. KC, yeah. I mean, we need to win somewhere, so it has to be KC.
Yeah. Do you know if you're getting a fine?
I have no idea, I hope not.
No, I hope so too.
Actually, I'm imagining Karzi. Never mind, I take it back. I want to... Karzi.
Karzi?
I want to knock out Karzi.
Okay, Karzi, this for you. I think that's pretty good. I don't know. Hey, Yike.
What's up?
Can you do two things at the same time?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Is this game harder or easier than beating MKOI?
For me, it's harder right now.
The jungle pathing of that puck is crazy. Bam. Ooh. So how has the weekend been?
Amazing. It's been so fun. I mean, only the G today was a bit
Oh yeah, yeah.
a bit sad, but
That never happened.
yeah, it didn't happen.
But are you maybe gonna get revenge on them in the playoffs?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
We're gonna destroy them.
Destroy them.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, cool.
Humanoid.
Humanoid. Okay. I see what's going on here. Oh.
I beat myself.
Yeah.
Super. Super.
Okay, super. Bam.
I do too only.
But you're better than last time.
Yeah, I improved, but still. Patrick.
Okay. Whoa.
I beat again.
Even better.
Patrick got the biggest hit.
No. Okay.
Okay, improving, but still not good enough.
Okay, final check. 17-13. Yike, how do you feel about the victory?
The usual. Me against Calist. That's usually the games.
Yeah.
All the mini games I usually win.
Yeah.
It's fine, Calist. It's fine.
Today, last chance at victory. What can we expect?
I mean, hopefully more fight than the last two best of.
Yeah.
We will try to do better because it was, I mean, it was really bad, you know. So we'll try to do better. Hopefully we can take the win and we'll give everything. I heard something if we win at least one game, Vitality are first place. So as far as I know, Karzik put us in playoffs, so I'm gonna have to return the favor and beat KC even today. So.
Nice. It's a little bit obsessed, I think, but yeah, here we go.
I saw him naked on Twitter, so I'm full obsessed now.
Okay.
I need that. Oh, I can't say.
Shake hands, please. Nice. Very nice. Good luck today.
Jackie's did it for the topless Kazi video.
Yeah.
Don't blame him.
I mean, who wouldn't?
Uh-huh.
Kazi had some strong words on social media.
Yes, he did.
Which we can't repeat.
We cannot repeat most of them. I'm going to be honest, dude.
Kazi has, I feel like you have to be 18 plus to follow Kazi,
yeah,
probably.
it feels like one of those mature warnings.
Yeah. Anyway, Vitality, to say the least, are quite grateful.
Yes.
They're quite happy about the fact that they are first place at the end of the regular split.
Super importantly, because Vitality don't have to pick G2. That's the reason they're really happy, right? Because G2 are third place, really, no matter what. Which means KC, who are now second place, are most likely going to have to play against G2.
Hang on now, they haven't locked second.
No, that's true.
If they lose this series, G2, I believe, can yoink it.
Possibly, yes.
I do believe
I'm going to have to check it.
It's just because of the wins.
Yeah, I think so too.
So basically, KC and G2 could be matched at 7 and 2. And then there's some stuff that our stats team can give us
it's
more
always
context
stuff,
on.
you know?
Anyway, we're into draft. GX do have the first pick. They're on the red side. They banned Ash, Jarvan, and the Annie, along with the Orianna, the Rumble on the side of KC.
So you are correct.
Yeah.
But I will say, it would still be KC versus G2. Because G2 would be second, KC would be third. And I don't think Vitality is picking KC in that situation, right?
Possibly.
So, yeah.
Well, we don't know. Honestly, Vitality are somewhat of an enigma.
Look, Veddy, no matter how mysterious you pretend to be, if I give you the option that has burnt down the house of every series that he played recently, or the option that, you know, does lose, I would probably pick the one that loses.
Who knows? Who knows? Only time will tell.
Do it, Kazi.
Only time
Convince
will
them to pick G2. Or KC, I guess. Anyway, we're going to draft for the third game of the series. We have Orianna, Rumble, and Sion banned away by KC. Annie, Jarvan, and Ash banned away by GX. GX got first pick because KC chose second pick, and it's going to be Xinqiao as their first lock, and perhaps a Yunara to kick us off here for KC.
Well, Lulu's gone, so what do you pair alongside the Yunara?
Oh no, is it Nami Corki? I don't like Nami Corki anymore, dudes. You can do so much better.
Why not?
Than
Didn't he pop off on his Corki yesterday?
He was good-ish. I also don't think Kalist Corki is amazing. Rob has convinced me of that.
I don't think that's true.
I think it can be solid. I just don't think it dominates lane the way that Nami Corki is meant to dominate lane.
Who says they're meant to dominate lane?
It's Nami Corki. The whole intent is, oh, I Valkyrie into you, I phosphorus bomb you, I Gatling gun you, you're dead.
I disagree. I think that just... Okay, that's a Neferi jungle.
Neferi Corki.
I think that Nami just is a good enabler of Corki, specifically because your E can trigger on both attacks and abilities.
Sure.
So the big one can just hit harder if it's empowered by the...
as can your Gatling gun, your phosphorus bomb.
Yeah, everything can. And then, you know, healing is a nice thing to have.
Yeah,
so I just
so you can aggressively trade in the lane because you know you
but
always
I
have
do
the healing.
think, I was going to say, I think a good answer to this is Lucian Melio, because I think that what we, as the meta has developed in the bot lane, Corki Nami fell out because of the rise of Lucian Melio, and so I think it makes a ton of sense for Noah to go towards this. The win-loss ratio of this now, 6 and 5 in the LEC. At least I assume it's the LEC, which is pretty good considering it was on a 0-15 lose streak.
Yeah, it wasn't the
much
best.
better now. Much better now.
It was not the best. Interesting, I did have a cool stat from
of course,
production.
they could yoink the Nami.
Yeah,
that also
you can do Lucian
works.
Nami.
Yes. There's always the possibility of going the Lucian Brawn too, but they will lock in the Nami. Right, Nautilus, still a thing. Yeah, may have been a bit of a blunder there, Jex. That is, yeah, like Corki in isolation, like sure, does he lose to Lucian? Probably. But Nautilus is really good at playing into range supports.
He's also especially good into fish.
You think so?
He lives with them.
He's a submariner.
Yeah, he's a submariner man.
That just means he shares the same ecosystem.
Yeah, but he understands them.
Right.
Right. I understand birds much more than a shark understands birds. You know what I'm saying?
Okej, evo nas nazad. Pauza uspešna. Game 3 će biti još uspešniji. Pitanje samo za koga. Valjda za Casey jer su uzeli Rafiri. Ali vidjet ćemo kakva je kakva je situacija.
So that's very much targeted towards Kana.
I had to listen through all your pincer facts, and you're not giving me this one.
You started the pincer thing.
That's true.
Now, Casey...
No, you started. I said it's a pincer, and you said, why is it a pincer?
What do they want to get rid of?
Anyway,
let's think. Let's think. Mid laners. Aurora is not up.
Well,
yeah, top lane it was picked.
Probably want to get rid of something that has a good knowledge of dogs.
With a Zergon, Akali.
Poppy top?
Akali.
Poppy top.
Mel? Is that what Casey wants?
I wouldn't mind a Mel. Mel into Tidal Wave is very nice, and into Carlo. What are Giant X going to ban as their final ban? Is it just going to be something like the Vayne?
Looks like it.
Yeah, there we are. Vayne locked in as their final ban. So, Casey, are we picking mid blind?
Yeah, they're going to have
Makes
to.
the most
I
sense,
mean,
right?
That's why they banned all those mid laners, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's also like Jack is good on the Akali, so like even if it's not specifically for a Mel.
They could consider. I was going to say you could consider Galio, but Galio blind. Don't love.
What would destroy it? What could Giant X bring out that is like really good into the Galio blind?
I think Yone's fine into Galio. I think you could. I don't know, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like my I feel like we've had so many duos.
Brand mid. Finn!
Oho.
Finn was like talking about how good this was throughout the entire weekend.
Pa mislim da je konačno da vidimo Brenda u lecu, iskreno. Mislim da je bio on broken. I mislim da ga igram sutra na streamu, tako da.
Oh, you've got the graphic? I have the graphic, so we can show it, but he doesn't get to revel in the moment.
Sucks for him. I'll take all the credit.
Moramo da slikamo ovo.
So I've got really great understanding of Brand mid lane. So that's great. All right, Lot, are you going to go back to your comfort pick? It looks like it. Jax, something that we've seen Lot. I think back to last year, it was one of his best performing champions.
There's also the possibility, Betty.
Yeah.
The Brand is not mid. Because you could Neferi mid, Brand jungle. You could also Brand top. Kana has been playing a bit of it in solo queue.
Could Brand
so maybe
top.
you baited into the Jax
I think
pick.
Brand top is bad.
I'm sure, I can agree with you, generally, but I'm just saying Kana has been playing it in solo queue.
Okay, so we're going to get Ari in mid lane for GX. I mean, yeah, solid comp, it kind of does a bit of everything. It's got decent team fighting, it's got solid side lane threat, it's got okay scaling.
Because of the fish?
Not going to humor that with a response. Casey, what are they lacking? They've got engage. Oh.
They got more engage.
So,
Silas.
Is it really Brand top?
It's Brand top, dude.
He blind
Igraju Branda u Jacksa, nice.
The thing is, he blind picked Brand as a team. There's no way you think it's Brand top, you know?
I did not think it was going to be Brand top.
Well, Finn's graphic was all wrong.
I mean, I would love to know Finn's take on Brand top right now. Let's treat this as a learning opportunity, shall we? So the main reason, first of all, you're all like, why is Brand a thing?
Deathfire Touch.
Deathfire Touch, yeah. The changes to the runes that happened on the most recent patch synergize just very nicely with Brand. And it's, I'm wondering if even, I mean, I have to imagine he's going to go for it. There's a world where I can see him,
Brand. No,
there's a world where I can see him even going first strike if he feels he can bully and get a lot of value out of it, but you're probably right. Deathfire Touch does make a lot of sense.
Betty, we've been prompted.
Yeah.
The last time ever in a major top region we have seen a Brand top was Shushe, rest in peace, from Season 1 World Finals.
Damn.
The last time Europe was on top of the world, and here Kano is putting us on top again with the Brand top.
Here we go. Brand top. You can see Kyoto talking to the coaches being like, what the hell? And the coach's response being like, yes, same bro, no idea. Anyway, yeah. Brand top lane. Here we go.
I'm having a mosey through some recent players.
There it is, the Deathfire Touch. I see it.
Da, ovo će biti banger, mislim, ne znam. Brand je giga glup, znači, igrao sam ga u solo queue. Jao. Giga glup heroj. Jako glup heroj. Juče kliktali Arame, Horva da znaš, trebalo bi, krajem mjeseca treba bi Goals da nam se vrati. Tako da ako budeš bio raspoložen fudbal da igramo, da znaš, negde od kraja mjeseca treba da izađe Goals. Pa ćemo da ga klikćemo malo. Nice. Da, i da onda dođeš i baciš level 1. Dobro. Solid. Sad čeka da ga basic-uje, gledaj sa skill. Ne, on je bacio basic my bad. On zna neki advanced brand combo za koja nisam upoznat. Nisam očekivao basic, očekivao sam basic. Da, brand mod, da, ma, idi, može, vidi. Yahoo. Samo nema Kingslayer pa je dobio batine za ove channel, ajde. Ali dolazi Care dole. A vidjeli su ga, onaki. Dajte bre top ljudi, neću gledam botlane. Dajte Branda da si igramo. Ja ih dobio ovo, ali problem je što saigrači od Isme su bliže. Nisam Warp, ne igram. Nisam igrao solo queue, juče nisam igrao, danas ne igram solo queue. Tako da nisam na LP-u. Dalje sam na D1 75 LP ugao. Ne igram solo queue. Iskreno, od ovog reseta malo mi se ni ne igra preterano LOL. Mislim igrat će mi se u nekom trenutku, ali malo sam smanjio sa LOL-om sad. Iz nekog razloga mi se veoma igra Diablo. Od svih igrica na svetu Diablo mi se najviše klikće. Tako da možda i kupim ovu ekspanziju pa je probam da im kaka je. Sad namišljaš kao, vrate, ne znam koliko je, 20-40 evra, ne znam koliko košta nova Diablo ekspanzija. I kao pomisliš da je puno i da shvatiš da 2 skina u Valorantu koštaju 40 evra. I onda si u fazonu realno gledano, možda i nije toliko puno. Ne, nije Warp do LP-a, nego je generalno do igre. Generalno je do igrice, jer su ljudi, baš je loš Zolek experience, bar meni. Čak i gemove koje vinam, mi nisu mi fan. Taj juče, prekjuče, ne, nisam, prekjuče kad sam zadnji put igrao. Bro, vinam game ili permaflame, a mi vinamo game i pobjedili smo ga na kraju, ili samo permaflame. Ne znam. Ne znam da li sam od početka reseta imao jednu krštenu partiju LoL-a. Imao sam 50, vjerojatno imam oko 50% win rate, ali kao poenta, pobeđivao sam i gubio sam, ali su partije beyond krštene sve. On nema mane, više mora da rikola ovde.
The thing that you have got to be careful of is the Neferi threatening a dive, but they've got good vision coverage. They've got that one deep ward you can see.
Tako da je više je to ugao nego bilo šta drugo. Kana treba EQ da baci. Ne može da. Kana je gridov ovde, mora je ranije se backuje da se TP-a. Dobar charm. Jako lep charm od Jackiesa. Podsjetite, mora da im ko košta ekspanzija za Diablo. Ne znam kada ću igrati, ali... Ali valja pogledati.
Question marks being risen as we get closer to playoffs, but of course GX continuing to prove that they do have the early game edge when it comes to this matchup.
Giant X leads in jungle and in mid, but perhaps not in bot any longer as Noah tries to dash away Jun there. The time caller's blessing in the ebb and flow. Noah did have to burn his flash to escape that situation. Ignite was used from Busio.
That was just a big misplay.
Yeah, it shouldn't be that far forward.
He fell prey to the juiciness of the Canon minion. He saw that luxurious gold lying in wait. Little did he know that it was Smaug's lair. And Smaug was ready to chomp his arm off.
Će se prodavati Sonic ko lud. Standard edition je 40 evra.
Jun is baited and outsmarted by Busio. Oversteps into the tri-bush, a lot going in. There's the conflagration at Seer combination. EQ alongside the Pillar of Flame to get that blaze passive off. Lot's going to keep going at risk of a pyroclasm, and yep, there's the Seer back and Lot manages to survive through it. A fated Ashes perhaps would have been enough to get that kill there for Kana.
Very close stuff there from Kana. Very close trade between the two top laners. Cool that we are seeing the combo that Finn talked about. That every time Lot goes in, immediately gets stunned up. The E passive obviously not as effective as Yehu commits the ult.
Just steals away that Spirit Rush and uses it. Jack is able to walk to the side of it. Busio is looking for a gank up towards the top side as well. Lot needs to be careful with how he pushes out this wave.
Yeah, nice use of the fog of war here.
He flashed over it! Okay, that was all kinds of wrong, but in the end it's right for Giant X. As Kana misses everything after flashing forward, Lot then flashes over the dredge line.
Ovo je Kanu radio na Casio inače. Ne znam zašto, ali da na Casio je radio istu stvar.
Well, what to say about what happened? Lot gets himself another kill. Remember that this is a big comfort pick for Lot. That will actually be his first kill of the game because Isma ended up taking the first one. Now the Dragon's going to be started. Busio has made his way across. It's GX that have the numbers here. Yike, level 6, ready to match Isma. Do they want to contest this? Thinking about it.
Eviscerate over the wall. Yike has flash. Might just have to use it to get out. There's the Smite Crescent Guard down as well. We won't go any further. Giant X happy enough just to take the Drake and walk out.
I feel like they should have put a little bit more pressure onto Yike.
Yeah,
like he did use the dash to get over the wall.
Do they know where Yehu is, I guess is the question. Has just finished his recall.
Okay, gold ends up being equalized. First dragon in the game though, going over to GX. Now, Noah, you've fallen for this trap once before.
Man, Noah, he just oversteps. He's too trusting. He sees a minion wave and he's like, oh, tasty gold.
Yeah, I feel like he should have just been a little bit more suspicious. Like he's literally fallen for this exact same play.
Kalista and Busio were doing the whole don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious. So at that point, how can you be suspicious?
No,
you know?
I mean, I wouldn't be, that's for sure.
Exactly.
So, well, bad news for Noah.
I Kanal i Andri opener je čudan. Ja mislim da je Blackfire Torch verovatno malo bolji.
Kalista in a fantastic spot, and the Lucian answer not quite working out into the Nautilus pick that KC brought through.
Kana worked out for them in game 1, and I think
Spam gang Kana.
there's the acquisition to counter strike. When becomes lightning should follow it up. Isma not even using it, goes in with the audacious.
Prolaziš kroz taj damage i ubiješ ga, da. Nema, nije mu preterano igravo iskreno. Mislim kad baca flash ko da ne mogu da ga pipnu nakon što flashuje.
Side of the map. I'm surprised they wouldn't at least try to get one. It looks like Yeti's going to be able to get all three of these. Is Isma not in a position to contest either way?
I think the problem is, Betty, if Nami stays up here for much longer, Busio is again in the bot lane with Kalist against
But he
only
wasn't,
Noah.
he was mid. That was
Yeah,
the
but
thing.
he would get there faster if Nami had stayed up towards topside, right? So
Well, either way. I mean, I wasn't paying super close attention to the map states. Maybe there's something else that I was missing. Either way, the gold is going to keep swinging back and forth.
A por las Torres kao kalat. Nije čokolad uopšte. Kakao lat.
On Kalist's shoulders, as he finds himself in a pretty good spot in the bot lane 2 versus 2. Noah's Lucian not quite having the impact that it would like. And we're seeing why Nautilus is so often banned now. Level 6 come through for both supports, so things get a little bit more interesting.
Noah trying to step forward. There's the Caulfields in the quick cloak, but the other side, you've got a Phage tier stacking up. You've got a little bit of armor as well. Looks like Kalist might be going towards plated steel caps on the Corki instead of, you know, something like the Berserker Greaves for that extra attack speed. Doesn't really need it.
Šta mislim za koju čitu? Boga mi ne znam. No, jedva čekam da gledam zato što Mirvin je počeo da igra cheese pikove, a Bibi ima jako dobre cheese countere. Tako da mislim da kogod je Recade ima dosta veliku prednost tu. Jer će Mirvin uzeti Zeri top i Bibi će uzeti Yasuo i prelomit će ga, verovatno. Tako da mi će biti dosta zanimljivija serija od ove. Ali vidjet ćemo. Mislim će bude fun game.
Very good stuff. Yeah, still about a wave down behind 200 gold, but not the end of the world. Nothing too significant really anyway. Malignant's finished for Jackies. Puts him in a great spot. Is a little bit deep in the enemy jungle, but keep my eyes on the minimap as Busio rotating towards top lane, but the bot lane of GX is already on its way.
There's a dive about to materialize as Yike tries to jump over the wall with the Eviscerate. Doesn't get across. 3 talent strike going out as well. Yike goes
Jake je mrtv.
just to try and get.
Po Giants će ladno dobiti Casey, ja ne mogu da verujem.
Does have the help of Noah in the end with the culling. I'm not sure he needed it to down that dog.
Very nice stuff there from Isma. Not afraid to go for the fight. Yike hesitant to really skirmish back. Thinks he can get away to safety just because Busio is in the area. Oh, flash.
Counter strike here onto Kalist, who does have flash. Exhaust about to.
Da ima Shin možda nešto mogu da radi.
Just to get to safety. There's a risk of a dive here from Lot. If he goes too greedy, he's going to be exhausted under the tower. Decides against it. Doesn't have anyone on this side of the map to help out.
Okay, Lot playing with a lot of confidence now. Definitely during the laning phase last game.
A lot of confidence, hvala. Moje fora. Da, Zeri top. Mirvin je juče igrao Zeri top. Vidim da nisi gledao Let's 2 dana. Počeli su stvarno, kad sam ti rekao počeli su da cheezuju, stvarno sam mislio da su počeli da cheezuju. Mirvin je igrao Zeri top. Mislim da je bio static Shiv Hurricane, ako se ne varam. Da.
Spirit Rush stolen away by Yahoo.
Right now,
Kalist trying to come up from the bottom side.
That smite's a really big deal.
Yeah, agreed.
He just needs to get one more cam.
It's an extra 500 damage on your smite between having your role quest fully complete and being at the 20 stacks. Isma perhaps deciding Gromp is an easier target to get that smite upgrade. I think they may have just given up the ghost on this Drake. Isma will take the Gromp with the smite. 15 seconds before his next one's up. Yike already on the Drake and that's secured. Flash in, depth charge from Busio. Lands the dredge line as well onto Yahoo. Sorry, onto Jackies. Isma already down. Hounds pursuit in by Yahoo, who's able to touch away. It's the Spirit Rush, in fact, as Jun's going to die as well. Yahoo just rushing around the fight. The Neferi with a double.
Da, baš ono. Jer ja mislim da sam lokovo Zeri na topu da bi me Champ Select bi me vratno kikovao. To je fora. Mislim da bi me legitimno Champ Select kikovao, tako da šta se radi.
And Jun gets collapsed on as well. 2 quick kills for KC, a 2k gold lead now. And KC in a very good spot.
Busio here to protect Kana up towards this top lane. Isma and Jackie's with Jun are trying to step into this jungle once again. Busio staying around as Lot walks around the corner, but like Brand's wave clear is so solid that you can't really do too much. You can threaten the dive, but that's why Busio was here to bolster the defenses. Jun should just be able to walk away. A bit of a risk here for Lot. Doesn't have a close ward to jump to, and Yeti is in the vicinity, but won't go for anything further. And this is kind of how we expect the mid-game to go between KC and GiantX. GiantX get an early lead, KC then win a fight, and it becomes a lot harder to play the game if you are a GiantX player. 2k gold lead now for Kalist.
Yeah, that's pretty much the gold lead. He just got punished in lane too many times, and now they're suffering for it. I think it's going to be really difficult for GX given the disparity between the two AD carries to really contest these neutral objectives.
Mene više zanima kako će Kana moći da radi. Doa? Nismo je dobio kill ovdje, nije vrt. Tradeamo se za support.
The rotation from Yahoo was just much faster. Jackie still stuck in the top lane. Yahoo interrupting the recall from Noah. But Noah starting that playoff, just playing way too aggressively. Gets hooked up by Busio. And Busio's having a stellar performance on this Nautilus as well, punishing every single play that Noah tries to make. Noah keeping them interested here as the resets come through. Kalist now making his way to top.
Importantly though, because Isma goes down,
Žive. Nije živ. Šalim se. Šali se, ljudi, šali se. Odradilo ga na quick fit na heroju koji je najgori za dodžovanje skill shotova, to je Korki.
Gluttonous Greaves as well, which allows that immortal path, gives you more damage when you're above 50% HP, gives you more healing when you're below it. So huge there from Jackie's, taking out Kalist, getting himself some more gold, about 400 gold lead for him. I was about to praise KC for being able to steal away the blue buff because Isma was dead, so Yike went in there. But now GiantX, after taking that kill on the top side, are going to be able to get themselves one of the greater mutual objectives, the Rift Helm.
This will help a lot with their siege under the mid-wave. Jackie's going to continue to grow as a side lane threat as he's just had a great game so far. His play in the mid lane, his ability to dodge away from the ganks of Busio. See if he can keep this up as Dragon now a minute 20 away. Busio continuing to get deep vision. Will spot out Isma. And already that's the go signal for Yike. He sees the respawn of the Raptors. They get the push in mid lane. And that's going to be the next point of contention.
Noah is here once again. Isma can stack up the queue. Busio finding Jackie's on rotation. Spirit Rush out. Death Charge going to chase him. But a couple of Spirit Rush charges enough to get Jackie's to safety. Didn't get to see who took the Razor Beaks in the end, but Jackie's happy that he gets out with his life.
Ignite was invested there from Busio. His flash now back up. 40 seconds, and Jackie's will not have his ultimate available. Yahoo did steal away Jackie's ulti, so he's sitting on that for the time being as Kalist looks to get himself another play. This brand with the Leandry's completed is going to be someone I'm keeping my eyes on. A quiet early game just because of how hard he's been camped, but the team fight power of this brand cannot afford to be underestimated. We'll see if Khan is able to have that same impact as well. Paranoid about who could be on the bot side of the Rift, recognizes he's on the weak side, so he doesn't want to stick around to catch that wave. Will be first tower of the game going the way of KC.
2,000 gold lead in totality. Kalist back up to that 2k mark as Isma looks for a plate up towards the top lane, but Yahoo with the Spirit Rush stolen away and with the tower at his back. Doesn't have to be too concerned as to the machinations of Jackie's and Isma. Jun and Noah joining the party might cause him slightly more concern though. 4v1, a lot harder to navigate than a 2v1. Good charm out of Jackie. Spirit Rush still available for Yahoo as he steps forward. Tidal Wave comes out as well across the wall. Yahoo still looking just for the 1v1.
Silasari.
Spirit Rush away. Will manage to survive and now I'm not...
On nema follow-up ovdje. A bacio je cooldownove na Arida. Ok, si malo grifa. A način svega što njima Jajk na botu split pusha kao na Firi. Good stuff, good stuff.
news is KC do get a dragon. Busio is sitting in a pocket of darkness. Can he get away?
I'm not sure he wants to be in that pocket anymore. Dredgeline will get him out. Lot could have looked for the counter strike, but doesn't quite get it. Now needs it to walk towards the middle lane. Kalist still with this Trinity Force and Manamune almost stacked all the way up. Just able to take the tower. Lots. Okay, the Hound's Pursuit doesn't follow him all the way. Now he's going to look for a play onto Kana, who does not have flash, and Isma's here to make it a 2v1. Okay. Oh, Kana walks out. Oh, Busio's on his way across, I guess. Maybe deciding they don't want to play into it. They've also lost track of Kalist and of Yike. Yike no longer has that Hound's Pursuit, but it would have been a 3v4. Isma jumps in, caught of the pack from Yike to dodge the wind becomes lightning. And they managed to remove Kana from any subsequent danger.
Zašto je publiku?
What happened there was KC secured the mid tower. They then see the TP invested towards top. They push a wave deep into the tier 2 in mid, and then rotate towards top lane, denying GX any ability to actually make a cross-map play. So tower advantage, dragon advantage, gold advantage. KC have swung back.
A najcrnije od svega što koliko god je Kana behind, će biti koristan i rebrand.
Getting that early lead against Kana hasn't really been able to find much more purchase. His tower goes down before Kana's does. Top lane turret 4KC still has a plate remaining on it. Next Drake up in 3 minutes time. So still a while before any action is forced on these.
I brand sa Raelem i s ovim solo mislim da je samo jako problematično igrati u njega ako ga ne šotaš tu ćete. Vidio sam neki zanimljiv post da je posljednje vreme 34 godine Kerry najbolji igrač na svetu. Da mu niko nije ni blizu. Fair take. Verovno ne fair take. Mislim da što se tiče same mehanike i samog igranja, a ne prisustva u gejmu, Kerry je daleko individualno najbolji igrač koji je igralo u zadnjih, ne znam baš sa 4 godine, ali zadnje tipa 2 godine, možda jače čak. Zašto to kažem kao neko ko je Faker fanboy? Faker odavno nije najbolji igrač. Faker je najbolji igrač za imati u timu, ali nije najbolji igrač. Mislim da Faker ima sada mnogo više inkonsistencije nego ranije u tome kako igra, pravi dosta grešaka nego ranije. Tako da i naravno, mislim, Faker ima ono Faker faktor. Njegov shot calling, razumevanje igre, razumevanje makroa, nikomu nikad neće prići ni blizu. Ali kad izoluješ kao igrač, u kompetitivu mislim da niko ne prilazi Kerry. Kerry je životinja, predobar je. Pogotovo kad pogledaš ko je sljedeći najbolji support, ja ne znam. Znaš. Na svakom lane imaš po nekoga da si kao on je. Kao da li je Bean ili Zevs, da li je, ne znam, Knight ili je Chovy ili je šta Faker ili šta god. I onda imaš da li je Kerrya ili 17 praznih mesta, pa onda ko? On? Nemam pojma. Ne, znam ja da Knight ubija momentalno, ali i Knight igra zadnjih 4 godine. I Knight je fenomenalan mid laner, ali mislim da je Kerrya samo build diff, iskreno, što tiče igranja trenutno. Bora Kim. Knight je zadnjih nekoliko godina jako dominantan u LPL-u. I na Internationalu je tu negdje i kolje se sa dosta mid lanera. Za tu titulu najboljeg. Huge damage. Korki s Trinity, mislim Moramanom je isto problem. Nema zoniju. Sad mora njegova ekipa da bije fight ovdje. Još sa Raelem također insane. Eto, 0-4 brand dođe vinati game. Čudim da Brenda ne igra, a da AD Carry ne smije da igraju Brenda, I guess, nemam pojma. Ne znam.
With a fantastic flank, catches GX completely unawares. I mean, I'd love to see the damage dealt in that team fight after the replay if we can get it. Just because, like, it looks mega int, right? He flashes in, almost immediately dies, feels like his Pillar of Flame doesn't even connect. But it's the fact that the ult bounces, the passive starts to stack on everyone. He uses the Hex Gate to get in behind. Nice hook from Busio, 2 ultimates used immediately. They're grouped up as 5, and then he flashes into the R, bounce, 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 bounce. Oh, the damage. Like, you can see its impact. The rest of KC, they're just chasing, they're just cleaning up the kills after what Kano is able to do. Oh, and Busio lives at the end of it, so it's 4 for 1.
Yeah, grotesque there from Kana.
There we go.
Oh,
there it is.
Man, you can add up everyone but Lots from Giant X and you don't touch the damage the Brand did. Now KC starting up the Baron. Lot is in the bottom lane. I think they may have just given this one up. Giant X can't fight it.
From 0-3-0 scoreline to 0-4-4. Impressive stuff from Kana.
I mean, he did it in last game as well.
Yeah.
It was like 0-4 going out of lane. And just as you said, he hadn't been involved in a kill. Probably the game-winning fight.
Ne znam, vidjet ćemo kad dođe International. I dalje mislim da ligaški LoL nije toliko merodavan. Mislim da na kraju Worlds je ono što je najbitnije. Što i jeste, mislim, kao realno Worlds je najbitniji, nema tu šta. Mislim, generalno gledano Genji uvek dominira Korejama, support kao rol ti je jako nezahvalan da igraš kada gubiš. Jako je teško igrati supporta kada tvoja ekipa gubi. Ne kažem sad ništa, ali kao generalno ko igra supporta u chatu zna. Sada je MSI. Mislim, znaš šta je fora, Fringe bit će EVC u nekom trenutku, ali to iskreno ni ne gledam zašto mislim da to nećemo ni raditi. Iskreno, ako neki turnir ne radim, jako je dobar šans da ću raditi nešto drugo. Tako da sada MSI dolazi on the Worlds. Najbitnije rece, prošle sezone Genji osvojio svaki mogući turnir kad ispadnu s Worlds za tiva način kao prošle godine. Pa da, ali mislim vidi, to ti je... To kad pogledaš recimo, ne znam, G2 prošle sezone, na početku ove godine, bili su 7. u LEC-u i onda su otišli u finale First Standa. A bili su 7. u LEC-u. Znaš. Tako da, kao ono, uvijek će najbitniji turnir biti svetsko prvenstvo. Nosi najviše prestiža, najviše je relevantan. Znaš, to možda bude milion faktora, možda bude i timing patcha, možda bude i timing forme, svašta nešto. Ali... Uvek se, mislim, kao najlogičnije se najviše vrednuje Worlds. Što ne znači da, kao prošle godine Tiva nije bio najbolji u svakom trenutku. Tako da, znaš, zavisi kako to gledaš. Mislim, šta ti je... Čemu daješ značaj, čemu ne daješ značaj. Tako je, ma to kažem ti. 7. su bili u regularnim i onda su posle došli do First Standa i došli do finala i dobili Genji u polufinalu. Ma da razumeš šta hoćeš da kažeš, Bakano, kapiram tvoju poentu. Kapiram šta hoćeš da kažeš. I imaš poentu. Ali je generalno jako teško reći za neku ekipu da je najbolja, jer ako ne gledaš turnir koji je najbitniji, onda mora da postoji konkretan sistem bodovanja. Ok, ako je Genji osvojio sve osim Worldsa, tokom godine su bili najbolji, onda na Worldsu samo više nisu. Ali ako jedna ekipa osvoji MSI, druga First Stand, treća EVC, znaš, ko je onda tu najbolji? Casey je samo hard win ovo, zašto je na Fury živa. Ima resete, i Jajki samo da Bubble ga je spasao. Ovo je game, ovo je samo game za Casey, 100%. S ovim Drakeom ja mislim da brand legitimno nogama da igra, verovatno je korisniji nego bilo koji drugi heroj na mapi. Ultimo se baš nije puno izbancovao, mislim da je radio količinu posla. Ako mi to sveci, pojedinska se igra vrlo stope. Ne, tako je, slažem se ja, Mato. Zato kažem, vidim da ima, vidim poentu i slažem se da ima. Znaš, ali... Zato ti kažem, ne znam koje su alternative. Znaš, šta ako jedna ekipa dobije First Stand, druga MSI, treća EVC i četvrta dobije Worlds? Znaš. Jer ti kada pogledaš sve osim First Standa, EVC i MSI-a nije merodavno. Jer igraš samo protiv ekipa u svojoj regiji. Oni su fajni. Tako je. I reprezentacije ko osvoji svetsko prvenstvo, mislim. To je poenta, jeli? Ja mislim u teoriji First Stand i MSI i World su slični turniri. Ali i opet kao. Znaš. Oni su ladno izgubili ovaj fight što najceni. Čudno je kako to radi. Bilo kako bilo. Ja ne mogu da verujem da je Casey izgubio s ovim solom, najiskrenije. Mislim ćemo u pauzi tako će vidjeti Ripe šta se izdogađalo, ali... Mislim da je Casey malo pao u depru, zašto čim su izgubili jedan game nisu... Vidi publiku, brate, vidi publiku. Čim su izgubili jedan game više ne mogu da budu prvi, tako da mi su malo pali u depru. Zbog poraza. Ja 14 minuta se odmorim, a riknuo sam novi traci. I onda, ljudi moji, idemo na G2 koji će bude banger, iskreno. I dočekam da im tu seriju. Ništa, pauzica, 14 minuta, imat ćemo intervju, replaye. I onda se vraćamo s drugom serijom, gledamo koji i G2. Tako da ostanite s nama, a mi se vidimo nakon pauze.
I kind of wish I had a replay. Like, I was so not expecting that fight to just happen. Like, the game felt completely over. It was, what, like a 6k gold lead for KC. They had the soul. The GX weren't winning any fights. And then just like that. And for the GX fans, this is huge. It gives them a small vote of confidence ahead of the playoffs. But also just for the fans. Getting his tweets out very quickly. Just for the fans in the arena. I mean, we know that Casey is not a hometown hero. Yeah. And seeing them lose has brought a lot of joy to the Koi fans today. Really has. Vitality now locked in top spot. Casey sitting at 7-2. G2, if they win, can take that second spot away. G2 have the ability to steal away that second place spot. Absolutely massive. GX at the very end, shaking up the standings.
Just absurd all round. We're going to hear from them in just a couple of moments' time as they are standing by with shocks.
Giantix con la vittoria contra Carmen Corp. Jackies, tell me about the last team fight.
I mean, the last team fight, honestly, I don't even remember how it started. I just know that when I flashed on Kalist, I honestly fully flipped. He has no flash or W, but I guess the reactions are not there, and yeah, we just ended straight off it.
Well, I just saw what Giotto tweeted. Do you want to show it to the camera?
I mean, I just want them to shut this crowd now. Where is he? Running away to backstage. Come out now.
This means for a spring split in which you've been up but down a lot too, right? Struggling, I'm sure it was hard in the team, but now this is one of those victories that you can remember, that you can parlay into those playoffs because they are all looking at you.
I mean, somehow in Madrid we are breaking our curses because last time we beat G2 and we didn't beat them before, and I'm pretty sure with this new KC it was the same. So, I mean, I guess Madrid charm just makes us break the curses and, yeah.
Madrid de Mexico! Giotto, tell me a little bit about the ups and downs with the team, the struggles. I can imagine as a coach with a player group like this, you know, sometimes the moments aren't that nice, probably. How do you make sure that they keep their head up? Because you know that moments like this are coming.
Oof, I mean, to be fair, I think lately it hasn't been the best for us, but I think we can always rely that some French team will help us here and there. That's what happened today, so I mean, a lot of times we just need a bit of luck to bounce back, and hopefully we can use this victory to bounce back.
Do you have a message for your Czech friends that you put in first place, Jackies, for Karzi and Humanoid?
I mean, I felt like I owe them before this because we went and it was like 0-2, so I was a bit scared, but now they owe me. I think this is a bigger win than against Fnatic, let's be honest. So yeah, they owe me.
They do. Well, they're calling for you. Oh, Giotto. Are you okay? Do you want to tell them a message in Spanish? Or in English? Whatever you want. You can have the mic.
Al final puede haber el salseo que hay en Twitter, puede haber lo que sea. En Madrid es de los españoles. En Madrid mandan los equipos españoles que hagan la fiesta, pero al final siempre serán los que desisten, siempre serán los que ahora tendrán que volver a casa con el equipo que pensaban que sería fácil. Así que muchas gracias, Madrid. Otra vez probando que España está muy adelante en los esports.
Thank you. Vamos, for the English viewers saying that the Spanish, they always make the party and proving that the Spanish and Spain is on top of esports. As always, that will be it. And maybe one more thing from you, Jackies. Playoffs are coming now. You got to be able to play like this every single time, right? How are you going to promise it to the GX fans?
I mean, hopefully in playoffs we will just fuck everyone.
There we go, Giant X!
Wow, La Marea Azul on fire here as GX grab their first win of the weekend, but also of the past 3 weeks, lads. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been a while since we had time to catch up with you. Talk us through the emotions of winning here in Madrid in front of your fans with the crowd cheering for you.
I mean, it's so beautiful, you know? When you come to this arena, you just want to play the game, you just want to make the guys watching, you just want fans to be happy, you know? They just want to enjoy the game that we play. And we were kind of having rough times, but I'm glad the games were fun. So
did it feel easier having the fans behind you? I mean, the band, the Giant X fans, I think like MKOI might have more people in the arena, but you guys got the best music. They're playing tunes and everything.
I mean, they have the best one anyway. I mean, they are just full trumpeting, just boom boom, you know. It's so fun. It's fun to just play the game.
Yeah.
And you really want to win for them.
Yeah, of course, it has to push you as well. Now, I have to say, I'm happy to eat my words here because we all came this weekend with a lot of different hot takes. Mine was that G2 is going to go 0-3 this week.
GX.
GX, sorry. Well, G2,
I mean,
that would have been a hot take, actually.
G2 also.
That would,
Reverse 0-3.
That's true. And I couldn't be happier that I was wrong, honestly. Especially after losing on day 1 and on day 2. What was your mindset coming in today, Lord? How did you put this one around?
I mean, to be fair, after we lost 2 games, the first 2 games in this week, our mindset was just go and prepare for playoffs, you know, because we were locked to 6th place. We wanted to make Vitality first place because they made us go into playoffs. So we wanted to make them first place also. We got the first win, and we just played, you know. And we got the second win, so it worked.
It works.
If it works, it works. I really wanted to ask you about drafts because Kana ended up playing first Casio and then Brand, right? Which we haven't really seen much mages from him before at all. Was this a surprise to you? What did you think about like the fact that they went for this? Do you think it made your game easier, harder? Because like Jax into Brand, I assume is pretty rough after Brand gets a few levels, but you handled it very well.
I mean, to be fair, I was kind of expecting. I was kind of scared to pick Blind, not, but because I know he plays Cassiopeia, and he played against me in practice, so I was expecting him to pick Cassiopeia, but I was kind of confident, maybe because of Brand. Even if he picks, I will handle it, you know.
Nice.
And the other game, Brand kind of surprised me. I didn't expect Brand. I was kind of expecting Brand to pick Intumal.
Yeah.
But he just picked Blind, and I was just trying to play the game and just see.
Do you think Brand top is like a legit pick? Like, do you think it's good? With the Deathfire touch and everything?
I think it's fine, but it's just a Brand champion, you know. I don't know how useful it is. I mean, you can always name because with the weird picks, you know. You just W either way, wave is gone. If I can find Odin timer, maybe, but if he doesn't give range, then I cannot find it. So, like, that's all, you know, but I think we can play.
All right, situational, maybe. And good champion for game 3, I guess, here for Kana. Wasn't enough in the end. I want to talk about Jackies because we hear him before the game, really loud, always has banter, always has things to say. He wanted to do this for his brother Karzi and Humanoid, so he's the Kia player of the series today. So talk me about Karzi, Jackie's confidence.
Karzi, Jackie's,
it's so hard, like the Czech brothers.
Together,
but your mid laner's confidence this series.
I mean, he's a little cocky, arrogant mid laner, you know. I like it, and like, it's what makes him special, kinda. Like, I like, for example, yesterday he wanted to go blind Yon, and like, it's really good, you know. Maybe it ended up being bad, but I think I like this confidence. If you don't have this confidence to pick some champions, then you won't be able to feel the stuff in that, you know. The game 5 will be hard, for example. So I like this type of players, and I like Juki. I think he played really well. And he's the 5th MVP of him, so.
It is actually,
He won every MVP of the all games. Yeah, he's the GOAT.
He's the GOAT. He's the GOAT. And I hope he can carry this confidence throughout playoffs as well. And you too, Lots. Thank you so much for joining us today. Congrats on taking down KC here in front of your fans. And that's all for us here for now. We'll be back for the very last best of 3 of regular season spring. Right after the break is going to be MKOI versus G2. Stay tuned.
Through Kalista making his way to top.
Importantly though, because Isma goes down as Kalista's charmed up here, Kalista's just taken out by Jackies with the Ignite in a 1v1.
What the fuck is this guy doing? This is the GOAT of Europe or what?
Are you still look at Callum's position? Okay. I'm going Nami. Mega damage. Okay, it's that angle. It's good. Hey, Lush! Help! Nice! Look. Oh, nice! Okay, nice. Yeti actually ends all, guys. Nice. Hit the tower. Just hit the tower. Okay. Woo! We are not complete losers. We are not losers.
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh, that's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can call this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these ghosts, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future.
I feel like it has to be Madrid or Barcelona. I mean, Madrid is bigger, I think. So I'll just say Madrid. I know Madrid is big, so I'm gonna guess. Like this. Barcelona, I know Barcelona is like near the ocean, right? I'm assuming. I think so. I think here. Paella. Easy. Siesta. Siesta. Dance. Like you're dancing. E-buy. Really? Oh, I just guessed someone. Wow. 2015 summer. No clue. I was thinking vamos koi, but that's 2. I'm not sure. 3 words. Then Real Madrid, Manchester something? Is there a Manchester in there? No? FC Barcelona's not on there. Then I have no clue. Expect it.
Fnatic have lost their minds. They are jumping. They are screaming.
Backdooring. No clue.
El Clásico.
Ah. Tapas is like the snacks. It's like the snacks that come in the restaurants. Did I pass the test?
I think you passed the test. We can give you the passport. You'll be allowed to play next week.
He barely passed the test though, but still, it's fine, it's fine. Some of those questions were hard. I wouldn't have got them.
Yeah, I'm glad he was doing it, not me, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah,
I was like, oh,
yeah.
maybe I need to brush up on my Spanish geography a little bit, you know?
Honestly, yeah. I was like, Barcelona. Okay, well, we didn't have to do it, so it's fine. Jojo passes the test. He also passed the test on Akali yesterday, honestly. Super clean split from him, and especially that Akali game, chef's kiss.
Yeah, I mean, he's been on form for MKOI, regardless of how the games have looked. He's been the key player, and then he also has this, like he's not just stable. He's also flashy. Like, look at his mechanics in this game.
Man.
Everything just lands. He's positioning so well. He's baiting out spells so nicely. And then he just goes for whatever plays he wants for. Flash ulting forward, diving Yehu under tower, waiting for the Orianna shockwave. I mean,
This was the play that got me. He doesn't have ultimate. I've never seen an Akali be this valuable without the ultimate. He just total kills this support, then kills a jungler, and then has the ultimate come up. So then Kalist can't actually go after him. It was insane.
Absolutely insane, and you know what? Having a Jojo in top form like this, going up against Caps, going up against G2 in top form as well, even if the match doesn't mean much still for the standings in the end, I'm so excited for this. G2 has been looking phenomenal lately.
Yeah, I think G2 have been absolutely insane, and I cannot wait to see them take to the stage here. Their macro has been on point. The bot lane has been stepping up huge. It feels like everyone on G2 is back on form, and that makes for a terrifying prospect for MKOI.
I think it's a tough task to ask MKOI to take down G2 right now, but we did just see Giant X do the very same thing against KC, so it definitely feels a lot more doable, I think, for MKOI now.
Yeah.
Especially because MKOI played fantastically yesterday against KC. Even though they couldn't pick up the win, it was a much stronger performance against them. But if you want to take down G2, you have to take down Skewmont. That feels like the story of G2 right now. This man was impeccable on the Skarner, game-breaking on the Olaf. He defined the mid-game with the plays that he was making on that Olaf in game 2. Like, if Skewmont gets to play his game, G2 get to take the win.
For me, the highlight of this match is just getting to see who the best mid in Europe is. To be honest, that's all I'm looking for. I want to see if we can say Caps or Jojo's the best mid, because both of these players have been playing phenomenal. And, you know, Vedi said Jojo's the best player in the league, and a lot of people will say, well, Caps, you know, Caps. And he is super good, and now we get to see them going head-to-head when Jojo is arguably playing at his peak as well.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
It's gonna be peak. And you know who else stepped up? The second solo laner of MKOI, Mirvin. We've been talking shit about him. Everybody was doubting him. His coach was doubting him. He came back full strength this weekend, I feel, as well.
Yeah, and on his picks as well. Like, the Shyvana was impeccable for him. Constantly finding these flank positions, getting the ultimates off, setting up for Movistar Koi to be a fighting factor in their series against Karmine Corp. This man came alive in front of the Spanish crowd, and I'm expecting him to do it again today.
For me, it's the picks. It's really about the fact that he's willing to pull out the Shyvana again, willing to pull out the Zeri. These are champions that no other top laner in our league will play or have played. And that is what makes Mirwin special, so I love that he's playing back into that. I'm so bored of seeing him play the Cassandra, play the Sion, play the Ambessa. When he's at his best is when he's playing these unique champions that nobody else will.
And they do need Mirren at their best, because if MKOI win here today, they will lock top 4. They will get their second chance in the playoffs. Whereas if you look across at G2, they want to try and lock themselves into that top 2. So both teams wanting to kind of solidify themselves into those extra comfort points, you know?
Guys, it's going to be our last series of the regular season. What do you want to see? You've talked about Mirvin on Funny Champions. Dagda, what do you have?
I want to see strong performance from Skumond. I want to see him enabled by G2. But for MKOI, I'm looking at the bottom lane. I want to see if Super and Alvaro can go toe-to-toe against Hansama and Lebrov.
You know what? Go
I
ahead.
think it's all about the solo lanes.
Yeah,
I just want to see Jojo versus Caps and Mirwin on the Funny Champs. Like, Jojo versus Caps. I don't care who wins the series. It's about the laning phase, about these two mid laners. Who can we say is the best mid after today?
And it's been a great weekend here in Madrid, honestly. We've seen G2 come back. It's not playoffs yet, but it looks like they're in playoff form, and MKOI in front of their audience, they're gonna be hungry for revenge, especially after losing to the French yesterday.
But that's what I was going to say for MKOI. It feels like they're hitting playoffs form as well. It feels like both teams are peaking. I'm heartbroken for MKOI in a way after yesterday because they looked so good, because of how well they performed. If this wasn't the MKOI that, honestly, we've been kind of doubting over the course of this split. They were incredible in their team fighting. Their early game was spectacular. Elyoya was a beast on the Vi in game number 2. Like, if that MKOI shows up today, alongside the G2 that's been performing, this is set to be one of the best series we've had all split, and that's even coming after that game yesterday.
I think what, for me, leveled up the most with MKOI was their intelligence. The fact that we saw an MKOI that was actually willing to cross-map even when they're ahead, that they don't just bash their head into a wall and keep fighting no matter what. It's an MKOI that I feel like we haven't seen since last year.
Yeah.
It's an MKOI that we've been missing, that we've been needing, and it's finally now when they're in Madrid, in their home crowd, that they can try to travel that strength and use it to actually beat G2.
And I do think a lot of that is kind of them going back towards what worked for them, right? Yes, this is an Enchanter meta, but we're seeing things like the Renata come out for Alvaro in the bottom lane, giving him opportunities to play that engaged side, working well with Elyoya, finding that early game success. This was the hallmarks of MKOI's success in the previous splits, and now they're trying to replicate it with a Jojo Pyun who's playing even better than he was before. So for G2, it's about trying to control that in these early stages, and that's why my eyes are on Skumond. That's why I'm looking at Lebrov to say, can they have that jungle support performance to keep MKOI in check?
And I want to double down with you, Rob. Stop giving Alvaro range supports. Don't first pick the Karma. Don't first pick the Lulu. Just put him on Nautilus. Put him on Rel. It's fine if you have a losing bot lane matchup. We've seen what he does in the late game stages.
And they're going to come up against G2 here today in their last series of the regular season. Let's send it to Shocks with Mirvin.
They were already super happy with the last victory. Giant X was able to beat KC. The responsibility is now on you. What can we expect versus G2?
I mean, we're going to expect a 2-0, really clean. No mistakes done. We're just going to storm them. That's just life. So yeah, we're going to see some really clean games and fun games, which is the most important. We're going to have fun. So yeah, basically that.
What are you going to do to Broken Blade?
I'm going to show him who that is.
There we go! Let's go! Mediano y Bot! ¡Vamos!
¡Madrid! ¿Hay ganas o no? ¿Hay ganas o no? Lo bueno se acaba. Llega el momento del último partido del fin de semana. Y no puede haber un partido mejor en Europa que el que viene a continuación. Así que por favor, ruido para este partidazo entre Movistar KOI y G2. Son los vigentes campeones, el mejor representante de Europa a los internacionales. Ya ganaron 3-0 a KOI en las finales y quieren volver a hacerlo. Fuerte aplauso para G2 Esports. En la doble Broken Blade. Como jungla, mundo que Joselito no se marcha de este equipo en la vida. Yo. Y es el turno del asesino de la botlane, el corazón del equipo, como de carry. Super. El yerno que cualquier suegra desearía tener. Es listo, es guapo y muy bueno como supo Álvaro. El capitán del barco, el director de la orquesta, Tomás Campelos. Es el último partido, hay que dejarse el resto. Todo el mundo animando al equipo, porque el rival es complicado. Fuerte aplauso, que empiece el partido. ¡Vamos!
You know, my mother-in-law actually told me that she wishes Alvaro had married my wife instead. It's one of those things, you know, it's a defining moment in our relationship. Anyway, we are here for MKOI versus G2 to round out this wonderful weekend in what has been mostly rainy Madrid.
Sun's come out. Sun's come out for our final best of three. It's going to be an exciting one. Koi versus G2. I mean, the thing is, we heard from the desk that they're really excited for what Koi has shown us so far, but the reality is that G2's been on nothing but a tear.
Yeah.
A 10-game win streak here in the LEC.
Crazy.
It feels like that right now they are in playoffs form, ahead of playoffs.
Yeah.
All they need is the environment of the crowd to put them in that headspace. And it's that man in the jungle that we are so much looking at. For me, personally, this mid lane matchup is the most exciting. I have very much been an advocate that I think Jojo's been playing spectacularly this split, but he's going up against...
specifically said he's the best player in the league.
That I did. But he's going up against the GOAT today, and Caps has been nothing short of spectacular this weekend, so it's going to be a super exciting matchup. Every time we see them play off, the conversation is always, oh, well, Jojo gets the better of him in lane, but the moment you leave lane, Caps always outperforms. We'll see if that is still the story here in spring. We've got a best of three ahead of you. And let's see if these teams show up for our final regular season game. It's Koi versus G2, and we're going to be jumping into our draft.
G2, who chose the blue side after MKOI chose second pick, are going to ban out Nautilus and Barris to kick us off. Then Ash and Lulu taken away by MKOI. I don't want to see Alvaro on Enchanters, I'm going to be honest. I think they are so much better as a team, and his synergy with Alioya is so much better. When we see MKOI putting an engaged champion down towards that bottom support role. Akali and Orianna, the final two bans to round things out. Still a lot of strong picks on the table.
Yeah, I love that respect being shown to both mid laners. And I mean, I do believe Caps is undefeated domestically on Orianna this year. And meanwhile, everyone saw Jojo's Akali yesterday. It's going to be the Karma first pick. I mean, we've already had the conversation today about how strong Karma is. Let's see how it is in the hands of Labrova. Did get a win today. But what's going to be the response from Koi? With Lulu and Ash gone.
Immediate rumble. Locked in for Mirwin in that top lane. Alongside it, we'll see where Alioya decides to go. If it is going to be jungle, could be support. Seraphine still strong, not as good without the Ash, obviously. Expect to see a jungle pick
this
here.
patch specifically, she gained a lot because they didn't put that bug fix. So she's benefited a lot. We did see a couple times people picking it without the Ash and the AD carry position, but looks like for now Pantheon going to be the lock into Alioya, so he wants that side lane threat. Champions like Ryze now immediately rise in value. Pun unintended.
Yeah,
simply because of Ryze's ability to attack those side lanes. The question is, will G2 want to take that away? They're taking their time, utilizing everything at their discretion to decide what they want to go for, and it's going to be Han Summer on the Ezreal. crazy to think that this has only really become a pick for him in recent history.
Yeah.
Like, when you think back to Han Summit, originally it was Lucian, Draven, very much like Callista, lane-dominant champions was what he made his name for when he debuted onto the scene. But only in the last few years has he really adopted the Ezreal as a key part of his, I guess, repertoire.
Yeah, I'd say 25, really. Like, before that, he played it once at Worlds 24, once in Summer Playoffs 24, and then back in 23 a couple of times. But yeah, it was really 2025 that he started playing it consistently. He's very good at it. The Ornn locked in. It's a top lane tank for Broken Blade, who's had a very solid weekend overall. And it looks like MKOI want to go towards their AD carry. Yunara is going to be the lock.
Oh, interesting that they choose to go for the Yunara. It feels as though this meta, Yunara has been very dependent on what support she can be paired with. Let's see what Koi has prepared for us to pair alongside it, as jungler is naturally going to be the priority. Bans here from the side of Koi. Jarvan going to be the first one. With Xin still available, that could be a possibility. It's a Skewmont classic.
It is.
I ajmo da vidimo. Koja fiesta nas čeka na topu? Prvi game, nažalost, nijedna. Ali, verujem, game 2, game 3 možda bude bolje. Giantsi su vinali. Što je jako interesantno.
Instead of the Ezreal or the Ornn, but then you get Anivia, right, by MKOI.
Yeah.
So the Anivia ban does, as you say, hint towards G2 wanting it, but also maybe trying to push MKOI towards it. And I wonder what Caps would bring out if MKOI do go for that.
Well, if they ban away something like the Cassia right now, then that would heavily suggest that they want the Rise for themselves.
Yeah.
Right now it looks like that it's going to be the Bard instead, so they want to remove one of the support options that can be paired alongside the Yunara. Right now, Nami seems to be the premier support that you can put alongside it, but do they want counterpick for mid, or do they...
Well, my thought is that with Anivia being banned out, this is where you pick Rise, right? So you're leading MKOI to say, hey, Rise is actually good with us. We've got the Pantheon for side lane threat. Don't have a huge amount of backline threat in a team fight at the moment. The Equalizer goes down, but you don't have the follow-up on top of that.
Right now, I'd say Koi don't have a lot of utility.
Yeah,
to really lock down.
I would love here, actually. There we go.
Could very well be, and it's going to be the backline access. Yeah, we get to see Alvaro on more of an engaged support.
And that's what we want. That's what we want.
Very much so. I like this. Let's see how things pan out for Koi, because I'm going to be honest, like, I hated their game 3 draft.
Yeah.
I hated that they blind picked the Karma. The Sivir Lulu felt so obvious to me as a response. And then, like, obviously there's been a lot of discussion around the Zeri in the top lane. But I personally didn't hate the Zeri too much, but I agree that in the context of the comp, it just didn't really make much sense. Whereas this time around, Koi's comp, very clear. They've got easy ways to start.
Malo sam tužan što prvi game ne gledamo neki cheese, iskreno. Caps je, pa, verovatno da.
Is it a Yone last pick for Jojo?
Yone.
I feel it struggles into the Rise, but it gives you a little bit more backline threat. The problem is now into the...
Ne, Mato, ja ne učestvujem u tome. Ja sam apsolutno protiv toga što ti radiš, nemoj skemovati ljude. Ne, pošto samo ne uvećavaš platu, WTF, brate, zašto bi ti ikad radio?
What are you going into it? Looks like it is going to be Azir.
Okay.
Not as exciting in my
opinion. I feel like Azir just doesn't really fit the comp as much. Like, Rise versus Azir is a matchup, wow, basically as old as whenever Azir came out.
Yeah.
We've seen this matchup multiple times before. The idea is very simple. Usually, Rise gets pushed early, Rise is stronger on sides, but Azir scales better just because he has more range and can do more damage from a distance. His disengage is also very valuable against hard engaged comps. Here's the problem. I do feel like that MKOI had a pretty interesting opportunity to go for something like Braum in this comp if they had actually just chosen the Azir earlier and then saved the Braum for last pick after seeing all this dive come through. Now I think G2 actually have so much backline threat with Nocturne plus Ornn in conjunction with a huge amount of side lane plays that I wonder if Koi's going to be able to keep up, because yes, Pantheon, ulti, very good at being able to match the side lane plays. I do feel like this game is going to be a lot about side lane, because don't be surprised to see both Caps and Jojo move into those side lanes once the laning phase is concluded. And that might seem like, yes, obviously, Betty. But what I mean is, I feel like side lane focus is going to be a big deal as we enter the mid game. Once those role quests are completed.
Da, ne znam što se događa s kanalom. Iskreno nemam pojma da li imamo neki update.
Very much agree with you, Betty. We'll have to see if it is just push and move from side or if it's actually side lane action, but I think side lane action vital for both these teams as we get onto Summoner's Rift for what could be the penultimate time this weekend here. As MKOI and G2 take their way to the stage. For MKOI, a huge amount on the line in this series. MKOI need to win if they are going to lock a top 4.
Tako je, Kevine, bre. Ne damo da nas ruše. Ne damo da nas ruše, bre. Let's go. Let's go.
And MKOI will be falling down with Na'Vi taking that fourth place spot.
So you might think at home that G2 getting second.
Nikad nas neće srušiti.
Which technically it is.
Zato si ti Mato osnovo 47 eSports. Da bi skupljio pare da bi mogo da moduješ kod mene. Nije to jeftino. Si lud. G2 vina, G2 je drugi, KC treći, Navi četvrti, Koi peti. Koi vina, KC drugi, G2 treći, Koi četvrti, Navi peti. Iskreno, Kevine, mislim da će ti juče bolje igrati Arame, neću lagati. Očekivao sam više od vas. Iskreno sam mislio da baš neće biti balansirano, jer ste imali vas dvojica i Legenda. Tako da mislim da će bolje biti, ali ne znam šta ti kažem. Han sama dive, ovo level 2 je, možda baci flash i...
It's because with both the barrier and the heal gone, he really just can't approach. Now this is devastating for Super. He's at 1 CS. Alvaro is trying his best to mitigate the losses here. He draws aggro so that the minions don't go underneath the tower.
Super gets back, no. Oh, Caps trading with Jojo as well. Death by Jojo on Caps.
What?
It's a solo kill, very nice.
Jojo, kako umreš od Rajza? What? Detver touch Rajz te Olina, what? What?
I mean, Caps making a statement. Caps walks up, level 2, ends the conversation.
Pa mislim, okej, u redu, nemam pojma.
A solo kill onto Jojo. Caps still the GOAT.
I mean, he just walked on him, man. Jojo had flash.
Ne znam ja kako to.
Caps showing, as you say, why he has been around.
Ne znam ja kako to.
I mean, the combo's simple. He starts the Q, gets the E, into W, into EQ, solo kill. Yeah. Very simple, very clean, very well done by Caps.
Stigli Valo sinoć, Kevine, ste igrali posle kad sam ja otišao. Ja se komirao sinoć, pogledao pola epizode Shangri-La Frontiera. Ma šalim se ja, Kevine, sprdam se ja malo, ne beri se ništa, ono, iskreno me bolu ko dobija Arame. Meni je fan da klikćem dugmić jer su mi Arame iskreno fan. Tako da sprdam se ja, nemoj ništa ozbiljno shvatiti, truluckam. Ali sam pogledao pola epizode Shangri-La i bukvalno sam bio u fazonu, ono, ležem da spavam i komirao sam se danas do pola dana. Da ne pitam. Fair. Sad je baš čudan Valorant nekako. U smislu ili nam dođu neki, ili mi dobijemo relativno lagano, ili dođu ljudi i šutiraju nas na najcrnje. Znači, ne znam da smo skoro izgubili neki close game. Svaki defeat mi je 2 runde uzmeš. Zogi ti, ok, fair. A i to je, ako ste igrali sa 3 randoma, to je tek flip. Ja ne znam, evo, kažem stvarno, znači ovih dana hype-uju svi ne znam da ste vidjeli Neverness, to nemam pojma. Neki anime GTA, to je navodno, ljudi kažu da je baš dobro. Ali iskreno ne mogu počinjem još jednu igru koju nisam nikad igrao. Ali mimo toga, kažem, uvotilo me da mi se klikće mnogo Diablo i čekam da izađe animo i Ion 2. A nemam pojma kad izlazi. Što pogledam na Steam chartsu šta se uopšte igra.
Caps trying to join in with that Oval. Over can't get the damage down. LeBron forced out by Elioya in the end. LeBron still only level 3. Topside Scuttle is where the next one will spawn. And with Skumon already pathing in that direction, should be able to get 6 off it. Elioya, he kind of needs to get his walls. It's a bit unlucky that his bot side camps are spawning when it's a top side scuttle grab.
Sometimes it just do be like that.
Yeah.
Normally his top lane does have prio as well, so that's the space that he could be playing for. Maybe there will be time for him to clear out those bot camps and get there quickly enough. We'll see, because Caps does need to base here.
Diablo ima okej brojke sad.
Amptone going to be picked up by him. No
Heroes of Might and Magic nov se isto igra.
an advantage that Caps will hold on to as those
Q3 2026.
refillables will continue every time.
Nice. Mislim, to ću probati definitivno. Fora sa Ion dvojkom što je problem, što će biti pay to win. Osim ako ne budu promijenili MTX sistem koji je već jeli u Koreji onako dosta ustaljen. Biće poprilično pay to win, ali prvih mesec i po će biti giga fan, nebitno da li je pay to win ili ne. Isto kao i Throne Liberty. Tako da sam u fazonu da kad izađe na release-u da napravi neki guild s Patreonima i da klikćemo, jer kažem, prvih mesec i po nije ni bitno. Realno gledano. Jer, brate, mi ćemo zajedno nas 20-30 igrati, koliko god bude telo da igra, radit ćemo dungeone, radit ćemo, inače hvala toj informaciji, radit ćemo dungeone, radit ćemo možda nešto toko malo od kontenta, kad nas mori za mjesec i po dana ćemo da kvitamo i to je to. Samo ću svima da objavim da ću kvitati za mjesec dana da ne bude kao Lost Ark i Tron. Kao kvitaću sigurno igricu. Ali ću je malo igrati na početku jer me zanima kakva je. Animo isto treba da izađe na leto, što je faktički isto Q3. Animo ima potencijala da bude baš dobar MMO. Jer mislim da ne postoji... Mislim, Palworld je dobio dosta hajpa, ali Palworld opet igraš, pređeš i to je to. Tako da mislim da ako Animo uradi dobar posao, oni isto mogu da se dosta probiju kao igra.
And like we've already seen the conversation start online that Koi have suffered a bit to the meta prevalence of range supports because that's just not where we see the best version of AORUS.
Da li stream na Kiku? Ne. Nema streama na Kiku. Na Kiku ne planiram da streamujem. Objasnio sam ranije zašto, tako da... Trenutno sam live samo na YouTube-u, ali kad streamujem za sebe, solo queue i to, streamujem na TikToku i na YouTube-u.
The compositional team fight advantage that Koi may have? Or is it simply that, hey, as long as you've got an engaged support, range supports can't do much when it comes to the 5v5? We're going to find out very soon.
Ne ovako. Mogo sam da preživim bez te informacije.
Ultimate is going to be available soon, but it doesn't look like it. They're going to give this one up.
But this is just reinforcing how
Ne ovako.
G2's early game generally has been this weekend. Compare it to weeks 1 and 6, you can see gold deficits.
Mislim da G2 možda dropa ovo slobodno. Nocturne je 7. Mislim da želi da dobije prvi item pre nego što ulta prvi put. Zbog cooldown reductiona. Vjerojatno mi je baš retko koji ispod Diamond ne može ni... da igraju Rumble. A zašto je Rumble baš specifičan heroj? Ja kad sam video šta ljudi rade na Rumble, brate, ja sam bio u fazonu, ono, ne mogu i da ga igram iz zabave, neću ga igrati. Znači, ljudi počinju s double glowing motom u bazi i harpunom da spamuju flame spitter u bazi i onda kad nabiju dovoljno overhita, onda prodaju glowing motove, unduju glowing motove, kupe normalne iteme i onda održavaju taj spear da bi mogli da all-inuju na levelu 1. Znači, van svake pameti, bukvalno. Bukvalno van svake pameti. Kevin Žicka ban, vrat. Kad te Marence juče nije Kevine banovao, ne znam šta ti kažeš. Evo sve su ono ti igrao samo protiv me. Da, Rumble, kažem ti, specifičan je mnogo heroj. Jako je specifičan heroj. Ovo je bilo clean. Ovo je bilo baš lepo.
And we talked about how important that first gank needed to be, and Elyoya lands it beautifully. This is the combination of Alvaro and Elyoya that we've sung the praises of for many years. when they get on the map, when they get active together, they make magic happen. Alvaro has the ult, Elioya has the stun, and together they hand this kill over to Super, a much needed one to alleviate the bleeding that's been happening in the bot 2v2.
Very necessary.
Deathfire, touch, tegla, rumble.
Broken Blade been doing a very good job of mitigating losses on tanks across the last couple of weeks. Alvaro is looking
Sad ćemo da imamo. Mislim da oni ne bi... možda ima Elioja. Ne veze. Mislim se ništa ovdje neće dogoditi.
And Elioya in pocket just to see if anything was beginning to happen. Put Super in a little bit of a tricky situation. He backs off, realizing that a dive could happen, but it's not going to. As soon as he sees Lebrov in the mid lane, he can step up a little further. Is at risk of a realm warp as well. Caps and Lebrov walking through the fog of war, sneaking around this corner so they're not spotted by that ward, but I believe they have been seen. Jojo could just go in with the Emperor's Divide. They'll dive onto him. Paranoia outfocus result doesn't find it. And Jojo shifts the sands to find his escape.
Patient response there from Jojo. Throws out the ultimate. Nice timing. Gets him away to safety.
No mora... Ok, nije tada flasha knock-up, interesantno. Svesno je dobio batine. Ne bacuje je zato Alvaro engage-ovo. Alvaro ima ulti također, samo nije teo da overchase-a.
Do remember though that it's an exhaust for exhaust, but Alvaro still has heal.
Yep.
The Summoner Spellbook coming in clutch there for Alvaro, one of the advantages of playing the Rakan here. So ultimately a net win for the bot lane 2 versus 2. But Ansama completes his role quest, gets a big injection of gold. That's why you're seeing the big discrepancy suddenly appearing on your screen. A level difference. Note that Alvaro has basically been spending a lot of time in lane, soaking up experience. It's what gave him the early level 6 to make that play
Ne
in the
valjalac.
bottom lane.
Možda namjerno nije flasha.
Hansama's been alone too. And so now level
Ja sam iskreno nakon juče i prekjuče očekivao će G2 pobedi 2 partije u 20 minuta. Znači kako je G2 igrao juče i prekjuče, ja sam bio u fazonu, ovo je 2-0 za G2, 40 minuta traje cijela serija. Međutim, možda i ne.
Down on the Tanro as well. Looks like Hansama's just going to be able to chip away at these plates. Super forced to about half HP. Caps walks back as the wave is pushing into him now. Skimond is in the area, has that experimental hex plate finish, but I don't think we're really going to look for a fight yet. With 30 seconds on the Drake, could just be forcing Super a little bit low before they go for that objective.
I do not know what perfect CS is, but Hansama at 13 minutes was at 147.
Yeah, it must be close.
That has to be pretty damn close, right? Like, that is super impressive.
And Elioya, flash shield vault, quickness from Alvaro as well. They'll go for Hansama, but he flashes away from the grand entrance. Stumon can come in with the paranoia.
Nice.
But already, the Yanava picks up one. It's answered with another. As Stumon will take out Super. Grand entrance there. Hansama continues.
Mislim da nemaju ništa, nemaju. Pa dobro, 1-1. Idem 3 ako ništa drugo.
Caps is looking for the fight against Mirwin here. Broken Blade can chase him down. Caps just walking across. There's the call of the Forge God. Mirwin still has the flash, uses it just to distract Caps and Broken Blade for as long as possible. Equalizer down to try and clear out the wave. Mirwin is dead as a dodo here.
Well, hang on.
No, he's dead. You forgot Rune Prison?
No,
you forgot about the Rune Prison?
I actually thought he was out of range of Rune Prison, but not quite. Now we're back on Dragon though, started off by Koi. The bottom lane of Super and Alvaro are coming back out onto the map.
It's a 4v3 for Koi. Broken Blade can join in with the TB, but Lebrov doesn't have a way out at all. Jojo finds him, and G2 a little greedy contesting as 2 there.
Sad će biti Hextech Drake, gleda.
Mirwin did promise us a good bout of fun, and we are getting it here in the early game. So I think misplay here from Alvaro.
Si malo im jedino draft previše vanila, to mi se ne sviđa. Sad će Kevin da kaže bolje da je čokolada ili tako nešto, ali nema veze. Lord of Mysteries. A Lord of Mysteries izbacuje MMORPG isto. To će biti dosta interesantno. Ne znam, ja sam krenuo da gledam Shangri-La Frontier, ali nije gotov, tako da nemam pojem. 24 epizode po 20 minuta.
meaning that Koi is able to get even more off the back of this play.
Ili Juni Taisen, ako hoćeš da gledaš nešto je gotovo. 12 epizoda po 20 nešto minuta i gotovo je. Ukupno ima 12 epizoda.
Skumon looking for the smite here, will get it. Moon trying to burn him so they can't pick up the eye, and he does exactly that.
1 second.
Equalizer down onto Skew. Paranoia out from the knockdown. The spear.
Nice.
Skewered is Skumon. As Mkoi find another, Elioya has been involved in all 4 kills for this team.
I mean, we said that Elioya needed to step up when going into this matchup against Skumon, and he's doing a good job. His first ultimate was impactful in the bottom lane. He's now punishing Skumon wherever he can. Stealing away his camps, the blue will be yoinked away. Wants to take the Grom too. Caps cannot be dived here. This is too much of an investment. The bot tower will be secured though, going the way of G2.
And importantly, no one picked up the eye of the Herald for G2. So Mkoi, even though the neutral technically went over to their opponents, are able to mitigate.
Ako voliš solo leveling, Shangri-La Frontier. To ti je savjet. Jako je slično solo levelingu. Mislim, ima to nešto, to je valjda korejski anime i onda svaki korejski anime koristi isti sistem kao solo leveling. Znači svaki korejski anime ima ono gateove i levelovanje i sve to. Gle, ako gledaš čisto na badanje, Bakija. Kao, mislim da ne postoji ni jedan anime koji je toliko na badanje fokus koliko je Baki. Ali ja sam evo sad stao malo s Bakijem, smorilo me. Završio sam Pickle Ark. Došao sam do brata koji se boksuje. Sad sam tu stao malo. Tako da nemam pojma.
Arc of Judgment coming out. There's the spear for the slow quickness as well. And once again, Labrov is caught all
Labrov grifa.
Super finds another equalizer down. Skumond, even with the fear and the shroud of
I on je mrtav, da.
There's no darkness that hides you from Mkoi.
Well. The conversation of melee versus range supports. Alvaro is 0-0-5. Versus 0-4-1 for Labrov. We've been saying it for a while now, but the difference that this man looks when he's on these engages, Elioya makes his way into bottom.
Dive onto Caps and he's just burnt alive! Elioya absolutely on form, involved in every single kill of the 7.
Što ko je dobio G2 ljudi, WTF?
Showing up here in this series versus G2. The target was originally Hans, but then they quickly turned their attention onto Labrov. Easy pickings. He's got no flash, he's got nowhere to go. Super grabs that kill for himself. They converted into a chase on the Skumon as he's got no flash as well. And Koi are leveraging their mobility, the Pantheon's ability to quickly turn a pick into a play. Alvaro poised and primed, ready to follow. Almost reached that 007 status with his scoreline. The gold gap between the 80 carries. 1.3k before, now 69 in Super's favor.
And a 1.2k lead for Mkoi, the only one with a blue bar at the bottom is Caps, who's still 500 gold ahead.
I mean, look at Jojo. He's now amassed a 20 CS lead. Sitting in side lanes, catching what farm he can, largely going into Broken Blade. The lane assignments that they've set up has really favored him.
Broken Blade going to dash away, knocked back with the Empress Divide as well, does have the flash and uses the TP, but he's going to get down because of the quickness. It does flash away. And dashes, never mind, he survives, he's on after all. Grand entrance dodged to the side of BB in the end. It's Elioya.
Lome ih, lepo ih lome, iskreno.
Claims the kill.
3-0-5. Oh, Koita! Jojo didn't realize he had tower aggro.
And Caps is here, Elioya now all on his own. This could be massive, there's a 500 bounty on this guy's head. He's gonna flash the wall. Caps is gonna flash to chase. Labrov is flashing too! Oh, it's disaster! Jojo doesn't realize he has the aggro and Caps just gets paid! Super flash? Oh, not gonna be in range.
What is happening
not gonna be in range, dude. Oh!
No! Nice. Actually, nice.
Super scores! as he finds another kill. The third dragon of the game. What is happening? It's 4 kills denied. Chaos is unfolding on the map. Kills across the board. G2 trying to keep up with the pace of the game. The Koi is setting up, but Koi holds the gold lead. Koi will go to Soul Point, and Koi are bringing the fight to G2. They're looking to end
Razorkill ili Ljoja? Pa mislim da je Ljoja pokazao malo više, ali nije ni Razorkill loš, imao je partije. Iskreno imao je dobre partije. Gilgamesh i Aleksandar, dobro, to je true. Zavisi koji fate, ali da... Treba da stigneš do njih, zar ne? Oni su tek tamo kasnije, treća, četvrta.
I think it's a little cope to say tactical reset there.
It was not, man. Like the guy is...
He definitely did not realize he had tower aggro.
Was it just like Scorch or like...
No, I think he just wasn't paying attention.
Ne znam da li Caps ovo možda iznese.
Because I thought they were minions under the tower.
Iskreno.
Still make it their responsibility. Either way.
Ryze bi trebao da može donosi, ali nisam 300% siguran da će biti dovoljno jaka.
Starfall coming out as well as Broken Blade doesn't land the knock-up, does have a tower to defend. Alvaro was the one with the TP, but BB is able to walk out scot-free.
There should be another tower secure for MKOI, but Caps looking to try and make the cross map happen. Jojo's not going to overstay his welcome, respecting the Nocturne ult capabilities. They don't quite have vision of Skumond yet. Oh, he's TPing back to top. Never mind. They do have info on where Skumond is.
Alvaro Grand Entrance, try to darkness there. Stop the CC from coming in. Mirwin and Broken Blade still trading towards this bottom side. Equalizer out. Broken Blade has the Kanik Rooken and the Negatron Cloak to back it up. Hans Summer needs to retreat from the tower, and it's MKOI. Not only the drums in the crowd, but forcing G2 to play to the pace of their drum, the tempo they are setting as Caps looks for this top lane tower. Will be able to secure it, but now the collapse begins. Caps has a Realm Warp, Super's on the chase. Realm Warp in, Jojo can't get there in time, but the grand entrance!
Dobar, baš dobar. Imaju Labrova. Imaju, nemaju. Nemaju Han samo, hvala puno. Svaki izgleda što sam vidio čega pogodi, nije ga pogodio.
The HPs are a little too low. Instead, they'll take the crab and they'll be happy as Koi get another kill on the board. The pace of this game from Koi is something that G2 are struggling to deal with. I remember when Jojo came back from MSI. Oh, he's found Hans. He's chasing him.
Oh, Hans able to get away. And there's the paranoia in, and Jojo goes too deep. It's like the minds of Mario. They were too greedy. Double for Skew.
Od takvih animeja gdje se biju ličnosti, rekord Ragnarok mi je verovatno omiljeni. Zvuše Roar ima Nikolu Teslu, pa su oni uvek prvi što se toga tiče. Iako je pacing malo loš, ali bože moj.
Damage, G2 just trying to find pickings here, realizing they can't really fight with their lower health bars. On the Baron, as you say, no flash from Mirwin. Alvaro tried to dash away, Rune Prison. A second battle dance.
Za malo.
Saves him in the midst of the action.
Alright, well, and Koi, they catch a break as G2 came very close to taking that Baron away. But the exhaust from Hansam are really proving extremely valuable there. You'll see that Jojo thinks, hey, this is an easy pick. I go all in. I have the ult, Rocket Belt into range. Hans Summer flashes in response. But then the arrival of Skumon. By the way, 500 gold for getting that kill onto Jojo, by the way. So nice injection there for Skew.
Nebitno je na Nocturnu. Ovdje samo Ryze znače killovi i Ezrealu. I XP na Ornu, da je to dosta bitno.
It shows like this guy on anything that has a dash or an engage is an entirely different beast. And now MKOI are going to try and push in top. Broken Blade is down in the bottom lane, has teleport. Next Drake up in 50 seconds will be sold for MKOI if they can secure it.
I am impressed that Jojo, even though he's so far behind, continues to keep up in farm. 24 minutes, 240 CS. The gold gap still exists. Actualizer finished for Caps is a big deal.
Da, malo grifa, ali fajn i dalje, ja mislim.
Caps is going to have an ornament as well. So that's even more out of those three items. Hans Summer currently has the Manamune upgraded to a Mura manner, I guess.
And then same for Skewmon.
Yeah.
He's also had his
Fair.
experimental hexplate also
Which
upgraded.
is a lab-proven hexplate at this point,
Absolutely.
right?
Now, the fight for the mid-wave begins as Dragon Soul is spawning soon. The tower been set up, here we go.
Ball of the Forge God, though, look from Irwin, still does not have flash. A quickness immediately disengaged from Skewmon, dived in with Paranoia as well, and Super now on the wrong side of this wall. Skewmon is low, Caps unable to join the fight. The Emperor's divide from Jojo. They're looking for the knocker from Alvaro already, that's 2 for Nkoi. G2
Jako lep fight. Op! Opa! Opa, Milojko, na sred fajta također. Ovo će biti sat vremena pauze. Ova pauza će bude sat vremena, bukvalno. Pazite šta sam rekao, pauza će biti sat vremena. Pazite sad.
My goodness, what a team fight for Koi. Alvaro, when his engage started, he didn't actually look that strong. I didn't think that Koi were in the best position. G2 were going to be able to regroup, regather. But the ult from Skewmon didn't really find a good target. Super was largely untouched in the fight. And then Jojo, he finds such a meaningful ulti onto the backline, eliminates Hansama from the fight, swinging the fight the way of Koi. This was going to be their soul. Let's see what happened. I mean, yeah, Esports has initiated a pause. A player has reported a potential bug who are now reviewing.
Yeah, and that's all we can say for now.
Yeah, I mean, you guys know as much as we do. At the bottom of your screen, when you get updates, we will get them as well.
I mean, but that, like, where the game is right now, Nkoi have won that fight.
Absolutely.
Whether there was a bug that influenced where the game is right now, we can't say. Right, so we'll find out what happened exactly there. League officials are investigating, but if this is the game state that we come back to, it's Nkoi's soul. Caps is the only one on full HP. Skewmon's been forced away, doesn't have Paranoia. Broken Blade's at a 3rd HP. He's running down towards the bottom side. So Cloud Soul on a...
Ivane, da, ova pauza neće skoro se završi. To je fora.
Such a mountain for G2 to climb to come back. But they have climbed that mountain before in Madrid, in fact. Last summer finals, they climbed to the top of that mountain and they took Nkoi down 3-0.
Trebam da vidim.
Nkoi today, a different beast than we have seen.
I do feel like teams have...
Moram samo nešto, Plar je pomenuo, tamo tu sam za 20 sekundi, samo idem iz stepenice na sekund, sad ću doći. Prvo sam vidio za sekund, tamo dok se pauza završi.
And seeing all the discussions online and the conversations we were having on the desk yesterday, like, Alvaro and Elyoya as a duo has been the lifeblood of Koi to me. The synergy that they find together means that it never falls on a single person's shoulders to be that engaged, to be the person to start those fights. But when you give them the ability to make plays together, Pantheon plus Rakan, you can see the difference that it makes. The ceiling that this team is really capable of. Consistency has been the biggest criticism of Koi, and it's because they throw games with leads. They make silly positioning mistakes. They often just blunder mid-games, even off of back of great leads. But now, when they seem to have that identity, this idea of Elyoya and Alvaro working together once again, it feels like that we're getting the Koi back that we know has been so successful before.
Before this year, Alvaro has played Enchanters in 8% of his games. This year, he's played it in 50% of his games. And you can see the difference, as you say, Eddie. Like, it's a massive disparity. The lifeblood of this team is the ability to make plays together. And even when the team was built, that was the idea. It's like, hey, it's Elyoya and friends. It's 5 guys who are just trying their hardest to have fun and play League of Legends. Jojo then added in, and now it's one game, it's one weekend, but we're starting to see that come back a little bit.
And for G2, I think that the way in which they've built advantages has largely been through macro masterclass. Right? They are fantastic at punishing you when you slip up. When you overstep, when you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, they're very good at recognizing, oh, that guy's not allowed to be here. They also test you often. They'll test you in positions and they'll make sure that you're doing the right things, because if you're not, they're going to find an advantage. And so, for them to be playing this pace of game, I think really caught them off guard. There aren't many teams that have played this. Honestly, Vitality is the closest you're going to get. And G2 did fall to Vitality, right? Vitality is a fast and loose team. They don't strictly abide by the conventional macro rules. If they see an opportunity to skirmish, they'll take it. If they see an opportunity to punish you, they'll take it. And I feel like that's the vibe we're getting from Koi right now. And G2's just struggling to keep up with the pace. Caps has been the guy that has been doing a good job of finding advantages on side, doing what he can. But Skewmond, he has effectively been shut down in this game, and his impact really hasn't been felt.
Yeah, very much agree with you, Veddy. Because we have a little while before we are getting back into the game, at least a little while for league officials to investigate, we are going to hand it over to the analyst desk. Don't you dare go anywhere. What a first game of the series this has been.
It is a banger! That's a banger, and that's the banger we wanted, honestly, to wrap up the regular season. And we came into today and in this matchup saying that it is going to be a tough task for MKOI, and they brought the fire and everything they had.
Yeah, they looked absolutely insane. Like, this game has been absurd thus far. And I'm just excited to see what can happen when it continues, because I think, like, this was such a pivotal fight for this series. Yeah. And I think this is where, again, like, we're just kind of waiting to see what happens now.
Yeah, we can actually talk about what happened from what I've heard. We have the replay, we have everything. It is a bug with Ornn E. Let's play the team fight. Guys, explain to us what happened.
Yeah, it's a potential bug with Ornn E that is being investigated. We don't know for certain what it is. But basically, it seems to be the second time when Broken Blade uses the E, seems to be the thing that's been investigated.
Yeah, so just look at Broken Blade here. You see him with Super and Alvaro. He's about to cast the E now, and it should have knocked up Super there, which probably would have actually changed quite the outcome of the fight, because Hansama would have died way, way slower if Super was not able to auto-attack those few seconds. And it is like a completely pivotal fight in the game, right? Where if MKOI win this, they get the soul and probably the game. So if it actually was, the thing is, it's a little bit hard to say because Super like nearly jumps over the E, and if it is a bug and it is a chrono break, then it feels really bad for MKOI when they finally were about to break the back of G2, which no other team has been able to do here in Madrid.
To be fair, though, MKOI have been in the driver's seat for a large portion of this game, though, and I think they've been doing an absolutely fantastic job. Like, from the early game, they've been shutting down where G2 wants to try and make side lane plays. Like, this Nocturne has not found the impact. Skewmond has not been the talking point, and I think Elyoya has completely outclassed them in a lot of this early game.
Yeah, and it's been a while, as we said, that MKOI and all the players have been on the same page and playing at their top level. And I do want to talk about Elyoya because it's often been about him rallying the team, being the engine of this team, and for me, him showing up that much against Skewmond at a space and time where jungle is the most contested spot we have in the LEC right now, for me, showcases how great this player is.
I feel like we're really seeing MKOI rediscover themselves. The fact that they're finally willing to throw away the meta of supports and just say, you know, we're going to have Alvaro and Rakan, and Elyoya and Alvaro are going to be playing together the whole damn game. And you see what a difference it makes in their playmaking, in the way they move around the map. I think Elyoya as well on the Pantheon is so unleashed to ulti all around, but it's always with Alvaro in tow.
And it's a very different style to what we've seen from previously. It's much more reminiscent of that game 2 yesterday, where he wants to take control. He's the one that's getting the face. He's looking for these dives. He constantly rotating around the map, and a lot of it has been with Alvaro, but you see there, like, he's diving for Mirwin. He's covering ganks that Skewmond is trying to make on the top side. He is the one.
Samo da dođem da kažem da sam kolo, ova će pauza biti sat vremena jer su tražili chrono break. A mislim da neće biti chrono break. To je sve što ću podeliti s vama i tu sam opet za neki minut jer bukvalno trolaju. Tako da čekamo. Brba.
Because you could wonder if the pressure is going to get to you, especially after losing to KC yesterday the way they did. You don't, especially a Spanish team, you don't want to lose to French, and especially against KC. The fact that they come back today, that they had their shares of issue during the split as well. We can talk about what Melzed was sharing about some players. I was wondering if it would affect those players, but the fact that, again, I don't want to speculate too much, but for me, I think Elyoya has a huge responsibility in rallying the player and making sure that they all step up, and they managed to do it today against G2 and against AG2 that is on a roll so far with one of the longest win streaks they had in ages.
But that's the thing, right? For a player like Elyoya, this is your project, right? Like, when this project started, it was Elyoya and friends. They were coming in. They still talk about him as he takes the stage as the captain that they look towards to be that inspiration, to bring the players together. And when MKOI is a team that, for the longest time, has had the highest of expectations of themselves, has constantly put that pressure up. We want to go to Worlds. We want to perform at internationals. When that stops working, a lot of that starts to fall back onto Elyoya, because he has to be the player that steps up as the veteran on this roster and says, no, this is not good enough. We can bring it back. We can be a team that once more can find that spark. And I think this is what we're starting to see again, is that he has found that spark once more and is starting to bring that back to this team.
La cerveza. They're having fun.
Yeah, I think you can tell both the MKOI fans are having fun, but also the MKOI team are having a lot more fun at this event. And I think in general for me, MKOI, they're a team that when they're having fun, when everybody's on the same page, that's when they really look great. And I think you can tell that that's more the case in this event, in their hometown, in their arena, and that's made them much more confident, but also, in a way, patient as well, because it's this feeling of when you're really confident, you don't feel the need to overforce. You just let the good things happen because you know that the enemy will make a mistake, and that's when you have your opportunity.
And that's actually kind of been what I've been looking at in this game, right? Is like, hey, it's G2 who are trying to make plays, and a lot of the times it's MKOI being able to turn them around. Like, you look at the play on that bottom side where they try and go for that dive onto the 2v2, and it's Elyoya who's there to help turn around. There's plenty of plays where MKOI have been in the position to come back and fight, and I think it is, as you say, Jack, that like ability to be on the same page, to play with patience, to just enable each other to play your game, and I think that's a beautiful thing to see for MKOI.
And that's the thing, it started with G2 pulling the trigger once again, whereas it was on the bot lane or mid lane, because Jojo did not have fun.
Yeah, I
in
think
the very first moments
even
of
if
the game.
MKOI win this
Caps,
series, we can still probably say Caps was kind of outplaying him throughout the game. I mean,
we'll see.
We'll see. I mean, Jojo could have like some crazy shuffles and be able to find some incredible outplays, but in the early game at least, I mean, it was Caps who had his number the whole damn time.
Can we play that solo kill again? I want to see
was
what it looked like,
juicy.
because
It
yeah,
was
it was a bit
You think it was juicy? Bro, it was kind of like, it was like sad. It was just like, Caps just walked up to him and just
It's
killed
a
him.
Rise!
He
What do
made
you
it look-
want?
Okay.
Rise just kind of goes...
Just gonna
I agree. Rise is not, it's hard to be flashy playing Rise, but come on. He just pressed his spells and Jojo was like, no, I'll fight you. And Cap said, I don't think so, buddy. And then he takes him down.
It often comes down to like silly solo kills between Caps and Jojo though.
Yeah.
That's
Look
true.
at the WM1.
It was Caps that...
Hey, that's me! I didn't even know we had this.
Yeah. I mean, this one's way worse. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, Jojo made 2 mid laners accidentally fat finger TP
Yeah, on
in
this.
front of him.
Oh, nice.
Sorry.
Love it.
But no, I do think, I think it's just the fact that you're getting Caps and Jojo looking that fantastic, and then getting to see them play off against each other has been incredible.
For sure, yeah. And I hope we can get back into the game. Do we have any news?
No, we don't have news yet, but we do have the bot lane G2 plays that we've been talking about.
Sure, we can go back
pure
to
aura.
We can go back to like the bot lane, because when you're picking this Rakan, you are sacrificing a lot. You're trying to play a matchup that's going to be really, really difficult for the Yunara Rakan early on, and you're playing up into Ezreal Karma, one of the strongest bot lanes in the game, and you see that G2, being one of the best bot lanes in our league, are really, really good at abusing this, and this is the price you pay when you decide to not lock in this range support.
But this is pure aura from G2. They're just like, Super, how dare you think you can stay underneath your own tower? Level 1? That's not how this rolls. G2 just walking them down. And this happened constantly. It was at 2 minutes. It was at 7 minutes. Then they brought the boys and did it at 11 minutes. It just felt like this was kind of the plan for G2. But I do again think it speaks to the resilience of MKOI, this kind of invigorated MKOI, that didn't hold them back. Instead, Alvaro was like, sorry, Super, you're on your own. And I'm going to go work with Elyoya. And we're going to start making these plays. We're going to start to bring it back. And suddenly the 11-minute play that they went for on this play on bot side actually gets covered by Elyoya. You don't get as much as you want to out of it. And this is where the game starts to snowball in MKOI's favor. And I think that, for me, speaks volumes, because G2 so far have been a team that can take over in the early stages, outplay you on macro, outplay your position on the map. But that's not what we're seeing. MKOI are matching them toe for toe and coming out ahead.
Yeah, I think it gives MKOI a ton of credence, because if we just watch that clip out of context, you'd think, oh, it's GG. You know, like, Super's literally level 1. Okay, probably game over. G2 snowballed. They probably had like a 2K gold lead at 20 minutes. But no, MKOI came back. Super was equal gold at 20 minutes, and they were able to find the team fights and utilize the Rakan value with Alvaro and Elyoya roaming. And I think that just gives so much power to them, because now they can confidently say, going into game 2, going into a potential game 3, we don't need you on range supports of RO. We can tank the early laning phase and still make it work.
That's what I was about to say. For me, I'm really happy to see Alvaro back in a situation where he's happy to stick away from this Enchanters meta, handshake a bad matchup and losing prio and going back on the champions that make him successful, knowing that they're going to be able to come back later on.
And it's also the fact that MKOI are playing into a style that they were kind of learning to play last year as well, which was this 1-3-1 style, right? Because consistently what we've seen from G2 when they pick the Ornn is, hey, we're going to just play off 2 lanes. We're going to completely abandon Broken Blade's lane. He's going to come and join us. We're going to play a 4-1 style and make sure that we can come out in team fights and this kind of thing. What MKOI instead have done have gone, no, we spent hours putting in the effort to make these 1-3-1s work in 2025. They had the Rises, the Gallios, the Talias that they were playing through. And now it's starting to come dividends because BB isn't able to just forego his lane with this Rumble and the Rise being able to consistently put pressure on multiple points with the Pantheon that's supporting them. And I think this is where, like, I've loved kind of watching the development of MKOI because I love teams that say, we know that we suck at this one thing and we're going to put in the work to get better at it. And I think this is where we're starting to see all the effort of 2025 and these 1-3-1 styles is now coming back for MKOI and paying dividends.
Yeah, and when it matters, especially against G2 and especially in this last day now, I know you want to have some news about what is going on. So the information that we have right now is that League officials have confirmed that there has been a minor bug regarding Ornn E. However, the potential associated cost of a chrono break would be too high, so officials are ruling it as a playthrough. The game goes on.
I mean, it makes sense. I think like it was a pivotal moment in the game, and it didn't look like it looked like MKOI would probably win the fight regardless. And if you go back and replay the whole fight, that could change the whole outcome of the game. You know, so I think it makes a lot of sense. And I mean, probably then if MKOI then can pick up the soul, they should be able to cleanly close out the game. I don't want to.
Yeah, but I do agree with you here, Jack, because as we get to see the fight kind of play out again, I kind of feel like it was already done. Like, you get the big engage from G2, but I really do think it was kind of JoJo's endeavors here that turned this fight. The shuffle into the back sealed the deal for me in this fight, and even though Supermay got knocked up and delayed a little bit, this was the death knell. You still would have got these kills, you still would have got that W across multiple members from Super afterwards and would have been able to close out the fight. So for me, I think this was already an MKOI win, whether that happened or not.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, especially rewatching it now, like Super did like the final autos, but the fight was pretty much already decided. I think good judgment there by the referees. Who we had on the LEC podcast was really cool talking to them, and I think it's really interesting to see how like how active of a role they play and how important they can be in certain tense moments like this. And it's good to have referees that know what they're doing well.
We had them on the vlog as well when we were at Every. For me, we're conducting ready checks, by the way, right now, so the game will resume shortly. But for me, there's so many stories that I want to hear from the referees. Over the years, they've been on the biggest stage. They did Worlds Finals. They played behind the best players, and they have the funniest stories about the LEC players as well. Yeah. So, but for now, a ruling that is respectable once again. What I am wondering though is how much is that gonna impact the rest of the game, because even if it resumes as it was, do you think maybe MKOI, I don't know, can get out of it? Can G2 come back with this situation?
MKOI should be looking at a Cloud Soul after they just aced G2, right?
So it should be fine, right?
I think MKOI should just win this game. Like, Rakan with Cloud Soul is really
I was about to say,
powerful.
I'm over sitting away from Medic, and in the time I'm getting ready to do this, all I hear Medic screaming going, Rakan with Cloud Soul! And I'm like, okay, this man is a Rakan main, probably knows what he's talking about. So, yeah, I think from this point, this game becomes significantly more difficult for G2 to try and come back in. So I think it might be an endpoint position.
Well, you know what? We're going to send it back to the casters right away. And the resident Rakan, enjoy your Medic. Veri, what do you have?
So, Veri, you enjoy Rakan. Teach me about him.
I don't enjoy Rakan. I mean, as a champ, I like watching it, but right now I want to get back into the game because I see the ready checks have come through. We're getting back in.
That we are. Jump back into the action as MKOI.
Taman sam došao na vreme. Ne, patrolaju. I G2 je tiltovan i koji dobio ovaj game. To je samo šta se događa ovdje. Bukvalno.
So, MKOI, what a huge team fight win for them. The swing in momentum has been massive, and it will put them with the soul. 26 minutes. KOI have played a fast and loose game that has worked very nicely for them. the superstar of Caps has been limited in his ability to have impact, and now they turn their attention towards the Baron.
It might just be a Baron rush, you know? Like, Hans is up in 10, Caps is up in 15, no Realm Orb available. TP out from Jojo as he pushes out the bot side. Stumon doesn't have the paranoia nor a flash to get in. Broken Blade core to the Forge God, still not off cooldown. Hans Summer has just respawned, and Leoya is low. Broken Blade with the Bellows Breath, tries to jump on the super, gets a 3-man knock-up, but is still gonna get taken out by MKOI. He stops the Baron, but at the cost of his own life.
I mean, a worthwhile sacrifice, I will say. They'll deny Koi from securing it. That ultimate from Hans Summer doing some serious work as well. G2 will look to clear out some of the vision. And Koi, they need to go back to base. Jojo gonna go answer that top wave.
Ne, razlog je zašto je G2 kolovo da je bio neki bug, a nije bio bug za chrono break. I onda su ovi istraživali da li je vrijedno da chrono breakuju. Zaključili su da nije i onda sve samo nastavilo ko da nisu tražili pauzu. To je fora.
Koi in a fantastic spot to close out game one.
It's not just the Rakan that benefits from the Cloud Sword as well. Think of an equalizer on the backline followed up by a Rumble sprinting at you with Flame Spitter. Think about Pantheon Grand Star falling in, followed up by the fact that he can get in range for the shield vault incredibly quickly. Think about Yanara. She loves to dance at the back of the fight. Now she pops out and she can just dance on you for days. For G2, they don't have a huge amount of hard lockdown. You've got a Rune Prison, you've got a Fear from the Nocturne, and you've got BB's knockups. And that's about it. A focus resolve technically, but no one's ever going to get caught in one of those chains anymore because they can just walk out of it. MKOI have such a strong position now in the game. G2 trying to set up around the Baron, trying to call MKOI into a position where they don't have vision. The paranoia will obviously help with that. Mirwin looking for a flank towards the mid lane. G2 now needs to group up as 4 to regain any control around here. MKOI doing the right thing. Push out mid, then as a team move into this topside jungle. Camp still looking for a flank, but Alvaro is going to mark him well.
Camp's forced to use the Ghost there to regroup with his team. Now G2 collective as a 5. It's a difficult fight to approach for G2. They're quite reliant on Hans Summer landing some poke.
Sviđa mi se Rakanov build.
Exact same thing though.
Zeki u protoplazam je dosta nice. Engage na Eza. Joj, Kukulele ulti od Rambla. Dobro, nema veze. Switch na Han Samu. Ulti da se proslavi pobeđen teamfight. Da, ovaj game. What, on se portovo, mogu završiti game oni. On se portovo za shield ovdje, kao da će završiti partiju. Interesantno. Dobro, 10 sekundi, ja. I guess 10, 12 karma, 18 ez. 29 minuta, ovo nisam očekivao. Iskreno mislim da i ovo ide u... Ne, znate šta je fora, ja ću vam objasniti jednu jako bitnu stvar pre nego što odem na pauzu. A pauzirat ću da vam ispečem. Riot vam nikada neće reći zašto je bila pauza za chrono break. Jer ako se chrono breakuje, to znači da postoji bug u igrici koji može se replicira i ako vi saznate koji je to bug, možete ga abuzovati u solo queue. Tako da nikada neće imati razlog potencijalnog chrono breaka, jer ljudi bi samo mogli da to abuzuju u solo queue. Isto kao što postoje skinovi koji su banovani u competitive, ali to niko ne može da zna, zato što ako znate šta je i neki si skinovi znaju, ali ako znate šta je bagovano, onda ćete to igrati vi. Tako da eto, čisto da znate. Pauzica svakako, 9 minuta. I onda smo tu u gameu broj 2. Tako da, baraba.
With a win.
This is gonna be the most easy 2-0 of my life.
Nice, let's go!
Damn, 2-0? See, that's the confidence I want to see because I'm gonna be honest, I forgot if I said this on the desk, but obviously I was doing interviews yesterday and I saw them after the game. They did not look good. They
I don't
looked
think you can
really
after
pissed.
that. Yeah.
They look really pissed, and for me to regain confidence, especially again, I know you just saw us 5 minutes ago, but it's all right. We still have things to say. The fact that they come
We get
back
our time.
against the strongest team we have in the league, the way they did with that confidence, my man.
I mean, I think
Respect.
there isn't a greater game to give you confidence than this one.
Yeah.
Like, think about it. You get solo killed on mid. You get zoned off of XP level 1. And it's just a tragedy all around the board. You don't get any lead on the Rumble up against the Orn matchup. Literally, there were no good
It was
parts in
looking
the
grim.
early game
It was looking
for
grim.
MKOI. Yet still, at 25 minutes, they suddenly have Cloud Soul, 7k gold lead, and the game is pretty much done and dusted. That's not normal. They should feel really, really good about this game and really confident going into the series.
I do agree, though. I think this was an incredible performance by MKOI. And, like, what I do love is it's hilarious that it happened to G2 because it's what we used to talk about with G2, where it's they lose a game or really a series that means a lot to them, and you feel sorry for their next opponent because you're like, G2 are going to come back and they're going to slap. And that's exactly what MKOI have done. They had a really rough series yesterday that they lost. Now they're coming back against G2 and playing like this. Like, it feels like from start to finish, they understood even if we end up losing and falling behind a little bit early, does not matter. They were covering well. Yoya looked fantastic. And I think the big talking point is Alvaro. I think Alvaro had a phenomenal game. We heard it here before. We heard on the desk as well. Like, his game on melee engaged supports is next to none. It is what he made his name on. It's why he was in conversation for one of the best supports, if not the best support last year on these picks. And now we're getting to see him bring it back again.
I think the growth of MKOI for me has been fascinating. I think the fact that they seem to be taking lessons game after game, day after day. The fact that they understood, I think at first, after they played in internationals last year, they thought to themselves, we need to play faster, we need to do more, we need to do more. But they got a bit too caught up in that and ended up losing a bit their identity, losing a bit how smart they were, because you can't go for every play. You still need to be selective and understanding what's a good play, what's a bad play. And they kind of lost that somewhat, yet after their tough start to the split, they understood, okay, we need to take a step back. What are we bad at? What do we need to get better at? And they've been improving that step by step. And then they looked at last games, like yesterday. What went wrong? I think Alvaro not being on engaged supports was what went wrong. The fact that they first picked Karma in that last game, that's what went wrong.
And I think the hallmark of great teams is understanding what their strengths is, understanding what the meta is, and understanding how to break it. If you look back at the teams that have won Worlds year after year, it is always teams that have redefined the entire structure of the game around how they play. Like, you look at IG, they were the dominant solo laners. They broke the game in their favor. The following year was FBX. Then you look at T1 in 2023, where it was JDG are the best team fighters. This is a team fighting meta, and they went, screw that. We are playing these double AD carry bot lanes, and they blow the LPL out of the water. It's teams like this that identify what their strengths are and mold an entire meta around themselves that redefine how the game is played. And that's why I love seeing this from MKOI. It's understanding what the rules are, understanding what your strengths are, and understanding how to completely break those rules because you are just that bit better.
Yeah, and they managed to do it against a 10-game winning streak, G2. That's not an easy thing to do, but my question here is, was that a case of MKOI outplaying G2, or can we accept the fact that maybe G2 didn't play in an optimal way with what they have?
I mean, I feel like we were seeing G2 in normal form.
I
Like,
agree.
Caps was really good in there. It is like, this was not an instance where it was just like, classic craps, and they're just like all running it down. No, it was just like, I think the G2 laners played really well, but then LUA and Alvaro outplayed them on the rest of the map, and then in team fights, MKOI played better.
It's like, G2, they played poorly. They solo killed mid, got 1,000 gold lead bot lane. What are they doing? Who does that if they want to win the game? But I do think for G2, like, you could see they were trying to put their efforts and their tokens in the right place.
Yeah.
Like, the Nocturne was consistently trying to play to sides. Mirren got away from a couple of those ganks. The MKOI turned around a couple of those plays. Like, it was MKOI understanding what G2 were doing and constantly being in position to try and cover. And I think a lot of that did come from Alvaro getting good vision control, the Pantheon being able to cover as well. And yeah, you can see the goal graph at the top of the screen there. Like, it's just down.
Yeah. I mean, they didn't create a break strong enough, I feel like, G2 in the early game. For me, it changes the way I'm going to look at this series. Honestly, I really thought it would be more one-sided than this. I love it.
One thing for G2 is like, I'm kind of a Nocturne hater. I think this champion usually always looks kind
of
useless.
You hate a lot of things, Jack,
okay? I'm a Nocturne hater, okay?
But it's like Nocturne, Karma,
listen.
Static shift.
I think if
You hate the game.
G2 has a more proactive jungler that can do more things early
Yeah.
game, and bot lane looks like this, and mid lane looks like this. It's an easy snowball for them, but I just think Nocturne doesn't really have great tools to actually fight you. Like, he walks up to you menacingly before level 6 and you click away, right? So I think if Skewmon has something that can be more aggressive, something like the Sin Sao, something like the Jarvan that can just go in when he has these winning lanes, it's going to be a lot harder for MCOR.
And I think, like, oftentimes we see the Nocturne as an answer into the Pantheon, but the idea being, if Pantheon ults somewhere, as Nocturne I then follow, and I can turn off the lights, make that team fight significantly more difficult, and we can isolate different parts of wherever that Pantheon is trying to gank. That's not what happened in this game. Instead, we got Skewmon hitting level 6 first, tried to ult top, it went pear-shaped, Mirren managed to get away from it, and then immediately Elyoya was like, I hit 6, I kill boss. And then the entire mismatch of when those ult timers are up then becomes the story of the game, where Elyoya is consistently getting the advantages through his usage of the ultimate, and we're seeing nothing like that from Skewmon. So if you're not going to play this kind of defensive style with the Nocturne to cover on the Pantheon plays, you may as well just go away from it, and as Jack was saying, go towards what's been comfort with the Zinzaos, the Olafs, the Skarners, these kind of picks.
Super announced the 2-0. Do we believe in that?
Honestly, maybe.
I can see it. I can see it. I can see it.
Yeah.
After that game, I could see it. I mean, GX beat KC, I can see anything
You
at
know
this
what?
point.
Yeah, I want to believe in the Spanish teams showing up on the last day here in Spain and for the last match of this amazing road trip. Let's see what happens in game 2 versus G2 and MK.
Karma dead. Nocturne. Navision 4, Navision 3. One can open. I Navision 1. Kill. Ah, sorry. Rise in, they're not coming to you. They're going to top, they're going to top. Yo. I look.
Super flash? Oh, not going to be in range.
What is happening right now?
Oh, no!
Super scores.
Do that to me, okay? We can end. Are you sure we can end? Yes. Are you guys sure we can end? Yes. No, I don't think so. Yeah, of course, bro.
What's wrong with me today?
I think you should have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Maybe cause I'm the crushing.
Whoops. Red Bull gives you wings.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
Nah, it's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna.
And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
versing KCG2, I think we've been versing them, at least in LEC. I've been here for almost 2 years now, so I think we're at the top of the league. I know how they like to play, so I think if we play our game, we can easily take it in any given moment. I think it's just up to us and how we perform. Honestly, I'm excited for all the games. There's not one series I'm excited for, to be honest. I think every day is going to be really fun to play, and the big crowd and everyone cheering, so I'm just looking forward to all the games. I mean, I'm not sure if we're being underestimated because, of course, on stage we're not putting up the best results, the splits. I think everybody on the team and fans know that in playoffs any given day we can easily beat anybody, so I think it's normal to assume we're like slumping right now, but at least in practice I know everybody's really playing well and we're on the right track, so I'm not worried about it.
And we're back for game 2 here between MKOI and G2 in Madrid. Game 1, it was a game. It was very fun. It also, like, G2 got out to a massive lead, then Alvaro and Alioya started popping off entirely, then there was the whole pause, and then after that MKOI just won.
Correct.
Right? So, good job MKOI. Yeah, that's what I'm here for. I'm the summator. It's like a narrator, but I just say things after they have happened, not while they're happening.
Okay.
Betty has just talked.
Yeah. I don't know where to go with that. Let's get
Betty has said, I don't know where to go with that. Let's get...
Right, so we're going to go to game 2.
I can't summate that because it hasn't happened yet, Betty. Like, it hasn't happened.
All right, well, while Medic goes through whatever it is he's going through, we need to think about some of the biggest shifts that KOI have introduced in this series. First and foremost being melee supports.
Yes.
Okay, technically, Rakan...
Kind of ranged.
Technically.
Okay, engaged supports.
Yes, engaged supports. But the whole point is, does the landscape now shift? Does G2 say, okay, fine, 2 can play at that game, and instead it becomes melee on melee? I'm curious, because, I mean, G2 didn't play the laning phase poorly at all. Maybe they don't even think the engaged support was the problem. Maybe they sat there and thought to themselves, hey, the Pantheon was the problem, now the Pantheon's gone.
Yeah.
So it's much harder for Alioya to have that kind of impact. But my attention then immediately gets drawn to, hey, Vi. Do you really want to give Alioya the Vi? Do you want to run the risk of him having a champion that he can have that sort of engage agency on?
Totally agree, Betty.
And also, what is your game plan? Do you want to have caps on something that you can have a little bit more teamfight impact on?
I think the Rise could have had a huge amount of teamfight impact. I don't think that was the game changer there. I think like people were dead before you got there a lot of the time. I do wonder, like things like Ashe Seraphine still exist. And I think that really poops on any engaged support apart from Nautilus. Maybe Blitzcrank if you play it perfectly, but it's going to be a tricky one to deal with that. So we'll see if MKOI decides to keep banning that out. G2 are on the red side, which means MKOI chose the blue side. I just don't know if if G2 chose... Oh, they did. They chose second pick. So we're going to have a Xin Xiao banned out to start things off here by MKOI. That'll be followed up by an Orianna ban out of G2.
Okay.
Betty is thinking.
Yeah, because Vi... Also Nautilus.
Yeah, Ashe is going to get banned by MKOI as our next ban.
Yeah, so...
We will have the draft up on the screen for you guys in just a second. There we go. So, you think a Vi ban?
I think it would make sense.
Could also go for a AORUS, which is what G2 have gone for, as their ban. Where'd you go after that? Are they still hovering the AORUS? I can't quite see if it's being locked as a ban or not. Yeah, now it's been banned out. Okay. Sorry, guys. I was a little bit ahead of it. Because we see the ban hovers.
We see ban hovers. They don't see ban hovers. Yeah. They, right. Now, this is the tricky one, because we don't see these bans at all.
Because on the fastcast screen we have, Alioya's face is in front of the Lucian ban.
So KOI might be thinking about a Corki. But here's the tricky thing about G2. They've got sneaky things like Kog'Maw.
Kog'Maw Braum.
Yeah.
Kog'Maw Melio.
Lulu, I think, is really valuable right now.
Agreed.
As well.
But you also still have that Vi. Nautilus is still open, as you say.
Yeah. But I feel like if KOI first pick Vi, I think G2 can just slam, like, Sivir Lulu. Yeah, we
then Alvaro could bring back his Alistar.
It's a Lulu?
Yeah, it's a Sivir though. They give up the lane anyway, Betty. Like, if he's going to play melee into range.
There's playing melee into range, and then there's that. Okay, Alright, Jarvan. I mean, KOI really value Jarvan. They pretty much perma-ban it if they don't feel like they can get their hands on it. So now Alioya has an easy engage jungle option.
Soraka into this.
Now Sivir also loses value here for what it's worth. The Lulu's still good, but
what do you team up with it?
Yunara's gone.
You could go for something like the Zaya,
Well,
but even Zaya is not great.
Hans is not a Zeri player.
Jep, evo nas nazad tamo na draft.
It's not Kai'Sa.
Iskreno, mislim da G2 ovu seriju dobija 2-1. Ne vjerujem će biti 2-0 za Giantse. Ali vidjet ćemo.
There you go.
But yeah, he's not really a Zeri player.
At least I don't associate Zeri with him. Can he play Zeri? Probably.
Skarner's going to be the lock for G2.
Okay.
So
I mean, it's a little bit safe. Again. Yeah, it's a little bit safe. Skuma doesn't have a huge amount of playmaking on the champ, but I think it's fine. Coin out.
Are we going back to Enchantress?
It kind of looks like it, doesn't it?
They hopped the Seraphine last time as well, I believe.
True.
So could go for something else. Now looking at the Twisted Fate, Akali.
There's no way they blind Akali into Lulu.
Well, yeah, it's not even
Never in the blind you.
Problem, right? Nautilus though, I like Nautilus. That's aggressive.
Yes, Nautilus makes a ton of sense. Kai'Sa I think is a good
pairing. Just go dive.
Yeah, tons of dive. MF also works. I think that they're hovering great options. So what is it, G2? What is your answer into Nautilus Kai'Sa? Like, I think Koi is ecstatic right now. They got such a great first three. Now they just need to, like, Ahri's really good here for Koi. Rumble's already gone. Ambessa's good for Koi. Like, honestly, any top laner is fine with this sort of a pairing. They're really going to pick Sivir into this. Wow.
Okay. Owen Wilson, thanks for that.
Yes.
Malo Resident Sleeper draftovi, ali nema veze.
So, Sivir doesn't have any inherent dashes. She runs fast, but no dashes. So, AD carries that don't have dashes, generally considered bad into Jarvan.
Yep.
On top of that, Sivir loses in like a 1v1 to Kai'Sa. What I mean by that is, often when two AD carries in a team fight kind of rock up against each other, often it's fairly even.
Yeah.
But Sivir's just more of a blanket team fighter.
Yeah.
Her value comes from when her boomerangs are just bouncing, you know, amidst the team fight. She doesn't really want to like 1v1 another AD carry, whereas Kai'Sa is a duelist.
Yeah, a Cathian Rain on one target is so nice.
Yeah, she's a champion that's happy to skirmish against most champs, not all, but a lot of them, right? And other AD carries, she can sometimes go pretty toe-to-toe with. Against Sivir, I feel like she just has an advantage. So if that Sivir is just slightly out of position, the Jarvan ult's on top of her, Kai'Sa's going to be there in seconds, ready to support. I guess they're putting a lot of trust in Labrov to keep Hans Summer alive. So we'll see how things pan out. The second phase bans have come through quite quickly. Anivia's going to be gone, Victor going to be taken away.
Oni su banovali sami sebi Aniviju. Slažem se s tobom da nisu sami sebi banovali heroja.
I am surprised G2 did not ban the Ahri. I feel like Ahri is such an obvious pick for Koi.
Yeah.
Just because it synergizes nicely with the Jarvan.
Would you ever Silas into it?
Silas into that?
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, Caps would.
That was my thought.
Oh, yes. So Koi's thinking nah. Koi is definitely thinking nah.
Okay.
So G2, do you take the Ahri? I think Ahri's bad though. Oh, but Annie is a good deterrent to the
Sure. Yeah, because Ahri, she's got all of that fur and that catches fire very easily.
Also, she's very mobile, which against Annie, whose range is good in lane, it's very hard for the Annie to approach. It's like a very common answer into Ahri. Annie, very, very good. I think it's a nice deterrent. It fits with the comp as well.
Take the Ahri yourself, perhaps.
Okay, so this was the other option. I kind of like it less. It's still fine because into Jarvan.
Poppy isto decent, može se flexa pa da si igra sa Skarnerom. To je sa Anivijom.
I also think there's a lot of eggs being put in the BB basket here. You've saved counterpick for him.
True.
Ornn's already off the table.
Because Yasuo's gone.
You know you're playing into a Gnar probably, right? Because of the Yasuo. So does BB have a really cool counterpick here? Yasuo would be the usual one. We've seen Kled earlier this week, but that's better into tanks. Into the Gnar.
Čim su banovali Yasuo igraju Gnara, nema tu šta bukvalno.
Oh, Lissandra's so good.
Yeah, locked in for Jojo Pyun. And Vayne!
Oh my god. Broken Blade plays Vayne?
Vayne?
Apparently he does, Vedi.
Okay, well, show it to us, BB. Show it to us. He's been a big point of criticism for G2 throughout the regular season. This week he's definitely stepped up.
It is his second ever Vayne game. He played it at MSI 2014 against PSG Talon, Vedi.
Sorry, what?
Played it at MSI 2014 against PSG Talon.
2-0-1-4?
Yeah, he was playing
2024, not 1-4, my bad.
I was going to say, has he been playing for 12
No,
years?
2024 against Azure in the top lane. Azure was on Cassante, went 1-6.
Okay. Wow, all right then.
Yeah.
I really like Koi's comp. I think it's got great dive, great backline access. I think Hansama's going to have a really tough time of navigating the team fight. The Vayne, though, is kind of the wrench.
Banner in the works?
Yeah, that one. The wrench in the works too, I think.
It does.
Yeah, anyway.
Ma ja i dalje mislim da G2, a u stvari, sa G2 možda nije nebitno. Zavisi od plasmana, mada mislim da njima nije bitan plasman, tako da ima i toga.
Skewmon does not have a ton of agency on the Skarner. Well, I really like Koi's draft.
I'm a big fan of it as well. I think Jojo gives you so much extra dive threat, but also the ability to lock down caps and even lock down the Skarner. When he tries to get in, you can stop his Ishtar's impact with a Ring of Frost.
I also don't think this lane is that bad for Super and Alvaro.
Yeah.
Like, it's melee into range support, sure, but Kai'Sa Nautilus has kind of been that bot lane that has some degree of kill threat to it.
Yeah.
Not
always.
a ton, especially into Sivir Lulu, but I think it should be fine.
Without the ignite, it's a little bit negated.
Oh,
only a little bit, right? Because you're running the heal.
Point.
You do still have threat, right? But the problem is, yes, you can hook Labrov, but then if he heals and shields, you just kind of walk away. You can't really hook the Sivir, obviously, because of the spell shield. Broken, I think top lane. Top lane is where we got to look. It's Doran's shield into a Doran's blade. Jojo been trading with caps here.
Oh, he's running Comet.
That he is.
I think that's wrong.
Okay.
Because Comet scales with range, doesn't it?
Well,
To je fajn i dalje koristiš Q za poke.
So Lissandra's Q, right, it gets extended range when you chuck it through, well, just stuff. It doesn't have to be minions. Like if you, Mewin's exhausted.
Bi samo koristio ovo za trade. No.
Caffeinated and ready. And this is what you can do on a range.
I mean, very nice stuff from Broken Blade. The wave is slow pushing. He has lost minions, which, I mean, he has zoned the minions away from Mewin, so I guess that is technically a win. Oh, we got a Final bot lane already.
That we have. Labrov trying to step up. Super down at half HP. Hansama begins to open up. Alvaro though with the staggering blows. Alvaro going to be forced away. Heal out from Labrov and Hansama. Flash the barrier. Another auto needed, but Pix is here to help.
Kako gubiš na levelu 1, čoveče, bože.
So, either my understanding of this bot lane 2v2 is very wrong, or Hans and Labrov just smurfed on Super and Alvaro. Maybe it's a bit of both. But that's a 2v2 kill, and that is not how Koi want to start off this game too.
Not at all. And the went for the invaders. Caps does level up. Jojo doesn't have kill threat now. Good charm. Electrocute with the orb deception as well for a bit of extra damage. Jojo, though, winning out that matchup. Mirwin now needs to be careful. He's already used his TP. And he has to flash out of something here. Ishtar's impact, condemn, locked against the wall, no escape for the night.
Da, 2-1 G2, ja sam rekao. Ja vam govorim.
And 1.2k ahead, and because of that now, Jojo has to TP to the top side.
What a monstrous start. Elyoya will be spotted, yet the cancel on the back from Broken Blade.
Ishtar's impact, Elyoya has to flash it. But Skewmon will have to give up on the Gromp. Elyoya stole away some of the camps. Flag and Drag not connecting, but the slow from the red enough to make Broken Blade interested in continuing the play.
Okay, so it will delay the bases a little bit. I guess that's a bit of good news, as Jojo's now taking control over the top side. This is bad for his role quest.
Very bad.
Yeah, it's not ideal. They're going to swap back once that top wave gets pushed in, but it was kind of a short-term countermeasure for the dire situation that Mayron was put in. He needed XP and he needed it desperately. Now he's going to get level 3. The top wave will push back towards him because Jojo is able to get it underneath the tower. So he'll now move back towards top and Jojo will go back to base.
The thing we didn't really comment on that we did see on the screen was Elyoya stealing away the blue buff of Skewmon. Skewmon walks in, takes away a Raptor. I think it was blue and Gromp, so Elyoya has a camp advantage overall.
And he's got all of his camps left to clear. Meanwhile, the pathing for Skewmon's going to be a little bit awkward. He will go and grab his wolves now, but his Gromp respawn time is going to be desynced with everything else. Meanwhile, Mewin is just kind of sad in the top lane. We've seen this matchup many times before, and Broken Blade so far is playing the early game perfectly.
Yeah, this is exactly what you have to do, right? You just keep getting those auto attacks down, use the silver box, tumble against the wall as well for the faster auto attack reset.
Yeah. It's a tech I learned with Baron specifically, where if you tumble into that small wall by the Baron, but you can just do it with any wall. It just kind of cancels out the end part of the animation, so you can already start auto attacking quicker.
Ne znam, moj take vamo je da samo gledamo win, da G2 samo dobija partiju i onda dobiju i sledeću, ali mislim da nije nužno ni bitno sve dok ne uđemo u playoff, jer u playoffu ćemo tek vidjeti Onaj G2 koji bi trebali da vidimo. Iako ja navijam da G2... Ono,
I'm sure the team has done more research than you have.
ne pobedi u lecu.
Well, in any case, he's getting nice push. One of the big changes that happened to Lissandra was that they reduced the Q cooldown, which was a much-needed buff for Lissandra. Her Q cooldown at level 1 was so high, and it makes a big difference to her early laning phase. Jojo already level 6 in a really good spot.
Yeah, Alioya skipping, ordering that Scryer's Bloom, but the ward for Broken Blade will spot it out. Also, Jojo had pushed out mid and gone into Fog of War, so it's an easy enough realization that Broken Blade does have to back away. Caps TPing back into the mid lane with double amp tome. Bot side, after that first kill, has been relatively quiet, but still big leads as Jojo goes in with the Ring of Frost. And Yoya here looking for that Glacial Tomb, but Caps is able to, just walk out of it. No Frozen Tomb from Jojo means that Elioya couldn't follow up. Only level 4 currently on that Jarvan. Mirwin goes mega, tries to get the cannon, does manage to do so, and then dashes away.
Hey, at least Mirwin's gained access to some farm and XP. He would love right now his jungler to just be there to help push out that wave. Elioya is not.
Elioya needs to go and get some camps soon.
Elioya is on the bot side of the rift right now, ticking over to level 5 very soon. Skumon wants to contest these Raptors though.
And Jojo's going up towards top side. So like, if Skumon had decided to be a little bit more aggressive here, he had Labrov and Caps in pocket. Labrov now walking towards the bottom.
Really
he knows there's no ward here because the control ward went down.
Ima flash, ima exhaust. A ne, ali Gnar je back offovo. Ovo je bilo toliko random. Koliko je ovo bilo random, i bio živ, samo flash out ako hoće. Ili može da okej. Može da jedva preživio, mogo je da preživi sigurno. Jeste vidjeli Lissandra koja flashuje in i Mirwin koji trči out? Ko da nisu na voice-u da se dogovore se biju ili ne. Jako čudno.
So a couple things to take into account here. That roam from Jojo doesn't pay off. He commits his flash to try and bail Mirwin out, but they don't successfully get the kill. They do alleviate some of the pressure. The top crab goes the way of Skumon because Caps is able to push out the wave. Now look at the CS discrepancy in mid lane. 400 gold the advantage for Caps because he's able to get a play and push that wave underneath the tower, which means that he's now a full wave ahead of Jojo. So Caps kind of just benefiting as Broken Blade is generating all this pressure on the top side that Koi feel responsible to try and answer because Elioya couldn't cover because he was covering the bot sides. It meant that Jojo had to try and do his best to save top.
I Jojo verovatno će da raša Malignance da može češće da ulta.
He can be so much more aggressive in this lane if he wants. Does need presence from Skumon to do so.
The wave is still awkward as well.
Spit rush forward. Oh, the charm wide. Jojo with a good sidestep, but there's the Assault's impact into the Impale. He's got no flash, he's got no ult, and Jojo pays for going top.
Very beautifully done that by G2. Caps and Skumon know exactly how to punish that play. And I mean, Jojo, he's just trying to help his top laner out.
Yeah.
Like, Mirwin's in such dire straits, the wave is still in a very awkward spot for him. Caps getting huge benefits off the back of it now with another fantastic start to game 2, a 750 gold lead for him. 1-0 up, lost chapter already completed.
Caps in a strong position once again, as we saw with that solo kill on Jojo. But Alvaro is on engage, and when that is the case, you can never count out MKOI out of a game. They are 2,000 gold behind at 8 minutes. Not the best of states to be in, but they're going to take the first dragon and they're going to take the first set of grubs. Skumon is on the other side of the map. His jungle pathing leading him over there after clearing out his top side and getting that kill in mid.
Sad bi trebao koji da pravi neki player. Caps nema ulti, ali Lissandra ima.
Ready to support him. Jojo a little bit behind in XP. Once he gets this wave, he should be able to tick over to level 8, but there are, as you mentioned, all 3 grubs secured for Elioya. So here's
Ne mislim da je problem što u side lane-u Gnar nikad neće moći da mečuje Vayne. Jer Vayne ima exhaust, on ima TP.
Come back to the scaling element. I mean, you got to remember G2 have 280 carries
and a tank, which you don't always see, right? You don't always see something this strong in the jungle at the moment.
It's going to be a question of, like, with Koi's dive, like, when you're playing against double carry comps, usually it's pretty effective, but triple carry comps can be a little bit scarier just because there are so many threats as Elioya.
Looking to embed Elioya, wins the smite fight. Mirwin is here as well, but he's very squishy on that mini now, forced away just by Skumon. Caps is also moving from
Gnar level 6, BB level 8.
So he gets first move. Mirwin, you don't have a free path back towards this top lane. Does have TP, but also doesn't want to invest it too quickly. Needs to wait for some of these minions to die, because otherwise the dive from G2 that would subsequently happen would be a little bit too easy onto that mini now.
It's a really rough spot for Miran to be in. Yeah, he's going to TP to bot lane to, at the very least, get some experience, some farm. It's level 6 to level 8. One more minion should tick him over to level 7, but being a full level behind is so detrimental in the other game. It makes it that much harder for Koi to really contest any of these neutral objectives.
He has 1,098 health, Betty. Plated steel caps, a Doran's shield, and a cloth armor. This guy is... He has less health than the Nautilus right now, by 300.
Nautilus does have a giant spell.
Okay, so, sure. Okay, give me super, give me chaos. I don't know, give me something to show just how squishy Mirwin is right now. Less health than Broken Blade, and Broken Blade's on an 80 carry.
He has less health than Sivir. Does that help?
He has less health than Sivir! He's probably got the least health in the game. I think Labrov, observers, can we click on Labrov? Labrov has more health than him, Eddie! This is as squishy as now I've seen in yonks!
Well, now that he's Mega Knight, he'll have more HP, so
okay, well,
technically incorrect. Anyway, I get your point. Squishy Gnar, absolutely.
Oh. Alvaro and Labrov trading a little bit here. Alvaro just looks for that lollipop hook around the corner, but doesn't find too much out of it. Caps and Skewmon going to step into Eliora's jungle to try and continue stealing away as many camps as possible. So far, Eliora has been the king of the smites of the two junglers. Skewmon did manage to steal away one of those small razor beaks, I believe, but Mirwin walks across, and then it's like, oh, well, guess I've got to go back to bot lane where I'm 30 CS down at the 11-minute mark. Skewmon trying to get away from Eliora. Alvaro with a flash hook, Skewmon with a flash away. Maybe summoner for summoner exchange.
I have to imagine that Koi will just concede this dragon. They don't feel strong enough right now to really contest. Lost chapter going to be done by Jojo. Oh, he's going to run into
going in, dredge lined. Jojo low on mana, but has enough for the Frozen Tomb. The Wild grows up from Labrov there in time. And now Skewmon can look for that Impale. Alvaro trying to get away with the Riptide slow, but they don't even need the Stinger of the Scorpion, because Labrov has some supportal combats. 2 kills to him, half of the team's kills sitting on that Lulu.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate that Labrov actually grabbed that one. You could see Caps tries to secure it with the ultimate, but they end up falling short. The damage from Koi could not get through the Lulu.
Yeah.
Which is a bad sign for Koi as the game continues. Jojo is already a little bit behind. He was just about to go back to base, pick up a blasting one, but now Caps will return to the Rift with a Malignance and a 1.1k individual lead. G2 have such a massive early game gold lead, and so much of it comes off the back of number 1, the 2v2 kill happening in the bottom lane, but 2, just Broken Blade's pressure. Just that matchup alone, dragging Jojo up not once but twice, meant that once Jojo didn't find that play in top lane, and then they go and kill him for it, yeah, it's been a dire early game here for Koi.
It's also one of those games where you don't usually want a Fed support, but if you're going to have a Fed support, a Lulu with Ardent Sensor, when you have 280 carries, is probably the best. Dredge line, though, from Koi, as they look to collapse on the Vayne. Super dives in with the Canon save for the final hour. Is the final second of his life. Good kill from Koi, punishing the Vayne.
Now, this is a much-needed play for Koi. They swap their bot lane up to top. They catch Broken Blade off guard. They get his exhaust out, and he's got nowhere to go. Plus, they get to funnel gold into Mirwin by him getting plates. The TP now going to come to bot from Jojo. But here's the downside, is that Hans and Caps also got plates themselves, and the dragon will be completely uncontested. So G2 still being proactive on the map. When Koi sends 4 members top, there's no way G2's not going to sit back and do nothing on the rest of the map.
Some vision going in for G2 towards that red side jungle. For Broken Blade, it's the cost of doing business, right? When you're applying this much pressure, you expect to be ganked, and G2 do find stuff on the rest of the map, but a 400 gold lead, all that he has to claim now on this Vayne. Hasn't yet completed that top lane quest as well, so didn't have the TP to come back. This is nice from Super, using the fact that G2 took the Drake to take his turn and push out the mid lane to get himself a plate and also finish up that role quest, cutting the deficit that he was on with Hans Summer down to 300. Jojo once again looking towards this Vayne in the top lane. And BB's like, okay, pretty sure we don't see enough people on the map for me to step up.
Pametan BB, respektuje.
BB completes his role quest and now can go anywhere he pleases.
I fora što ako Hans sama nije dovoljno fed u team fightovima, Labro uvek može da igra ko BB-a. Tako da mislim da je to skroz okej.
good news, great news even for Mirwin, but Caps continuing to be that shining light for G2.
The Condemn comes out, good frozen tomb from Jodo to stop the Ishtar's impact, but the upheaval slow is there. LeBron has a polymorph too. Help picks into Glitter Lance for the slow. The follow-up, Impale flash away, Dredgeline now onto the Lulu. Wild growth on Broken Blade. I don't think that's who LeBron should have used it on. BB trying to open up with the final hour. Han Summer joining in, but with the TP out, Ishtar's impact has to be used as the retreat. MKOI have 5 up here to G2's 3.
Wow.
Labrov opet grifa.
As Jojo gets focused down, G2 invest a lot to try and chase this Cassandra. They end up paying for it as they lose their support. Labrov also with the 2 kills. That's a pretty high investment in gold that Alioya was able to grab for himself. And I think it's a situation where the TP from Mirwin was a little too much. He then kind of has to abandon the bot wave, but something we see a lot from Jojo is that he's very good at catching these waves, constantly playing on side, similar to what we see from Caps as we enter the mid game. He holds onto that 1k gold lead in the middle lane. Roll quest now finally finished. When we look back at this, I think it's just a little too deep from G2.
Yeah,
they think this is an easy collapse.
In this, I think you just give it, right?
They think that with the arrival of Labrov they can do it, but they don't respect the fact that Alioya can also be rotating up. Like a long time has passed. Alvaro arrives, connects the hook onto the Vayne. Immediate flash out, Broken Blade gets the ult from Lulu. I think a little bit too quickly. I think Labrov also panic ults him there.
Labrov je baš loše odigrao. Imao je flash, imao je heal. Mogao je sebe da drži životu da DPS-ovi rade damage.
To survive, and that is the reason that we do see the Nautilus picked it like this so many times. Skumon steps forward, four members of MKOI here, and it's Caps on the flank, but Skumon's just done for. Alvaro getting in on the support killing action as Skumon just really oversteps.
Yeah, blunder after blunder now coming through from G2. Skumon standing his ground, thinking that he could hold the line against MKOI. And KOI just threw out their CC. You'll notice that Jojo didn't throw his ultimate out initially. I think he thought, oh, this isn't really a kill. We'll just chunk out his HP, that should be fine. But no, they turned into one. The only good news for G2 is that it was Alvaro that ended up picking it up.
It's good news for Alvaro as well. Another dredge line. Jojo looking for that flank position, killer instinct in, and Labrov is gonna die again. Broken Blade looking for the flank, TP coming in by Caps as well. Jojo still no frozen tomb, the charm condemn enough. Another dredge line though, and with a flag and drag follow-up, flash staggering blows onto Caps, means he has to use the spirit rush. He dashes.
Caps nije komitovan Alvara.
But it's already a double for Super, the charm just in time, but with a cataclysm. Alioya claps.
Bibi ne sme da komituje na Mirwina, a Skumon nema damage-a.
He would not survive the clutches of MKOI.
What is happening right now? It felt like it was G2's game to lose. They had such a fantastic early game, and they're just face checking? Their jungler's not even alive. Like, what's the point of the face check here? Labrov hands his life over on a silver platter. Then G2 commit.
Ja se vraćam na isto Labrov full grifa. Znači, lik legitimno umire 2 puta sa flashom up. I mislim, pusti flash, totalno je vam pozicija na samom početku.
Very uncharacteristic force from G2. KOI happy to pick up all those kills.
And now the gold lead in MKOI's favor. Double items on Super before Han Summer, who got that early kill. They went 800 gold combined in the bot lane ahead.
Did KOI get the Herald? I'm double checking.
You double check, because maybe they just used it. They already took top tower. Maybe they didn't pick up the eye. Anyway, they're going to start up the Drake, will be their second of the game. As G2 give up the ghost on this one, no real reason to fight. Skumon a couple of times been caught out by the CC chains coming out from MKOI. No Mercury treads and mercurial decisions made by him to take the fight.
They
just left the eye. Okay. Look, I almost saw Team Friends do that against Team Ebar yesterday, but Skane went back. They need to learn. Skane was on Team Ebar, I think. No?
Well, now you've dug yourself a hole.
I can't remember. He's on one of the teams.
Okay, well, KOI now in a bit of a winning position. The goal is largely equalized, but we find ourselves in a situation where Super's 3-1 and 2.
Yeah.
The Kaiser is very strong.
He's going to step up here. Han Summer, okay. Oh, it's a super moment, guys. Han Summer dead, though. It's a super moment. He almost finds 2 as Labrov has to run. Broken Blade coming in at the last second with the TP enough to take down Kaiser.
So I thought I cast a Cursed in, but then he proved my point.
You did also cast a... Like, the start of that play is hidden. He should not be there. He really played well for being in a bad position.
Yeah, he did. I mean, it just goes to show how strong he really is. Meanwhile, Jojo in a side lane, still pushing in that top side. But let's look back at this. So Super, he just... That E was the mistake. Yeah. His jungler's on red. His support is warding. There was no need for him to go for that fight. He does get a kill, so it ends up being a 1-4. Almost gets another one. But he doesn't have his flash to chase for that extra kill. And hey, they do get the TP out from Broken Blade.
Also just a little bit of miscoordination from Hansama and Lebrov. As the polymorph goes out, Hansama should be stepping up. But because he thinks he's going to die, he's stepping away. And then when Super's polymorphed, he can't auto-attack. You should be stepping into him, trying to get that extra damage down. Super showing that at almost 3 items now, he is a force to be reckoned with. Looks like is it Nash's Tooth next on Super with the blasting wand and the recurve bow. Hansama.
O, dobar. Džabe. Ne može da flasha, a Labrov nije bacio heal. Neverovatno. Oni će izgubiti jer njihov support run down na game, ne mogu da verujem. Mislim, možda i neće izgubiti, ne znam, ali... Ne izgleda baš optimalno. Lulu didn't have the ultimate available, now it comes off cooldown. But Koi, once they get their foot in the race, they do not stop sprinting. The collapse from Jojo in the fog of war, he sees it, good spell shield, but it's not enough.
Yeah, what did you do?
Cannot escape. A good suppression response from Skumond, but Koi, they have the damage to make the dive a reality, and they get 2 kills for themselves and a bot tier 1 tower.
Crazy picks coming out from MKoi. You see the faithful in the arena cheering them on. What an upset day it would be.
Absolutely.
If MKoi 2-0 G2 after GX 2-1 KC.
What a crazy weekend.
Yeah.
Results definitely not going quite the way that I expected them to. If Koi do win this series, they will lock top 4. Right now they're sitting in 5th place. If G2 win, then G2 secure second
place. Yeah.
Yes.
So very important for MKoi to get that top 4. Gives you double elimination come playoffs. If MKoi do not get it, if G2 win, then Na'Vi will be our 4th place team.
Yep.
And Vitality will get their pick of the litter of 3rd and 4th at the end of today. We'll be showing that and choosing the bracket.
To će biti u programu, to ćemo gledati svakako. Mislim, ostavit ću da rana da vidimo šta se događa. Tako da pustit ću program do kraja. Mislim do kraja, pustit ću da vidimo samo selekciju timova kog gde ide. Mislim da Vitality... Mislim da niko neće birati G2, ne. Bukvalno ne znam šta pričaju kasnije. Naravno pikaš MKoi. What? Zašto bi ikad izabrao G2 iznad koja u play-offu?
Yeah, because the teams this weekend have definitely leveled up here in the arena. Here in Madrid, we're going to be seeing all of our teams back for playoffs. Well, top 6 teams, I should say, in 2 weeks' time. Right now, we're getting ready for the Dragon. 30 seconds away.
Soul point for MKoi.
Yeah, they lead 2-1. If they get this, they will put themselves on soul point, as you were saying.
Caps looking for a charm, lands it only onto Evioya. Pretty tanky with the Black Cleaver and the Sundered Sky. Jojo on that front line with the Ice Shard. BB walking up towards the top side. Doesn't have TP. Broken Blade doesn't have a way to join this fight, and Mirwin is a lot closer. Flash, death dodge immediately.
Dobro, Supa je W-ovo Indoneziju. Hansama nema 2 flasha, još jednom Sivir umire. Ovaj put bar je Labrov bacio sve, tako da ima i toga.
And then flash alt auto. Like, what is Hans supposed to do? It is so hard for him to outplay that. He gets all the support in the world from Lebrov, but it is just not enough. The dive comp from Koi coming up clutch. They get the dragon. They'll lose the tower, but Koi very much in the driver's seat.
Super 3,000 gold ahead. We'll have another look at it.
Just watch Alvaro here. So he's fishing. He lands the hook, spell shield, ulti flash auto. Just beautiful play
Lepo, i Sivir, kažem, Sivir nema kako da igra, tako da ono.
So now that's a Sivir with no flash available, and the Koi fans losing their mind right now.
Understandably, like this is a Koi we haven't seen in a while.
Yeah.
Haven't seen probably since last summer. As Skewmon caught out with a Frozen 2. He's pretty tanky, has the Spectre's Cowl as well for a bit of extra magic resist. Protoplasm on him, Charm, Dredgeline, Alvaro now in the midst of G2, and there's no escape for him.
Ne bi mi sad dao na supu.
And at the moment, the Vayne wins that 1v1.
Da. I Jojo je mrtav i Bibiran dao na dole. A umeđu vremenu, molim vas, kamera na Mirvina. Hvala. Odlično, uzeti tier 2 kulu, zamislite kakva zverina. Stiže ga Vayne, imamo uspio trči ka Jarvanu, tako da... Ima flag and drag opet, ali mora u kulu, tako da je mrtav svejedno. Da. I ovo je Baron za Jito. Jito se vrati ovaj game.
G2 bounce back, they'll get themselves the Baron, and the game will flip on its head once more. Koi versus G2 is delivering.
Roguelike going back in, has that experiment hexplate in the final hour, is back up, Mirwin.
Nema bi dovoljno mane za ovaj chase, mislim da je fine.
Bush doesn't want to follow any further, Baron secured for G2. The gold now swings back in their favor. And we've seen, like, Broken Blade hasn't been in these last couple of fights, but when the fight spreads out like that, Vayne just has so much free time.
So they think they've caught Skewmon out here. They commit absolutely everything. Super doesn't have his ultimate available, so he's the damage.
Yeah,
he's not in range to deal it. And now he's got his ultimate up, and this is Cap's go signal. Hey, they've just committed everything to try and kill Skewmon. They've got nothing left. We're 5, and then Broken Blade chases them down. We talked about him being kind of the wild card in this situation, and the damage he's able to dish out when he gets into these individual skirmishes is monstrous. Ends up picking up this kill onto Alyoya. And now this Vayne is very fed, and G2 answer back just like that.
Alvaro with a hook onto Skewmon, has the depth charge, Charm down onto the Nautilus. Jojo still looking to engage, Wild Growth has been invested, Drake up in 2
Okay.
we're fighting over Vision.
Bibi Hult je trčio krug, dobar skin za Vayne do duše.
Midway, which is crashing towards the M-Koi tower.
Yeah, I feel like the G2 probably could have kept someone in mid, empowered the minions to do more damage towards the tower.
Mirwin has to flash the Charm, Caps. Spirit rushed in. Mirwin now no longer has that summoner at his disposal because of that M-Koi backing away. Jojo's delegated to push in a side lane. G2.
Ne znam zašto Lisandra splita također, ali sad se Koi malo izgubio na mapi, iskreno.
Looks like they're just going to keep pushing. They'll accept that Jojo will get some damage on the plates, but they'll take a tier 2 and a tier 1 in mid to extend their gold lead to 2K.
Very nice play there from G2. It was definitely a bit of an awkward situation because, I mean, what are they fighting for? Bit of a contest over the mid-wave. Koi, though, I mean, kudos to them getting that bot tower. Jojo a full level behind Caps, though.
That's the TP out. Lebrov, so he used the Whimsy to speed himself up for the chase, which means he can't polymorph you out of the teleport. So there's never really a threat there.
Flash wild growth. I mean, it just came off cooldown, so never mind.
Because flash polymorph is what I was thinking with Caps collapsing, right? But polymorph becomes Whimsy.
Lulu saving flash, I think, is a valuable thing.
Yeah, probably wise.
Probably wise. Arn and Sense are getting a lot of value this game, as Broken Blade getting closer to level 17 on the Vayne. Han Summer's had a rough time, but the rest of G2 still in fantastic positions.
Yeah, Skewmon just the tank that he needs to be in these situations. Doesn't have to be anything more than that. You have enough damage from the rest of the team. 3 items on Summer. Zonya's now complete on Super, though. So watch him as he goes in. Because if things are invested, you know, a Condemn, a Charm, he pops the stopwatch, the rest of M-Koi can then collapse. If an Impale is used on him when he dives in with the Coon Instinct, it's a huge loss. But G2 do have a lot of short cooldown CCs, and you know, with the Charm and with the Condemn. It's not the end of the world if that Zonya does come out. Dredgeline onto Skewmon, Alvaro on the front line once again. Flash, depth charge, Super looking for the dive onto the back line, but Alvaro is just way too...
Kao sam trebao dobiti reset što prije, da možda nastavi da juri Mirvina i da se ne uleti u njegov ult. Au, okej, Ripsu. Han sam ne može da je dovoljno damage ovdje, iskreno. Okej, Caps, lepo. Čemu nije dobio reset nakon toga?
it looked lost after Alvaro was picked off at the start. Alvaro realized, oh no, I'm in a very bad position, so he full sends it on to Caps. Elyoya makes the smart choice of, you know what, screw this fight, I'm going after Broken Blade. He's isolated, let's dive. Jojo's there with him, he can follow up, gets the E, Super's there to connect. A 3-man route into a 2-man Meganar from Mirwid means that Hansammer's left isolated and he has no more protection. Caps, the last man standing, able to get that pick onto Jojo, but it's a 2 for 4, and they get the Infernal Soul.
Huge for MKOI. Elyoya with that bat signal, let's go, dive onto Broken Blade, whose flash is now back up. The Infernal Soul will help them a lot with this dive, with this burst they're looking for. The problem is there is still scaling on the side of G2. On Summer, almost at his Lord Dominic's regards.
I feel like this game is all about, does Koi's burst succeed?
Yeah, does it kill 2 people or 1 person?
Well, yeah, if you get that initial kill, then they just kind of become this moving wall that you then have to deal with. And the problem is that, like, they're on your backline. So Skarner can only do so much, you know? Like, that front to back doesn't really exist with this Koi comp, just because of how easily they can
It's almost a back to front.
It almost is, yes. A pincer, one could say. But with the Baron now spawning in a minute's time, that'll be the next big point of contention. Jojo, will this give him 16? No. Probably needs one more minute.
Mislim da sudija ne postoji toliko koraka. Mada sam na traci od kad je krenuo LEC pa do sad. Se ti vratio ste tamo još, kakva je situacija? Si Veljko, ski uvek igra za Flame. Okej. Mislim, prvi game su malo grifovali. Ali ovaj game iskreno labrao najviše grifa.
I mean, I see Super with a Void Staff and yeah, he is hitting hard.
Mislim da bi full negirao kiflice sudija, treba mi oko 95 km peške da pređem. Tako neka je računica, ja mislim. Kad kažem da full negiram, da negiram oko kilo i 200-300 kilometra. Što je solidna šetnjica. Ali dobro. Ne mora tu jednom danu sve. Realno ću šetam i dok film bude gledao, tako da lagana priča. Inače, sudija večeras po glasanju, trenutno verovatno gledamo Game of Assassins, da znaš. Koliko vidim. Caps može samo se okrene na Jojo da ga ubije, dobije reset. To mu je play. I onda se resetno proba da ubije još i G2 dobije ovaj game. Da. Lepo. Clean. Da, uvek bude što najjače napeto, dobro si rekao.
Jojo preventing the flank and the combo just gets shut down. G2 win the front to back fight. Skumon, he got a 3-man impale in the midst of all of that as well. G2 will bring us to a game 3.
Mislim da je veliko neki prosek na 10.000 koraka oko 400 kalorija, mislim da je. Doduše jako zavisi od osobe do osobe, znaš, očigledno neko ko ima, ne znam, lupam sad, ali 150 kila, razumeš, on će sagoreti malo više, ali treba onda pređe 10.000 koraka. Znaš, dosta ti zavisi od toga koliko ti je telo dobro u prelaženju tih 10.000 koraka. Tako da što si efikasniji u tome da šetaš, u smislu lakši si itd. To manje sagoriš. Što više na sebi nosiš mišića i generalno kilaže, telo će ti samo po sebi trošiti više i također te trošiš više kad pređeš 10k. Tako da neki prosek je 400. Znaš šta je fora, ne znam po kilometrima. Po kilometrima ne znam. Trčanje je malo samo... Mislim, trčanje ti samo stvara mnogo veći stres. Ja bih rekao, ja nikad nikom ne preporučujem trči. Osim ako ne volite mnogo da trčite, ali... Trčanje nije, mislim, previše stresa stavljeno u organizam, osim ako baš ne volite da trčite, nema razloga da trčite. Pogotovo ne za skidanje kila. Jer nije održivo. trčiš 2-4 dana i više ti se nikad neće trčati, a možda hodaš svaki dan po 30.000 koraka i svaki dan će dalje moći hodaš. Ne ubije ti želju za životom. Mislim da imamo 7-8 minuta pauze, tako da 8 minuta ću staviti. Ja ću se vratim brbo, ljudi moji, minuskuliram malkice, tu sam brzo, onda imamo još jedan game pa pauzica pa gledamo film, tako da vraćam se jako brzo i gledamo finalni game dana koji moj call je G2 pobeđuje. Brbo.
What I do want to look at though is what the hell happened that last fight? I feel like MKOI had it all.
It feels like a rage bait. Like, I was like, okay, MKOI is going to win, they got the Infernal Soul, and then they gave Skimon a 4-man Skarner ult. Like, let's watch the fight here, because it starts up with Caps, which is reasonable. Like, Caps gets a really good chunk on Jojo. It's like, okay, this is fine, this is normal, but it shouldn't mean the game just is a loss for MKOI. But then suddenly all of them run into the Skarner, give him a 3-man ult, and it's like, well played Skimon, but guys!
Yeah, also a great ultimate from Lebrov as well. The wall growth getting the knock-up that enabled it. But again, I mean, I think Supa a little bit too close to the fire there. Ends up getting caught by the Skarner. And unfortunately, it's not the first time we've seen it this weekend where he's been a little bit too close to the fight and it's ended up burning them. So for G2, I think they're going to be very happy because this game was so back and forth the entire way through. It was absolutely insane, but I think the real focus for me on G2 was BB in that top lane. He was consistently able to find the gold lead, consistently able to perform in fights, and it felt like it all came down to can MKOI take out the Vayne?
Why was it a good Vayne angle? I feel like players keep on coming up for answers against Gnar throughout the entire weekend. Vayne is the new one here.
I think Vayne, I mean, it's insane into Gnar. We saw it this game, right, where it's just, it's so difficult for the Gnar to play. And I think Broken Blade also played the team fights really well. I think we have the clip actually of the dive on top that BB did, where it's just like, it's super hard for this Gnar to play because level 1, Vayne is just stronger than you, and she's a ranged champion.
Yeah.
So she just zones you off of the wave. Kind of similar to how we saw G2 do in the game number 1 against, in the bot lane with Hansama just taking over. And it makes it so that, okay, now Gnar is stuck under tower, he's only level 2, it's a huge wave, and they just dive him really easily with the Skarner E and the Vayne E, and now you have a Gnar who's like 5 CS, he'd already TP'd back because he'd gotten really chunked by Broken Blade earlier, and it's just super hard for him to play. And you ask, Lord, why is it a good Vayne game? And for me, Vayne is just a champion that really excels when the enemy team is low range. Because Vayne, if she can just kite the people that are coming into her and have a nice time, and she has a lot of skill shots to dodge in this game, she can dodge the Kai'Sa W really easily, she can dodge the Jarvan EQ really easily, and she has a lot of CC on her own team, and she even has a Lulu to buff her up, and it just makes it so that she can have a lot of value in the later game team fights.
It's also the fact that like so many of these AD carries that we're seeing in the top lane can build its experimental hex plate. It means that you end up relatively tanky because you get a bunch of those stats from it, and then you can still churn out a bunch of damage with this Triforce build. So it means that for Vayne's, they're just able to take over both in lane, have the extra stats that allows them to play very close to the fight, and then even in these ones where you saw like there was so many tools that were used to try and shut them down, sometimes you're just able to absorb a ton of that initial pressure and still come out in the rest of the fight. So I think this is where for me G2 kind of had a blessing in disguise, because this was not what I expected from Broken Blade. Like, this man wasn't allowed to play Rumble or Jace. How the hell did they let him play Vayne?
I know.
Like, what the hell is this?
We went from BB being a tank enjoyer, completely underperforming, fumbling everything, into being, I don't want to say the main carry, but the caution for his team.
Yeah, a little bit of main character at least.
Main carry.
I mean, that's why I think this draft from MKOI was a bit greedy, because it kind of assumed what you say here, Lord, that oh, BB is just going to lock in a tank. He's just going to not really have a good counter pick. That's why you're willing to look in this Gnar. You didn't choose to ban out the Vayne because you're saying, nah, we don't think you'll play it. Because as soon as that Vayne was locked in, Mirren was not having a good time at all during this game.
Yeah, he was just going to be miserable. And I think it kind of says a lot about where G2 are kind of like starting to adjust now as we go forward, right? Because we've seen BB on the strange picks, the weird picks, like the Shanes and his counter pick Kled and this kind of stuff. But if he's able to now lean in towards the meta style as well and look this good, I think it opens up an entirely new book for G2 to play from.
Looking at this, you know what? I actually want to jump to what is going to be the next game. What is going to be the last game of this road trip? Because from a great domination from MKOI in game 1 into what G2 were able to pull back here in the second game, what are we looking at here? I feel like both teams showed a lot.
I think we're looking at a G2 win, unfortunately.
Okay.
I think the like, it's like fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. There's no way you're gonna fool me a third time. Because how does G2 consistently get a huge early game gold lead every single game? Like, you see it this game, they had a 3k gold lead at like 10 minutes. The game looked exploded for MKOI, and it was the same thing in game number 1. And I think if you are way better in the early game, that means that most likely you're just the better team, and I don't think they're gonna fumble the bag a third time.
The question for me is, what engage support does Alvaro have?
Yeah.
Because at this stage, the Nautilus is gone, the Rakan is gone. How deep down do you want to go? Like, we've seen Nikos for people. Maybe that's where Alvaro wants to try and take it. And if you end up still being able to play as MKOI through this strong mid-jungle, jungle and support, I think you're in a decent spot. Because the most surprising factor to me is how competitive MKOI has looked when Jojo's been invisible. Jojo has not shown up today. Caps has kept him in his place. He has not been able to perform to the same level. And MKOI is showing up like this. If you get one game where Jojo's able to get the better at Caps, that could be an MKOI 2-1.
And he was having the picks to do it, honestly. I like the inspiration going on the Lissandra here today, but it was not enough. It was not enough to contain him in the end. G2 is still fighting to lock in second here. That's what matters for them. They do want to get this second spot in the standings, especially looking at playoffs. Who do we want to give the last pick to? Do we have right of first selection before I say this, actually?
We see it up in the top left, right?
So,
I mean, I think you're giving it to Mirwin, right?
Yeah, has to be,
I think for sure you're giving it to Mirwin. I think we
that's
talked
what
about
it
it
is.
before,
Okay.
right? Like,
they're gonna have last pick.
the wacky picks that Mirwin is so good at. I think as well you see it in this game that you can't underestimate Broken Blade like before.
It's a hit or miss, though.
But you need to give him respect. I think if you can get a really good pick in top for Mirwin, finally you can have a lane that's actually winning for MKOI that we haven't seen much of in this series. And then you have a lane for Elioy and Alvaro to play through in the early game to actually get a good snowball going. You have a lot better chances.
Yeah, I just want to see pure aggression from MKOI. I want the Kalista Renata bot lane. I want a counter pick for Jojo in the mid lane. I want them to try and play through these lanes to find success, set up for Elioy, because Elioy is going to work wonders anyway. Like, his champion pool is endless. So I think this is where I want to focus on that bot lane finding success and Jojo having counter pick. I think that's the key to success here for MKOI.
Yeah, I think Elioy's champion pool might be endless, but on Alvaro, I want to see Renata, Rel, or Nico, and I don't think I want to see much else than that.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
We're going to all 6 games here in the last day. We have in the road trips. It's gonna be G2 versus MKOI. Who takes it takes the second here, and we're gonna toss it to break and be back for the last game of this amazing weekend. Stay tuned.
I go. Going. Look.
No one more. Are you moving?
Going 3.
Are you here?
I'm dead, okay? You're gonna steal and split the fight. Good job. I have done it. Go. Save it. Nice. Maybe top end. No. No flash.
Let's go. I will big. We are doing. Nice. Nash into end, okay?
Go in, Nash, take the Nash. Kill Zara.
I mean, we can end. No, we have million guys.
Yeah.
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
Red Bull gives you wings.
all you cool cats and kittens. We're back for Game 3 of Series 2 today. Game 6 in total, as MKOI and G2 continue to butt heads on the Rift, and we continue to butt heads in real life.
Do not butt my head.
Oh.
This thing's way too
Is that a
valuable.
private thing?
Can't afford to...
Yeah.
What?
Only allowed to butt heads in private.
Do we?
Apparently.
Philosophically, we do.
Yes. Pedantically, we do.
Pedantically, that is very true.
And I think that's the amount of time we were on camera for. So now I can take this jacket off.
Excellent, great. I can sit down.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, how's everyone going? Yeah, hope you're all having a great time, had a great weekend. Medic and I are tired, so we will sit, because we are over 30, and our backs aren't what they used to be.
It's more my knee, man. I had knee surgery when I was 24.
I had knee surgery. Well, I am a gamer that spends all his free time sitting indoors, so... Should I stretch daily? Yes. Would I advise that people do that? Yeah, for your general well-being, I think it's a good idea.
Especially your wrists. People don't, and your hip abductors and adductors.
Yes.
People don't stretch those enough.
Also, it's worth just going for like a 30-minute walk every day.
True.
Will I do it?
You can also
Highly
do multiple
unlikely.
10-minute walks.
Multiple 10-minute walks?
Yeah.
There's no way it adds up.
Like, 3 10-minute walks doesn't equal a 30-minute walk. But 3 10-minute walks is still better than no walking.
Sure.
Right? There was a study that showed a 20-minute walk each day vastly improves your neurological processing ability.
Neurological processing?
Yeah.
I feel like if I got any better, though, that would probably
Yeah, you stay inside. You stay inside, man. That's unfair on everyone else.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking.
No one's ever going to win a game of Riftbound against you again.
Don't tell Odo.
How is the Ari deck going?
Badly. Because Odo keeps playing cringe decks.
Yeah. Like Irelia.
He doesn't actually. He plays Azir and Leona.
So cringe, man. Oh, Brutalizer, make a Sand Soldier, equip the Brutalizer.
That's what I'm saying. Anyway, we are, as you may have noticed,
we're stretching too.
We're
getting a little, waiting for the players to be ready. Obviously, they had a little bit of a longer break going into this game, which makes sense. It's the last game here in Madrid. They want to give the crowd a show. We've had a great show across these last 3 days, but I'm ready to see the regular season behind us and to see whether it's MKOI getting that 4th place or whether Na'Vi will pip them to the posts. Because if G2 win this game, they will place 2nd, KC will be 3rd, and Na'Vi will be 4th, with MKOI in the lower bracket. Whereas if MKOI win, they will take that 4th place spot away from Na'Vi.
So Koi choose 2nd pick. G2 will be on the blue side, and we are now jumping into draft. So Varus and Nami going to be the first 2 to get taken off the board. G2 up to ban next. You guys are going to see the draft very soon. And Vi next to hit the ban table.
Yeah, we talked about it in the last game, right? So powerful in the hands of Elyoya. There was a discussion going around as to whether you should just ban out all the engaged support to the left to try and put Alvaro onto an Enchanter.
Ooh, not a bad idea.
I don't think they're doing it as they ban Varus and Vi so far.
Yeah, doesn't seem like it.
Caitlyn, the next ban coming out from MKOI. We'll have to wait a second to see what G2 are deciding to keep off the table.
I guess Bard hasn't been played yet in this series.
That is
Lucian Melio is still open as well. Kog'Maw Braum. Also something worth considering. Koi have to ban Orianna though. Yeah, they do. It's kind of what happens when G2's on the blue side.
So, where are we first picking?
I mean, it's got to be Xin, right? Unless they care more about their AD carry.
There's enough AD carries around. Ashe is available.
Yeah.
Pick the Seraphine first. Force Super to pick the Ashe.
And you've got no Nautilus. You've got no Rakan.
Blitzcrank. It's going to suffer a lot unless you land the hooks.
I mean, I would love a Blitzcrank. I don't think he's going to do it, though.
Pike. Suffers if he ever gets caught. If he doesn't.
I feel like he's more likely to play something like Rel.
Yeah, I think Rel does
if he's going to do it,
bit,
but
though.
I feel like Koi should just take the Xin.
So you're going to take the Ashe away to kick things off.
Yeah. Okay.
Then, I mean, jungle makes the most sense, right? So take the Xin so you don't have a Seraphine Xin combo. Could also go for something like the Annie if you want some hard engage.
Annie just doesn't make sense here. Why would you just blind pick Annie?
Because it's Hobbit, Freddy, so that's what I'm talking about, dude.
Blind Anivia.
Okay.
I guess he's arguing that there's just not enough options for Caps to, like, he's saying like, okay, Caps, what is good into Anivia right now? Which is like a fair question to ask. My brain is blanking of every mid lane champion in the game
Victor
right now.
exists, if you want to play like scaling.
Victor's fine. But like, I'm convinced. Oh, Kassadin is the pick.
Oh. In instead we get Cassante.
A different K.
Yes, and MF for the bot lane. MF.
Evo nas, ljudi moji, game broj 3.
And then you get the root and the possible stun.
A glasanje, ne znam nija.
Forewent the
Shinshao.
Yeah. Because now, I mean, Koi just grab it for themselves. So Koi's very happy with how they've got that bit of a Freljord draft going on.
Sad.
With the Xinjiao to complement.
6 za Assassine, 6 za road trip. Au. Kakav razvoj događaja, Kakav razvoj događaja.
Because I feel like they're indicating that they want a Braum, but Braum is not good here.
It's nice into the MF ult, at least. And the Seraphine ult, because you can eat them with the Unbreakable, right?
Yeah, but isn't lane just miserable?
Yes, the problem is, any melee into ranged lane tends to be miserable. Unless you have a very good way of closing the gap quickly, like a Nautilus.
Ashe Thresh, Ashe Leona.
Leona I can see. I'm not sure I like it too much. I think you get beaten by Cleanse into double beat drop.
Poppy. Oh, Poppy top.
Yeah, Trundle and Poppy bans. Poppy top
maybe
into
Poppy jungle too, actually.
Wait, the Shinshau's already picked,
yeah,
so probably
actually,
not Poppy jungle. Could be AP Shinshao top. We haven't talked much about this because no one's ever going to play it, but what would AP Shinshao do?
I saw it on Naknako's stream the other day. He was playing a Renegade into it. That stuff looked obnoxious.
Yeah, it just heals a ton. Absolute ton. Olaf the next ban. We've seen Scuman on that.
Ivane, what do you mean gledajte? Gde si nam ti tu? Ti tu?
It was Casey, I think. It was Casey.
Yeah, it was Casey. Yeah. Victor. This is the current holder, but it's not going to be the ban.
Oh, Nivea support.
I was thinking Nivea top, maybe.
I think it's a Nivea support.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Victor is the ban from G2.
Well, so the thing about Nivea is it's just a flex.
I mean,
that's the takeaway we need to focus on right now.
Yeah.
Because
can be drumsticks, can be wings.
Koi.
MF Serafin. Znaš šta sudija za International? Pa verujem, iskreno, sa Impulsom i Bonom verujem.
I mean, we talked about that earlier. It's going to be 0 and 4.
I see the vision. Glacial Storm, Magnet Storm,
wait. Could it be Seraphine mid?
Could be Seraphine mid.
That would be quite a pivot.
I really like Braum into Rel. I think it's really nice. Braum into Rel, Ashe. Ooh.
That's more caps.
Yes, Leona the current hover. LeBlanc is going to get locked in though for G2.
Yep. Is that his answer into
the thing is they have to give it up now, right? I mean, it can't be Seraphine mid because LeBlanc has been locked.
Lee Sin locked in for Skumon.
Okay.
Wow, he's rounding out the regular season with a LeBlanc Lee Sin. Now this is a hyper-aggressive mid-jungle duo.
This is the first time Skumon has ever played Lee Sin on a professional stage.
What, even in Tier 2?
According to Games of Legends. So it goes back to Season 13. I'm not sure what he did before that.
Oh, they're actually doing the Nivea top.
Ja mislim da G2 dobija, iskreno. Ne mogu da se... Ne mogu da ne verujem u G2. A Nivea top od Mirvina u Xante je fajn. Mislim, Xante će tankovati, a Nivea bi trebala da ga smara, ali ne da ga ono permafarmuje.
Let's see how the Nivea does this time around. G2 got quite a skirmish comp on their hands with the Lee Sin and LeBlanc, a really powerful early game mid-jungle combo. Koi a very solid team fighting with the Rel, the Galio ultimate, the Xinjiao follow-up. It just becomes a question of do they have enough damage to deal with what G2 have drafted. Ashe versus Cassante is a difficult nut to crack as you get later into the game.
True.
It's an exciting one though, a decent amount of dive, backline threat on the side of Koi. But I do think overall I prefer what G2 have brought to the table.
I have found 5 Lee Sin games from Skumon. 2023 LFL Division 2 promotion tournament.
So there you go.
When he was playing on Viv Esports.
Jedva čekam da vidim Skumona na Lee Sin, ovo će biti cinema.
He is 1 and 4 on the champion all time, but never in his LEC career. Never in his LEC career.
Yeah, admittedly his LEC career is only 2 years.
Sure. Okay, Betty, thanks for that, dude.
But fair enough. Lee Sin for Skumon. Let's see what he's got. I will say, like, of all the champs to associate with Sku, Lee is definitely not on that list.
I mean, we've never seen him play it, dude.
Yeah, but I mean, like, even stylistically, like Yike, we take him for example. He came into the Rift and he was playing Viego, you know? Like, so if he played a Lee Sin, that would fit in my mind, because that's kind of where he came from, being that kind of 1v9 machine from solo queue sort of deal. Whereas Scumon's always been kind of the more inspired-esque jungler, the farm priority, I play more for team fights, I play what makes sense for the comp, I play for myself. Lee Sin is very much about finding skirmishes, looking for picks, trying to work with his mid laner. Like, not that he hasn't worked with Caps at all, that's not what I'm trying to say. Very much that in this early game, I do expect Jojo to be a focus for G2 and for them to try and build a healthy lead through this LeBlanc-Lee Sin combo.
Let's see what they can do into that Galio, using the Colossal Smash early to chip away at Caps' health bar. Lebrov and Handsome were able to clear the mid-bush ward here to stop Alvaro having too much vision. High note comes out, but Lebrov now has stacked up that passive and has the beat.
Ajmo, Scumont. Ovo sol ti trebaš da gledaš da učiš da igraš Lee Sina od Scumonta. Nema Ignite. Možda ga juri 5 sekundi da baci flash W chains, ali ne zna gdje je Elioja.
Jumps in. He knows Elioya is here too. He's just trying to stop the base of Jojo. Pionen does exactly that.
He's also just denying farm away from Jojo in the mid wave. The lane's actually in a pretty good spot for Caps, but Jojo's gonna TP back in, so he'll lose some farm, but it's not the end of the world. His responsibility in this lane is honestly just to survive until later. Once he gets one magic resistance, it'll get better. For now, though, he's gonna find himself a little bit behind. Mirwin, though, finding that pressure in the top lane 1v1 should come as no surprise as the Anivia. I mean, it's just kind of an annoying bully into Cassante because there's very little you can do. Anivia thrives against relatively short-range champions, and Cassante is definitely that, especially in the early laning phase.
Yeah, beyond the Cassante, though, 9-game winning streak at the moment. Has had a very good time on it. Jojo with the Justice Punch doesn't quite bring the criminal in front of the court, couldn't quite connect onto Caps. That beat drop almost connecting onto Super's heels, but able just to walk around the tower away from it. First time we've ever seen Mirwin on this Anivia 2. The flexibility of
Wunder igra Aniviju, mislim da također igra relativno okej, tako da i to je u redu ako mene pitate. A Caps i Jojo se baš nabadio pošteno na midu. Nice.
Overruled.
Gonna interrupt the base. Barrier, early barrier from Super to try and
Vidim, Ante, ja želim to da vidim.
base from being interrupted.
Ja želim to da vidim.
Fast enough. So he still took the damage.
And now he's gonna get stopped again.
Yep, and meanwhile Handsome has already gone back to base and has made his way back to lane.
Oh, he's gonna lose the cannon. Oh my, Lebrov, sir. In this courtroom, charge you with contempt.
And that's gonna be a cannon.
It's a cannon and 3 minions of the wave. Not what you want to see lost there for Super. Handsome back quickly because of the strut. That MF passive getting him back into lane a little bit quickly. He's also going to take the plate. Oh, that is not good for Super. A 5.
No, dobije malo golo, to je fajn.
For Handsome. Another chain from Caps.
Caps baš lepo bio za Jojo.
Has been the tail of this series though. The bot lane 2 versus 2.
Caps taunted, and he walks the way.
Elioya very much here to just help Jojo push out this wave, but now the wave is in a horrible spot. Because the thing that Lebrov did was by being obnoxious bot lane, he desynced his back with his AD carry, but that meant that Alvaro had to go bot lane to help catch the wave, which then opens up Lebrov to roam mid uncontested. So now Jojo's just like, yeah, okay, this sucks. He's about to wave down.
That's a bit of a risk for Lebrov with Alvaro here. Shattering strike for the CC. Crash down available too. Beat drop comes out. And Alvaro isn't going to go in with that Rel W. Controlled out from Scumond. Who looks to see with Jojo Pyun staying around whether or not this Lee LeBlanc combo can find its mark. The Lee Sin centered here.
Tras, polako ljudi, Scumond skjeluje, nemojte se brinete. Vi sad ne vidite to trenutno u ovom trenutku, ali Scumond ozbiljno skjela.
Jojo. That's pretty dangerous for Jojo, as that Yoya looks for a little bit with the audacious charge. Caps, with no mana, is going to get taken out. In the end, Caps does get first blood, but burns his flash to do so.
So, coming into today's series, the question was, who is the better mid?
I think the question was who is the best player in the LEC.
Well,
it was also who is the better mid, but I think the comparison was between the two at the time, right? Coming into this weekend specifically.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, super. Wow. Playing on a nice edge there. The lanes aren't going good for Koi,
They're
Medic.
not at all, Betty. They're not at all.
Lane's bad. And Skumon, Elyoya now has to cover. This is...
they're going to jump onto Lebrov. Heal comes out, but Hansama's now here to join the party. And Elyoya doesn't have the flash to escape. Elyoya forced away. Flash forward from Skumon with the Tempest Cripple, and Hans flashes for the double up damage. Skumon dashes away. And there's not really much you can do about that.
Caps. Nice, clean. Clean, 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 clean. Ali Jojo malo grifuje. Evo, double Ruby Deering, Dark Seal, 0 MR u LeBlanc. Mislim da je to malo diskutabilno.
As we look back at the replay and bot, some nice trades from Hansama. And Skumon's just hovering around, ready to threaten the dive. They're putting even more pressure on the Super. He needs to go back to base. Koi say, let's go for the fight. A mistake, just point blank. Lebrov loses 0 HP off the back of that play.
Oh, Skumon with the Dragon's Rage kick back onto Super. Hansama here for the chase as well. Super has to flash away, but there's the beat drop. And Super has no way out from the back.
Da kažem da li će Skumon pogoditi, ali svi mi znamo da li će Skumon pogoditi.
Look at the advantage once again. It's a reminiscent of game 1. Mid lane, a 1k gold lead almost for Caps. In AD carry, 900 the advantage for Hansama. This is the discrepancy that's developing, and Caps is simply bullying Jojo.
Like, this is... You'd have to throw the kids out of the court before you add this.
Dobro, fair. Ima 2 kampa, više nije umro. Fair.
I'm afraid there is no fair and valid recourse for this.
His aggression is simply being punished. He doesn't even have any magic resistance yet. He's just got HP. And Caps is
He doesn't have much of that.
Yeah, he does not. Okay, wow.
God.
I mean, Caps level 8 now. Caps is level 8.
Jojo's level 6, Betty.
He's getting a level a minute. That is not how the game is supposed to work.
Bullet time onto Super once again. Like, every time Super comes back into the lane, he's immediately sent back to the fountain.
Supa ne igra.
Gap between the AD carries.
Supa baš ne igra.
1.5. We'll give Super half.
That's why I said it's almost 2.
I thought you said it's also. Okay, but sorry, Betty.
It's all good, man. It's all good.
I was talking at
no,
the
you're
time.
completely fine, brother. It's all good. It's all good.
Okay, cool.
I forgive you. But it seems that there is no forgiveness for Koi in this matchup, as G2 are being ruthless. And do you remember what we said? That Vitality's probably going to choose anyone that's in 4th place.
Yeah.
I feel like that.
Anyone who's not G2.
Yeah.
Da, kažem, nema. G2 samo ne pikaš, nema šanse.
So they're not even an option to be chosen. But it basically means that KC, who will be in 3rd, are likely going to be the opponent. Of course, it is still ultimately Vitality's decision between the 3rd and 4th. We'll see what they end up choosing.
Yeah, importantly, Na'Vi will be 4th if G2 win this game. Mkoi will be 5th, which puts them into the lower bracket of our double elimination, meaning they only get 1 shot. They must not miss their chance to blow. Pathmaker in here from Broken Blade, looking for the pull back onto Alvaro, yeets him over the wall. Skumon here for the follow-up with the crash down. Now Alvaro will escape. Grubs will be secured by Mkoi, maybe even all 3.
Čuva se kuda pogodi. Kevin Sienta. Koliko? Kakaolat. Ja sam rekao da je kakaolat. Znao sam od početka. Znao sam od početka da je kakaolat.
And that Koi kind of really needs Super to be in a good spot. Would you say that Super's in a good spot?
Well, currently he's in the top lane, and I think that's hellscape. So no, I would say that.
Yeah, that's my biggest concern. Maywin is going to be that secondary damage threat, but unlike game 1, where Jojo
Dobro, nije loše.
keep farming through side lanes and have potential plays available, he is just kind of the utility in this game. It's very difficult for Jojo to turn around and be a carry, even though he's fallen behind. And I think that's the biggest difference, is that Caps is on a a super carry. Like, LeBlanc can do so much work in the late game.
Dude's got a full item before anyone has, like, even half of one, really.
Well, Son of Sky now finished for Elioya.
Oh, there we are.
There
Okay,
you go.
yep, But even Elioya's 14 CS down in the jungle.
Yeah, true.
Like,
that's what, 3 camps, I think?
3.5.
Yeah.
Right? It's 4 per thing. Yeah, it's just leads across the board. Only Broken Blade behind. And, you know, Lebrov is technically behind Alvaro, but that's one World Atlas charge, so not going to matter too much as Caps is the first to complete his role quest. Jojo Pyun going to get chained up. Skewmon here for the follow-up. Flash kick. And Jojo, well, Lebrov takes it. He knew he was behind in gold there. He was like, I've got to get this kill.
Dobro, Labro smo zaključili samo da hard grif, ali ako ništa Capsid Giga Head bi trebalo da može da igra relativno okej.
Like, it's easy now with the luxury of seeing how things are playing out that, oh, well, G2 clearly outdrafted them, but...
Okay. Broken Blade flashes away from the Shadowing Strike and then gets the Pathmaker out. Mirwin on Lebrov. A beat drop, an encore, a flash away. The crystallize the auto, enough as Mirwin finds his first. Meanwhile, Elioya's on the flank here as well. When becomes lightning, and Caps might just be done for. He flashes the wall. Caps on nothing in the Crescent Guard. Finds the kill for MCoy. Skewmon's getting chased down by Adora here.
Skewmon ima kick.
A hero's entrance from Jojo, who's been making a hero's exit from the mid lane as often as possible.
Well, that was a very odd sequence. Lebrov just gets caught out, face-checking Mirwin, very deep in enemy territory, getting some vision, quickly gets punished for it. Caps then tries to get something back, but he's basically out of resources, and so they give a shutdown. And Koi, of course, still very far behind, but hey, they'll take those kills, especially given the early game that they've experienced so far.
Yeah, and with the way Elioya is playing today, getting both the kills on him, or one on Mirwin and then one on Elioya.
I guess Lebrov is just a little too early in terms of the vision, because you can see Caps and Skewmon already rotating over, but now Caps is too deep. He is not in a position to escape easily, he has to commit his flash. Elioya does the same thing to get the kill. And now we find ourselves with G2 still in the gold lead, still with an advantage, but MCoy fighting back.
Yeah, I think a little bit of an overchase from Elioya at the end, but didn't really matter too much. Hero's entrance will be back up in about half its cooldown. Drake up in 30 seconds though, and you won't have the ultimate for that. Hansama has the bullet time, Skewmon has the Dragon's Rage. Yet to see an insect play from Skewmon.
Šupan ima item još, ja mislim da koji samo ne razmišlja o tome, iskreno. Legitimno mislim da samo ne razmišljaju o tome još.
Who was the guy that made the play top lane where he smites off the spell shield mid-travel? You remember who that was?
That was Canyon.
That was Canyon. I want to say Canyon. So, Canyon from Skewmon. You know?
No one has a spell shield.
Elioya, build Edge of Night for me, please.
The other one, this one never got a name, but you throw Q and then you smite a minion.
I mean, that's just a Lee Sin play.
One of his options.
Typical Lee Sin play these days, Veddy. We've evolved. Like an insect, you see people doing insects in silver these days.
There are people that know that it's called an... Oh.
There we are, there's the insect into the beat drop.
To je fair, slažem se, ljudi rade insect u silveru sad. I ode Mirwin. Ja vam kažem, ovdje je samo bilo predviđeno napred šta se događa i ko vina. Ja vam kažem, G2 vina ovu seriju 2-1, nema za ništa drugo se dogodi. Ne, ljudi, Labrov je interčina, ja vam kažem. Labrov je hard interčina.
I believe so. It was Forgotten, Forgiven.
I think expect it when I think of Origin, you know?
Sure, I get that.
Who was their AD? Oh, it was Forgiven, yeah.
Yeah, it was Forgiven. I forget who was top in support though. I think it might have been Wicked, maybe?
I don't think it was Wicked.
I don't remember though. Anyway, not relevant. G2 still at a 3k gold lead. Herald is spawning in 5 seconds. Ooh, and that's an engage.
That is Heroes Engine coming down as Skewmon.
Dobro, okej, Tonta ges, ali nema damage dobije nikog tu. Samo free kill na Skewmondu. Super što ga mazi, ima Kraken, ali opet premalo damage-a.
Good damage starting to come through from Koi as they find a pick of their own. The bot tower does fall in exchange.
Ko mi Doranov boss samo izgleda kao bolja ikonica za recurve bow.
But yes, even though MKOI is starting to find a couple of picks, the gold lead actually extending it for G2, up to 3k now. And they have those two dragons in pocket, and all of that is on Caps and Hansama. Like, look how far ahead they are. Elioja has the lead over...
Realno svaka malo bolje radi, mislim treba da postoji item koji se pravi od Nunquivera i ovaj... Neki legendaran bow koji se pravi od Quivera i Arrowa. Okej. Dobro, dobro. Chin malo omašio mapu, ali nije ni bitno, toliko ljudi gore, free kill.
Nice idea there from Koi, very close to punishing Caps on the TP. Meanwhile, Jojo has moved off to his designated side lane. He is 2k gold behind, but hey, oh no, he's not able to get that tower. There's still 2 fates on that. Meanwhile, Skumond will grab the Herald for his team. 3.3k the advantage for G2.
It feels like more.
Yeah.
I know that sounds weird, but we're 60 minutes in. They have got both the Drakes and the Rift.
Ne, G2 je previše Ahjad, ja bih rekao. Zašto je fora što MF ima jako prazan prostor između ovaj... Kad krene, znači na početku MF je mnogo jaka, na BT je mnogo jaka, onda ima malo praznog prostora, onda nosi game. Ali tipa na drugom, u stvari sa Hexopticsom možda to i nije istina. Treba bi da ima baš dobar damage sa Hexopticom. No, Labrov je baš underwhelming, iskreno. Baš je underwhelming.
And usually that's all you need on LeBlanc, because even if you don't kill someone, the damage is enough to say you're not in this fight anymore anyway. And so as this game continues, you'll see Caps moving into the fog of war and basically becoming a poke champ, dashing over, leveraging darkness to every time Koi tries to approach, he jumps out, drops his combo, jumps back, and then you're like, well, I now can't fight anymore because I just don't have any HP.
Couple of flank wards for MKOI. Drake's still a minute 30, minute 40 away, so if they are looking for something, like Jojo on a flank perhaps, they're around that Razor Beak, but Caps continues to chip away at Jojo, who does now have more magic resist, right? Chainmail Lacer's upgraded the Mercury Treads are there, so he's getting that extra shield when he takes magic damage, and it's...
He now shouldn't die 1v1 to
Yeah,
Caps.
he shouldn't die at all to Caps, really. At least in the one, yeah. If it's in a team fight, he's low already, because Hans Summers killed him, then sure, maybe he can die to Caps there. Super just finishes his role quest, so does get a little bit of gold back.
Teško. Teško.
Control ward down. Elioja doesn't even think that he can spend enough time to clear out the control ward with Jojo this close. Chains down again onto the Galio, and a second set. Two chains, you say.
Nice damage. Caps, only 50% this time.
Yeah. And it's of a mid laner as well. They're always squishy. Would have killed anyone else on the map.
Probably.
Yeah.
Well, 45 seconds until Dragon. G2 have 2 pushing lanes, and they will have 3.
And the flank wards are gone.
Yeah. So, it is looking quite dire for Koi, I will be honest. They're basically relying on Alvaro to find a 5-man ulti.
A 5-man magnet, sort of say.
Yeah.
I live for those, but need to be able to get into the fight to get them. Caps now coming out of base with his Shadow Flame complete. 2 items.
Oh, now here we go.
2 as well on Hansama. Elioja jumps towards Hansama. There's the hero's entrance as well, and Hans doesn't have flash to get away. You don't even need the 5-man magnet storm. You just
Super živ što je najjače, da ga je čim pogodio da je ostao u chainu, ubio bi ga, ali loš fight, baš loš fight od G2-a. Jop, pasivan, basic, ko... Interesantno. Interesantno.
Hansama did not have flash, so Elioja connects the W, folds it over the wall, the Galliot is there, meanwhile Super is just wailing on whatever target he can hit. Caps not in the fight, finally arrives, forces the flash out from Super, but then Caps can't contribute anything else. The cleanup then comes through with Hansama gone. You have to remember the only real damage dealers are Caps and Hans, and if Caps isn't there and Hans is dead, then Koi eventually do win that war of attrition.
Yeah. A crazy win becomes lightning.
Yeah,
I'd love to see that with Fog of War at some point, because I don't know how blind that was.
Su koji fanovi, što je najče?
Huge for MKoi. G2 still 1,000 gold ahead.
But remember, it was a 2k gold lead for Caps, and now it's 800.
Ne, meni je presmišno. Fore što se sve vraća na isto, znači Skewmund i Labros su baš ogroman liability za G2. Caps je mnogo jak, mnogo lepo igra i Han sama će biti bolesno jak. Ovdje je fun fact, ali Han sam... MF outscale je cijel lobby ovdje. Full build MF, niko ne može da je outcarrija. PT i Miss Fortune, ljudi misle da MF mnogo opada. MF u stvari ima bolestan scale. Mislim, svaki crit base AD carry koji ima heavy AD base, kao što je Caitlyn, Jhin i MF, Jinx i Aphelios, mnogo lepo scale. Naravno sad, bez escape-a zavisi koliko ćeš moći da igraš, jer igraš u real, igraš u milion stvari koje te hvataju, ali ako Han sama nađe ugo da free basic-u, on outscale s damage-om ceo lobby. Ali imaš Skewmunda koji je odlučio da pika Lisina, tako da... A ja imam teoriju da on ima 4 heroja koji igra i sve mimo toga jako klimovo. Tako da nisam nešto ljubitelj, iskreno, Skewmunda.
I did say that it was Jojo in the side lane, but you're completely right. Mirwin doing his best to hold the line. Well, G2, even though they did fall short in that fight, they still have a very healthy lead, and they're still pushing past the river. Koi doing their best to reclaim what vision they can, to assert some sort of dominance over a space on the map. But it's not an easy objective to accomplish, as Caps remains the gatekeeper of the river for now.
MKoi see that big world someday. Currently G2 have mud on their face from that previous fight. It's a bit of a disgrace. They've been kicking that can all over the place, but still, G2 are known to rock you in these sorts of situations. MKoi will have to step up if they're gonna...
Do you remember any other of the lyrics?
Something was a young boy, something... a big world someday, you got mud on your face. Big disgrace. Kicking your can all of... So I literally went through all of that into We Will Rock You.
Yeah.
And you
because there's the next verse, there's a second verse.
That's the chorus actually, Betty.
That was verse 1 and then it goes to verse 2.
Yeah, but I was doing the chorus.
Oni se raspravljaju ceo dan.
Okay, that's true. Yeah, I forgot the chorus. That's a good point. That's a good point. You did get me there.
I did the whole thing.
Yes.
Subtly as well.
Not
incredibly subtly.
Really, no one would notice.
Ja bi basic ovu kulu u 3 života, da me 2 put Broken Blade ovdje umire, ubije, ja bi basic ovu kulu. Cool chain. Dobar arrow.
Needs to protect himself from Caps, but that's an ultimate exchange, I guess, for an ultimate with the Mimic being used by Caps. Ergo puts down a control ward. Yeah, I don't think you want to stop. Oh, he's going to support anyway as Caps jumps back in. There's the root. No real follow-up from the rest of the G2, but they will clear out that control ward.
Jojo back in a side lane. Somehow he's caught up in front.
Skewmund jeste. First stand je Skewmund igrao jako lepo, slažem se. Slažem se, na first standu igrao jako lepo. Apsolutno se slažem. Ja samo kažem, mislim da Skewmund ima velikih problema s champion poolom. Dobro igra meta stvari plus Munda. Ali kad god on izvuče nešto čudno, kad kažem čudno, mislim ne meta, ono ne otlema Munda, ali tipa Vajk, Sin, Jarvan i onda Trundle Mundo. Čini mi se mnogo slabije adaptira od ostalih junglera. Han sama traži Ugo za ult, ali ga nema još, nema gdje da ulta. Jojo mora da umre ovdje. Jojo neće da umre ovdje, WTF. Znam, to je ona ženska, zaboravio sam kako se zove. Ili nije. Nisam vidio. Tipa ne znam, lupam razlog kad smo gledali kako nosi na brendu u džungli. Ne mogu zamisliti da Skewman to radi.
Broken Blade starts his initiation off by trying to set up something on a JoJo. He can't really find anything. Then the engage comes through. Alvaro and Alioya on the front line. The combo looks promising, but the rest of G2 disengage. And now it's BB versus JoJo. But JoJo has the flash to get the safety. Broken Blade has...
A, Mars, znaš što neče, vidio sam tog heroja. Vidio sam tog heroja. Njega sam baš pitao sam se šta radi, kad mislim da je čak na release-u bio, ili tako nešto. Ali vidio sam tog heroja. Apsolutno sličan kao Jarvan ult. Caps je bacio chain, da nije skočio preko. Pa dobro. Kill je kill, we take those. Supa će uzeti kulu. Vratiti gold na event, Drake je tek za 4 minuta sljedeći. A, čekaj, ali znam i za Marsa, 100% znam za Marsa. To nije nov heroj, ne, vidio sam ga. Mars, Dota, čekaj. Da, znam za tog heroja, sigurno. Bio je on tu kad sam igrao. Da. Znam za Marsa. Mislim, ja sam jednom, prvi put kad sam ušao u Dotu, nakon ono baš dugo vremena sam išao redom. I onda sam gledao sve heroje koje ne znam šta rade. I onda sam im gledao spelove da vidim otprilike šta rade. A to je davno, to je prvi put kad smo igrali sad. Mislim, prvi put pre, ne znam, godinu dana lupam. Onda sam gledao šta i kako.
Super's deathless this game, which is kind of insane.
And Alvaro's deathless as well. After the lead, Hans Sommer and LeBron.
Ode kick od Skewmonda. Ode Skewmond. Sreća pa i Mirvin jednako sklon tome da grifuje, ali ovo možda bude game sad. Jer ovi su ubili i Jungler, ako ubiju još jednog mogu uzmu Barona. Pa kao. Ovo je samo Baron rush. Han samo nema ulti. Ali ja i Jojo mogu da tanku, oni mogu da uzmu Barona, da.
No flash available, but this one pick turns into so much more because Caps tries to catch Mir when he gets stunned up, then the Galio follow-up chain CC removes Caps from the equation, and now Hans has no front line to play around. He tries to reposition with Broken Blade at his side, realizes there isn't much he can do, has to abandon BB, and with 3 kills exchanged for 1, Koi turn their attention towards the Baron.
And now have a 2,000 gold lead. Koi Drake up in 80 seconds time, and G2
Legitimno ne znam koji film gledamo posle.
at the moment has now turned blood red. Only Hans Sommer with a lead. There was 2k in mid, 2k in bot lane, and Koi here in Madrid showing up in the final game of the final series of the final day of the regular season. They want that double elimination and they want to put doubt in the minds.
Ništa, moramo kad krenemo vidimo ko je tu. I onda kolamo šta radim, nemam pojma. Mislim da je to play. Ja mislim da je to play. Kad krene film, kažemo film je kad god daje u 10 recimo. Ne znam, ćemo stići do 10, valjda hoćemo. Pustimo, to jest dođemo, vidimo ko je tu, uradimo head count. I onda izbacimo glasove ljudi koji neće da gledaju i to je to.
questions have to be raised about with the lead that G2 had built. They must have done something wrong.
To je play. Naš jedini ugao Lisina ovde. Supa nema escape i Mirvi nema escape. Ako šutne Aniviju na mesto gdje MF može da je DPS-u u leg formi, to je da kažeš ok, odrađen posao. Displaceovanje Ash ili Anivije. Mislim, dobar Lisin, da Canon igra Lisina, znaš ako bi bio koristan. Canon na Lisinu, vidi. U 70. minutu bi mu dao da mi igra Lisina, taman posla.
As Jojo 4-3-3 now on the Galio, level 17, a front line that G2 is going to have to get around.
Cancel is a wonk as well. Like one of his most played across the course of his career, 70% win rate on it, and Super gets the arrow down! Who is the assassin now? Super from 404, can't find an enemy that can stand up against him, now 5-0.
Dobro, mora koju u Madridu da pobedi G2, realno gledano. Kažem ti, dobro ne, istina, slažem se ja skroz. Nije da nije, skroz se ja slažem s tobom. Samo kažem generalno, znaš, da malo i do igrača. Malo i do igrača. Pogledaj ti damage, čovječ. Mislim kako je nastavio da ga napada u stealthu, to je baš dobar touch bio. A i Caps je bio 2-0, sad je 2-4. Bio je 2-0-1. Sada je 2-4-4. Još ako koji uzme Mountain Soul, brate, Dumcu. Eventualno možda Han sama, možda iznese, ali mislim da je jako, jako teško. I dalje ne znam zašto AD Carry builduju Kraken na Ash svega mi, znači nemam pojma. Znači to stvarno ne razumem, brati. Kraken Ash je toliko shit. Mislim nije ni bitno, mi su fajn i dalje. Dobro, Anivija ima ok ugao, ali mora da flash outa. Han samo mora da basicuje, brate. On mora da udara nešto. Da, ovo je fajn za njih i dalje. Ja vam kažem, Han sama mnogo bije. Baš mnogo bije. Ajmo skjumende, Warthog, Q, kick, flash. Mislim nema kick, ali ne znam. Ajmo, Warthog, Q. Sljedeći put, skjumam flashe, pa. Ne, brat moj, respekt, iskreno, svaka mu čast, ne može pogodi skillshot flash-ewe. Ove da ga ostave umreće od Mirvina. Brat mu je promašio Q, bio je fazano flash-e. Ne mogu da promašim flash-e. Šta ćemo sad, hejteri? I on instant Q-a na rel? A zna da desno dolazi Ash. I onda incekuje Elioju pod ultom. Ne, skjumeni za posmatranje svega mi, mislim, super je on igrao first stand, ali brate mili. Ja samo ne mogu da verujem da je tokom first standa bio, ljudi su neironično pričali da je on možda najbolji evropski igrač svih vremena, znači ja nemam reči stvarno, bre. Znači, no joke, bre. Prvo, nije najbolji jungler u Evropi, nije najbolji jungler u Evropi, niti evropski jungler. Inspired ga kliruje kako hoćete, vidi. Ako ćemo za junglera, evropskog junglera. Mada većina junglera je tu negde u Evropi. Realno ga pogledam. Čak i Razor koji u Fanatiku nije toliko loš, iskreno. Ja mislim da i Razor, svi jungleri su tu negde, nijedan jungler. Mene je Rileč najviše oduševio, ali... Nemam pojma. Linkas je okej, Jajk je okej, svi jungleri su fajn, svi su tu negde. Ovdje samo gledate Han samo, ako Han samo basicuje G2 vina. To je to. Da, Inspired ja mislim da je miljama ispred. Ali kao džungleri u LEC-u, većina su jednaki meni. Iškan sam je riknu. Mislim da Bibi nema kill ovdje, ne. Na. Rileć je dobar. Rileć kida. Rileć je baš bolesno dobar. Nice, ne mogu završiti game. Daleko su vijevi, nemaju oni puša, ali imaju Mountain Soul što im drastično pomaže u ovoj partiji. Ne pogledamo šta se događa, moram da stanem, brate, ne mogu hodim da gledam ovo. Ovo se fokusiram samo. Gledam, samo Han samo gledam, ništa drugo. Pogledajte vi njegov damage. Šta se njemu dogodilo ovdje? Kako je Han sama tako umro, mene? Gridovo je za supu i onda ga Alvaro verovatno uhvatio. Pogledajte vi damage Han same, brate. On ne mogu su izgubili, iskreno. Aha, okej, dobro. Ja mislim da je Hans ovdje možda i mogao da iznese. Previše damage-a radio. Ja vam kažem, samo Hans samim damage kad vidite, nerealno je koliko bije.
Gold leads in mid and bot on the other, but basically gold matters no longer. Super at 5
Gold matters no longer.
For Hans Summer, he's looking towards a guardian angel and he needs one. Because so far Super, even though he's behind in gold, has had those angels on his shoulder, those protectors, those allies. And Hans hasn't been able to find a way to really open up in a team fight. Broken blade on that front line. Q3 for the knockback. Jojo looking for the flank. Broken blade just getting ripped to pieces. A Cassante more squishy. I have never seen a flash.
Nope, ne može Han sama dovoljno da uradi. Pogledajmo damage, ali opet ne može da uradi dovoljno. Ne može ni Caps, da Blank isto previše opada. Dva basica od Super, Han samo skida pola health. Ovo je Baron za koji... I sad sa Mountainom također još im je teže dobiju killove. Najde ovo game za koji, osim ako koji baš ne izrifa. Moram opet da stanem na replayu. Oni moraju da komituju više, oni puštaju Bibi da umre, a ova trojica beže dole, četvorica. I onda Labro, flash, brat moj, flash, ulti odradilo ga na carryu sa viša, brate. Šta je on ovdje uradio da meni znati?
Jojo's going to force him away. Everyone on MCOY stepping up in this game. Mirwin with the crystallizers as well has stopped the bullet time on so many occasions. Jojo chases Skew out of his own jungle.
I mean, Caps just gets melted every time he tries to go forwards. Every time he tries to get close, he is simply shut down. The most terrifying member of G2 reduced to nothing but a... I mean... What even is he in this game? Like, who is he really threatening? GA finished for Hans Summer. A nice item for sure, but the base in tatters.
Super has the same. That BF sword now upgraded.
Da, Labrov je baš loš. Mislim da igra Alistara, moguće. Brat moj flash ulta sa Serafinom. Niko da mu se ulti prenosi preko bilo čega. I da mu nije top laner koji je full tank već bio mrtav, on je jedini koji možda preživi bilo šta. Ili se bio dok je Bibi živ, ili se ne bio uopšte, nema između. Galio Magic, pa da, mislim da računa Jojo ako pobedi jedan fight, to je kraj partije. A sve do 10 stakova plus ti imaš value da završiš Magic. Mislim, druga opcija mu je bila da proda Dark Seal sa 10 stakova i da ode na... Mislim da nije imao Seekers, to je fora. Dobro, ja se izvinjam, mislim da je ovo ka Veljku bilo upućeno ovaj Arrow, ne znam šta Supa ima protiv tebe. Ne znam čemu hejt od Supe ka Veljku. Ja damage na Bibiju. A Bibi nema kršten armor right-a, mislim... Ima armora, ali damage dobar od Hans Same. Kažem, ako neko nosi Hans Sama, ali ne vidim kako. Dobro, dobro, Hans Mama, ne može Hans Mama da nosi, možda može da nosi Hans Mama može da nosi. Mora da sviča na supu instant. Da. Hans Sama, znači više ga bole leđa nego mene trenutno.
At this point you're thinking, oh, it's all over, but Jojo goes too deep. Aljoya under the tower. Hansama kites beautifully, works with Lebrov to stay healthy. The crash down doesn't connect. Skewmont kicks Super away.
Kick Q nazad, promaši klipa, flashu se, jao, W nade kerija. Brat moje, kliknuo se, vedu miće ovog sveta. Ne, respekt za Skewmonta iskreno, vrati. Ja ovako oduzem Lisi na pobedi, ja bio mnogo srećan, iskreno. Baš mi je bilo lepo. Ne, ja ne znam, iskreno, mislim. Mislim da bi Hans Sama Zoelis bio baš dobar kombo. Mada iskreno moj take je bio da je G2 zaintovao transfer sezonu jer su trebali da uzmu Busija Inspireda. Zamislite, i sad ajde, malo diskutabilno, ja bi lično uzeo Vipa na topu, umjesto Bibija, pošto mislim da je Bibi baš loše krenuo da igra. Imao bi Busio Inspired Vipo, Caps Hans Sama, vidi, Worlds, brate. Znači, ako ne dođu do top 4 na Worldsu, ja ne znam. Neće niko nikad iz Evrope ako njih petorica ne dođu. Inspired rekao da hoće da igra sa G2-om. Ovo je Elder. Ne stiže. Imamo šans, pa nam. I sad su samo dobili po guzici, što bi se reklo. Jap. Ovo je sad preživljava i kako znaš i umeš. Znači, Inspired je izjavio da želi da igra s Capsom, Busio je bio free agent. I Bipo ne igrao ni jednoj ekipi. Bipo isto free bio. Bro, Bipo, Inspired, Caps, Hans Sama, Busio, vidi. Ja mislim da to najjači roster koji bi Evropa ikad imala, koji se nikad ne izgoditi. Ovako sad gube od koja. Ne znam šta da kažem. Ostavit ću program da rana. Još malo, da vidimo samo da li će odmah biti ovaj draw. Nakon toga za sve Patreone na Discordu ćemo gledati film. Ne znam još točno koji, zavisi ko sve bude došao, pa ćemo vidjeti šta se događa sa glasanjem. Ali eto, čisto da znate, svi Patreoni dođite na Discord, se družimo, malo gledamo film. Koliko vidim, ili će biti Game of Assassins, ili će biti Apex, ili će biti Road Trip. Tako da, da, dođite na Discord još za nekih sat vremena. Ja moram proštom Luja. I onda se vraćam nazad, tako da nestajem. Što se tiče Leca, vidimo se ne sljedeće, već one tamo nedelje. A što se tiče mog streama, vidimo se sutra uveče. Tako da budite dobri i vidimo se sutra.
You can see the camera literally shaking from the excitement of the crowd. A phenomenal way to round things out. Koi showing everyone that they can contest with the best. A creative draft, an exciting game, a weak early game that they bounced back from, and they proved to everyone that sometimes simply playing your style is better than playing the meta. Alvaro on engaged supports. What a difference from him today. Aljoya and Alvaro together, the core of this team, working in tandem to find those engages, was so exciting to watch. Everyone at home, we hope you've enjoyed the regular season. We got the playoffs coming in 2 weeks. The show is not over yet. We're getting ready for an interview on stage very, very soon. We've got the playoffs bracket still to be decided, but Koi will lock a spot in the top 4.
Yeah, with that series, we have locked our top 4. Vitality in first, KC in second, G2 in third, and M Koi in fourth. The spring playoffs start on the 23rd of May. That's 2 weeks from yesterday. So 2 weeks, or 1 week from next Saturday. However, 23rd of May, that's why we have calendars, Benny. We just use the calendar.
Put it in the calendar. We're guaranteed for a banger. We're getting ready for the interview. Thank you for everyone watching.
What a weekend. It feels like playoffs.
You know what? Yeah,
it
Medic,
feels like a finals, dude.
We've had a busy day, so we're going to sign off early as we get ready for the interview.
Are we?
Yeah, we are.
Okay, cool.
Enjoy the crowd noises.
Ahead,
enjoy the
off.
show. Thank you. This has been Medi Biddy. We'll see you guys in a couple weeks for playoffs. I'm tired. Bye-bye.
Sí, Supa y Yoya, what a game, what a match. I heard from Ibai, parece una puta final. It feels like a final. Is that what it felt like for you as well?
I mean, for sure. I think the events here in Madrid are always special. Like last year too, all games felt like a final. I think this game felt like a final. So yeah, it feels really good to end the game like this.
Absolutely, and Supa, wow! What a series. Tell me a little bit about this last game on Ash, because you have a lot of power, but they can also kill you in an instant, right? How did you keep your nerve?
I mean, I wanted to do a challenge, play 3K behind, and still prove that I'm the better ADC, so...
I love it, oh my gosh. Beating G2 here, they were on a win streak. Everybody was saying they're back, nobody can beat them, right? Tell me a little bit about the importance for that, also for you and your arsenal in your road to the playoffs.
Obviously it's important. I think for us, we knew we could beat them. I think we still know that we are the best team in the league. It's just, honestly, our biggest enemies ourselves. As you can see, I think even the game 2, we had the game in a really good spot and we just threw it. So still, it gives really good momentum coming into playoffs, and obviously locking in that top 4 feels really good. But yeah, I think as a team, it gives us some more confidence.
A little follow-up to that. It seems like you have built a little bit on your, I want to say your tactical side. We saw in a lot of games going for the early macro, a little bit calmer, not always the fights. Do you think that's something you have been focusing on?
Yeah, I mean, it's something we have to focus after we start a 3K goal behind every single early game, you know? Like, the fights get a bit hard, so you need to get something in the other side of the map. So I think we have to improve in the tactical side. So yeah, I just think that teams are in a really bad spot. Whenever we fix this early game, you know, I think that will help.
Definitely will. Supa, tell me a little bit about the confidence that you're taking from this event. I know you always want to prove yourself. You've done it a lot of times, but everybody's waiting for another title.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a super important event because we proved that doesn't matter how the game is going, we can win always, and this is super important for a winner team. And I think it's pretty obvious that we have the same feeling as last year, and we are going to be a sprint champion again.
Let's go! Finalmente, los dos, algunas palabras en español por esta gente quien son, están siempre contigo.
Muchas gracias a todos por venir. Da igual lo que Twitter diga, da igual lo que los analistas digan, da igual lo que los equipos digan. En Movistar